Designed for Each Other, the Expanded Edition, written by P.O. Dixon, read by Christopher. Chapter 1. For the second time in as many hours, Elizabeth retraced her steps along the path leading from the park right up to the gate of the parsonage house. I absolutely must find Mr. Darcy's letter. Indeed, were it to be discovered by another would mean life-changing consequences for both Elizabeth and the gentleman, to say nothing of the devastating harm to his young sister's reputation. With its bountiful white clouds floating overhead on what otherwise was a perfect day, the picturesque blue sky above presented a stark contrast to the muddled mixture of conflicting emotions warring inside her. Amid the turmoil in her mind from reading Mr. Darcy's letter, folding it, tucking it into her pocket, retrieving it, and rereading it in frequent repetition, Elizabeth misplaced it somewhere along the way. How could I have been so careless with something so delicate as a letter from a gentleman so wholly unconnected to me as Mr. Darcy? A letter revealing his family's most closely guarded secrets, no less. Such had been Elizabeth's silent self-interrogation over and again. For her own part, her rejection of yet another man's proposal of marriage would be discovered, and not just any man, but a man of consequence. Even those closest to her would consider her a laughingstock for refusing the hand of one of the most eligible bachelors in all of England. Many would also argue one of the most desirable, she silently reminded herself. Being the second eldest of 5 daughters living at an estate that was entailed to the male line of the family, she had spent the better part of her 20 years listening to her mother's favourite complaints of the importance of finding a husband. Indeed, a marriage to such a man might have been something wonderful for her family's prospects, and most importantly, her sister Jane's chances for felicity with the gentleman's best friend, a Mr. Charles Bingley. Making matters worse was the opening of the letter, where he vowed there would be no repetition of the sentiment he had espoused the previous evening, which meant that even if she had been tempted by the eloquence of his letter to reconsider her refusal, it was too late. Elizabeth had made an enemy of the one man who could right the wrong to her beloved sister. But was he indeed an enemy, she wondered, for he had also confided in her a great secret about his own sister's brush with scandal, the general knowledge of which might have severe consequences even now. What better evidence that he trusted her? All that will change if I do not manage to secure and destroy the tell-all letter before it falls into the wrong hands. How miserable her life would be should the letter be seen by Mr. Darcy's haughty aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, who credited her own generosity of spirits as the reason for Elizabeth's being in Kent. How wretched if her cousin, Mr. Collins, should stumble across the letter. Having been spurned by Elizabeth, he would no doubt relish in the opportunity to expose her before his noble patroness for censure. Either would result in my being forced to return to Longbourn, my father's home, in shame. Such a prospect would contribute greatly to the detriment of her sisters as well. Her elder sister Jane, whom Mr. Darcy had mentioned by name, would surely be ridiculed. Indeed, no one in her family would escape condemnation, she considered, as a most disparaging account of their behaviour in Hertfordshire was cited. The situation of your mother's family, though objectionable, was nothing in comparison to that total want of propriety so frequently, so almost uniformly betrayed by herself, by your 3 younger sisters, and occasionally even by your father. So much as she was concerned about how the contents of the letter reflected on her family, the more serious potential harm would befall his very own sister. Mr. Darcy had explained at length how he had arrived in Ramsgate just in time to prevent her from eloping with his worst enemy, George Wickham. All this he had disclosed with the expectation of secrecy, Elizabeth considered in reflection, of his heart-wrenching written words. I must now mention a circumstance which I would wish to forget myself, and which no obligation less than the present should induce me to unfold to any human being. Having said thus much, I feel no doubt of your secrecy. My sister, who is more than 10 years my junior, was left to the guardianship of my mother's nephew, Colonel Fitzwilliam, and myself. About a year ago she was taken from school, and an establishment formed for her in London. Last summer she went with the lady who presided over it to Ramsgate, and thither also went Mr. Wickham, undoubtedly by design, for there proved to have been a prior acquaintance between him and Mrs. Young, in whose character we were most unhappily deceived. Elizabeth's silent recollection of Mr. Darcy's letter was soon interrupted by the sound of someone's voice. "Pardon me, madam, you seem to be in search of something. May I offer you my help?" Startled by her unexpected companion, Elizabeth spun around on her heel. Her eyes met those of a stranger's, which was some consolation, for it spared her the embarrassment of confiding what she was searching for. "No!" Elizabeth exclaimed with energy. Remembering her manners, she said, "That is to say, I should hate to inconvenience you." "It is no bother," replied the stranger, a stout woman on the best side of 30 with a pleasant countenance. Her manner of dress suggested she might be a servant from Rosings Park. "I assure you I am more than happy to help you find whatever it is that you are looking for. Perhaps you might describe it." Despite being surprised to meet anyone other than Colonel Fitzwilliam or Mr. Darcy in that particular lane, if she were to encounter anyone at that precise moment, far better it was a servant. She had lost count of the number of times she had accidentally met the latter of Lady Catherine de Bourgh's aforementioned nephews, only to have him turn and take the empty space by her side and proceed to accompany her on what was meant to be a solitary ramble. How odd it always struck her that he would even wish for her company. She always supposed he did not like her, and as she had never consciously done anything to garner his good opinion, his opinion of her was of little consequence. Still, she could not help but search her brain trying to remember the other occasions of their being alone, just the two of them, since his arrival in Kent. He certainly made a point of visiting me at the parsonage house during those times when the Collinses were away. For the first time since their argument at the parsonage house, the motives behind the haughty gentleman's confounding behaviour dawned on her. How could I have been so blind as to be wholly unaware that Mr. Darcy was courting me? Remembering the kind stranger awaiting a reply to her offer of assistance, Elizabeth said, "Actually, it was nothing at all. At least, nothing of consequence. No doubt it will turn up sooner or later." With that, Elizabeth smiled a little. "Good day," she said, effectively sending the older woman on her way, now free to dwell on the contents of Mr. Darcy's missing letter. She recalled in great detail what Mr. Darcy had written about the means Mr. Wickham had employed to deceive young Miss Darcy. By Mrs. Young's connivance and aid, Wickham so far recommended himself to Georgiana, whose affectionate heart retained a strong impression of his kindness to her as a child, that she was persuaded to believe herself in love. Thus she consented to an elopement. She was then but 15, which must be her excuse, and after stating her imprudence, I am happy to add that I owed the knowledge of it to herself. I joined them unexpectedly a day or two before the intended elopement, and then Georgiana, unable to support the idea of grieving and offending a brother whom she looked up to almost as a father, acknowledged the whole to me. This must surely attest to the strength of Miss Darcy's esteem for her older brother that she would do so. Elizabeth could not help but reflect. She had heard so much about the young woman from those who knew her best. By all accounts she was very accomplished, especially as evidenced by her excellence on the pianoforte. Some thought of George Wickham's portrayal of Miss Darcy could not help but intrude. He accused her of being haughty and above her company. How could I possibly have been so deceived by another? Am I so shallow that I mistook his physical beauty for personal integrity? Her silent question summoned her once again to what she could recall of Mr. Darcy's letter. Mr. Wickham's chief object was unquestionably my sister's fortune, which is £30,000, but I cannot help supposing that the hope of revenging himself on me was a strong inducement. His revenge would have been complete indeed, consumed with such dreadful thoughts conjured up by the notion of what might have happened to young Miss Darcy, had it not been for the timely intervention of a devoted older brother. Elizabeth resolved once again to retrace her steps. I simply must find Mr. Darcy's letter. Chapter 2. Charlotte's leisurely morning escape allowing her to avoid her husband's company came to an end the moment she espied a letter on the side of the lane. She threw a quick glance over her shoulder and seeing no one else about, she retrieved it. The opening salutation gave a great pause. Eliza must have dropped this, but it does not look like Jane's penmanship. She frowned. I would say it is from her father, but by Eliza's own account, Mr. Bennet never writes such long letters. As tempting as it was to read the lengthy missive, doing so would have been the means of a most egregious violation of her intimate friend's privacy. A hasty perusal of the last page drew her eyes to the letter's closing, a somewhat charitable one at that. I will only add, God bless you. F.D. Utterly astounded, Charlotte's heart slammed against her chest. She always knew Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy admired her friend a great deal. Realizing that the relationship between the two of them had progressed in such a manner that allowed for the exchange of written correspondence surprised her. Charlotte, more than anyone, knew Elizabeth was rather free-spirited, but such a breach of etiquette was wholly uncharacteristic. That is to say nothing of Mr. Darcy himself. What might tempt him to flaunt proper decorum in such a manner as this? Unless, Charlotte silently speculated. Folding the letter and tucking it into her pocket, she sped her pace and returned to the parsonage. She planned to surrender the letter to its rightful owner. Her busy mind was full of suppositions and unanswered questions, but she did not intend to pry into Elizabeth's private affairs. On the other hand, she certainly was not opposed to hearing whatever explanation Elizabeth might provide. After all, Charlotte had been the one to suggest early on that Mr. Darcy was in love with Elizabeth. All the clues were there for anyone who wished to see. There was Mr. Darcy's peculiar interest in her friend when they were all together at her father's home, Lucas Lodge, in Hertfordshire. Also there was the honour he had bestowed on her by singling her out for a dance during the Netherfield ball, as well as the manner in which he could often be observed looking at Elizabeth when he supposed no one noticed him doing so. True enough, Mr. Darcy had committed a most egregious error by insulting her friend at the onset of their acquaintance last autumn. By an account from none other than Elizabeth herself, the gentleman had bruised her ego quite severely when he complained to his friend, Mr. Charles Bingley, that she was tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt him. I'm confident he would not have spoken so harshly if he had even the vaguest hint that his words would be so hurtful if overheard. While Mr. Darcy is a proud man, I never supposed he was mean-spirited. Charlotte recalled her exact words to her friend when Mr. Darcy called on the parsonage house not very long ago. I may thank you, Eliza, for this piece of civility. Mr. Darcy would never have come so soon to wait upon me. While Elizabeth was not eager to acknowledge, and much less appreciate such a compliment, Charlotte was grateful enough for herself and for her friend, and what it might mean for the latter's prospects for felicity. Finally, Mr. Darcy's telling reaction and prompt departure from Rosings yesterday upon learning of Eliza's ill health did not escape my notice. Surely others in our party noticed it too. Charlotte congratulated herself for being right the entire time. With such a confirmation as this, her friend could not possibly deny it. I know precisely how to act, Charlotte said softly. With that in mind, her spirits rose with every step she took. What a lucky woman my friend is to have garnered the ardent affections of a man like Mr. Darcy. Surely Mrs. Bennet will be beside herself with joy, as will all the Bennets, no doubt. Perchance, the matriarch of Longbourn will be thanking me for marrying Mr. Collins as opposed to loathing my very existence, and that will be something indeed. In inviting my friend to visit me this spring, did I not provide the means of uniting her with Mr. Darcy? Elizabeth was standing in front of the fireplace staring intently into the flames when Charlotte entered the parlour. Even the soft creak of the door opening and closing, as well as Charlotte's tenuous footsteps to where her friend stood, went unheard. Charlotte cleared her throat, startling Elizabeth. Her arms wrapped around herself, Elizabeth turned. "I found this on my way home," said Charlotte, handing over the folded letter. Elizabeth felt a rush of relief spread all over her body. "I have been looking everywhere for this," she cried, accepting the proffered missive. Elizabeth fancied herself a somewhat private person. As close as she was to her elder sister Jane, she had not intended to tell her about Mr. Darcy's proposal. She certainly did not mean to confide her secret to Charlotte, despite the lifelong intimacy between the two of them. The thought that her friend was now thoroughly acquainted with the letter's contents gave her pause. "What I meant to say is thank you. I should hate to think what might have happened had this missive fallen into the wrong hands," Charlotte said. "No doubt. And let me assure you that I did not read any more than was necessary to discover the identity of the writer, as well as the intended recipient. But I hope I do not assume too much in asking you to allow me to be the first to wish you joy." Elizabeth's relief in knowing she was not obliged to divulge any more than was necessary to satisfy her friend's curiosity was palpable. But dispelling Charlotte's mistaken impression about an alliance with Mr. Darcy was essential. "Oh, Charlotte," she began, "things are not at all as they appear. Trust me when I say I am the last person in the world to whom you ought to wish joy. On the contrary, you might very well subject me to a severe rebuke." "What do you mean?" "You will recall my telling you, upon his arrival in Kent, that Mr. Darcy was in your power. How can I help but think this letter is a confirmation of my sentiments? Of course Charlotte would think as she does. How many times has she tried to persuade me that Mr. Darcy held me in esteem, that he admired me? His eloquently chosen words uttered the night before in that very room echoed in her mind. "You must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire and love you." If only his avowal had not been preceded by his telling me how he had struggled in vain, and of his feelings which he could no longer repress. Elizabeth turned back to the fireplace, tossed the letter into the burning flames, and watched as Mr. Darcy's words burned into charred nothingness. Gone for ever was the physical evidence of their transgressions, his in having written the letter, and hers in having accepted it. Having committed its contents to memory, Elizabeth only wished it were so simple to erase the entire ordeal from her mind. By now she blamed herself just as much, if not more, than she blamed Mr. Darcy for the disastrous evening. "What are you doing?" Charlotte asked, her expression clouded with confusion. "Charlotte, it is just as well that you did not read the letter, for the words contained therein might have been the means of ruining your good opinion of me, perhaps forever." "Eliza," her voice pained, she cried, "I have been such an unmitigated fool." Charlotte reached out her hand to her friend. "You, a fool? Why on earth would you say such a thing?" "What I am about to tell you is something I ought not to be discussing with anyone, but I fear it is far too much for me to keep to myself." Charlotte placed her hand on Elizabeth's arm. "You know you can rely on my discretion." "Indeed. You have always kept my confidences in the past, but this is not so much my secret. Not entirely. It has to do with a young lady whose acquaintance neither of us has had the privilege of making, and Mr. Wickham." She shrugged a little. "Suffice it to say, he is not the man whom I long believed him to be. Mr. Darcy, on the other hand, oh dearest Charlotte, I fear I have misjudged him severely. You know I have long suspected that he held you in the highest esteem. Indeed, and I even recall how you cautioned me not to let my good opinion of Mr. Wickham cloud my opinion of Mr. Darcy, stating that the latter was 10 times the worth of the former. It is true, but doing so does not make you a fool. Is there something else you wish to share about your being in possession of a letter from Mr. Darcy? Just as I was mistaken in my judgment of Mr. Darcy's character, I was also mistaken in my interpretation of his feelings for me. I always thought he held me in so little esteem as I held him, despite your arguments to the contrary. What are you saying? Mr. Darcy told me that he loves me, most ardently. Oh, Charlotte, he offered me his hand in marriage." A broad smile threatened to overtake Charlotte's face. Elizabeth hastened to add, "However, I refused his offer, and in no uncertain terms. I went so far as to tell him that he is the last man in the world whom I could ever be prevailed on to marry." "But why would you do such a thing?" Charlotte asked, incredulity ringing in her voice. "You know very well that I could never marry a man whom I did not admire and respect, dare I say, love. And at the time of Mr. Darcy's proposal I was quite persuaded that I loathed him." The irony of her confession to her friend was not lost on Elizabeth, having refused her cousin Mr. Collins's hand in marriage a few months earlier, the same man who went on to win Charlotte's hand. "That is a powerful sentiment indeed. I always knew Mr. Darcy was not your favourite person in the world, but I always attributed your feelings to the rude remark he made at the beginning of your acquaintance that you were not handsome enough to tempt him, even though all evidence spoke to the contrary. That was indeed the basis for my initial ill feelings toward him, coupled with Mr. Wickham's accusations. But that was nothing in comparison to what I later learned about the gentleman from none other than his own relation." "Are you referring to Lady Catherine? If you do not mind my asking, what did she say?" "I am afraid it was not Lady Catherine who further poisoned my mind against Mr. Darcy. No, it was his cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam. What could have been his purpose? Surely he could see how much Mr. Darcy admired you whenever the three of you were in company. You must not blame the Colonel for failing to discern his cousin's sentiments. Even I was caught utterly unaware by his ardent avowal of love, and I was the recipient. Saying that, the Colonel was attempting to portray his cousin in an admirable light by boasting of what a loyal friend he is, especially toward Mr. Bingley." "Mr. Bingley?" "Indeed! Oh, Charlotte, I always had a vague suspicion that Mr. Darcy had a hand in separating his friend and my sister Jane from each other. The Colonel's account of Mr. Darcy's behaviour confirmed it. So, you see, I had no choice but to refuse Mr. Darcy's offer of marriage. How could I possibly be expected to accept the man who had been the means of causing my sister such pain and subjecting her to derision of the cruellest kind? Elizabeth folded one arm over the other. At least that was my reasoning at the time. Now I hardly know what to think or how to feel. I take it that Mr. Darcy's letter has something to do with your changed sentiments. Indeed, it has everything to do with it. How so? She shrugged a little. Merely by explaining his motives, which were indeed warranted for someone who does not know Jane so well as I do, and in a manner that even I am hard-pressed to deny. I truly do believe that he was not behaving out of malice, but rather in service to his friend. In truth, Elizabeth had behaved similarly towards Charlotte, in a manner of speaking. Had it been in her power, she would have prevented her intimate friend from marrying that odious Mr. Collins, owing to the man's foolish propensities. Only Charlotte was not so malleable as Bingley. I might have been just as guilty as Mr. Darcy, and yet I held him in contempt. What manner of person does that make me? Chapter 3. After hearing her friend Elizabeth account for the reason behind Mr. Darcy's letter, Charlotte could not possibly sit by idly and do nothing, especially if it were in her power to bring about a more favourable resolution of her friend's predicament. I know my friend too well to suspect that she will do anything to alter her current course. Eliza has always been rather obstinate and headstrong, and I suspect Mr. Darcy can be equally so. Thus, Charlotte quickly resolved to take matters into her own hands. I only hope I'm not too late. With Mr. Darcy and his cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam, having delayed their departure from Kent several times already, she now surmised the reason had to do with the former's desire to spend more time in the same part of the country as her friend. With no such reason to remain, the gentleman might very well leave Kent at any moment. What a stroke of luck it was for Charlotte when Mr. Darcy and the Colonel called on the parsonage the very next day. Learning that they did indeed plan to leave, and that they were merely calling to say goodbye, she decided to put her scheme of throwing Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy in each other's path into motion before it was too late. She usually did not rely upon her husband's company, but that particular morning his lingering presence was absolutely necessary. Mr. William Collins was a tall, heavy-looking young man of 25, whose air was grave and stately and his manners very formal. Who better than the pretentious gentleman to wax ad nauseam poetically, without saying hardly anything at all? The mantel clock ticked, Mr. Collins talked, and, nodding their heads at all the right times, the others bided their time. Observing Mr. Darcy's manner, Charlotte was certain he entertained the hope of seeing Elizabeth that morning. Every sound outside the parlour door was met with a look of disappointment on the gentleman's face upon discovering that it was not her friend joining their party. The Colonel was eager to see Elizabeth as well, albeit for different reasons. Charlotte could see that he enjoyed being in Elizabeth's company, and for a time she supposed her friend might be in some danger from the highly agreeable man. He had a way of making everyone around him feel as though he and they were acquaintances of long duration. A stranger might find it hard to believe the blood running through his veins was the same as the noble blood which ran through Lady Catherine de Bourgh's. For Mr. Collins's part, he was exceedingly grateful for the opportunity to pay those parting civilities, which he considered indispensably necessary to his noble patroness's two favourite nephews. Esteemed guests, whether Mrs. Collins has yet expressed her appreciation for your kindness in visiting us so regularly as both of you did. Indeed, the favour of your company has been much felt, I assure you. I am certain my fair cousin Miss Elizabeth would express a similar sentiment if she were here. Looking to his wife for confirmation, he said, "Do you not agree, Mrs. Collins?" Her mind outside those walls in contemplation of where her friend might be, she had not heard a word her husband said. She rarely listened to his ramblings, which so often were built on mountains of ridiculousness. Still, she was not insensitive to the benefit of her husband's particular attributes at such a time as this. The longer he delayed the guests' leave-taking, the better the chances that Elizabeth would return and find them sitting there, waiting for her. "Pardon me, Mr. Collins. I was just telling Mr. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam that my dear cousin Miss Elizabeth would be just as pleased with the opportunity to pay parting civilities to the two of them as both you and I are, with all the certainty that you would agree." Charlotte nodded. "I do agree indeed." Pleased with his wife's assertion, Mr. Collins said, "I know how little there is to tempt anyone to our humble abode. Our plain manner of living, our small rooms and few domestics, and the little we see of the world must make Hunsford extremely dull to gentlemen of sense and education, and knowledge of the world such as yourselves. I am certain you both have travelled far and wide, and have seen places that my wife and I can only dream about, although I suppose our station in life will not always be so ordinary and mundane as it is." Mr. Darcy tugged at his collar with this pronouncement, which Collins likely read as ungratefulness on his own part. Not insensitive to Mr. Darcy as well as the Colonel's admiration for their aunt, Mr. Collins cried, "That is not to say that I do not appreciate Lady Catherine de Bourgh's unparalleled benevolence in having granted me the living here in Hunsford, and done all she can to improve on the parsonage house herself, doing an extraordinary job of it, if I might say so myself. But as you may or may not know, I am the heir to Longbourn Estate in Hertfordshire, which means I too shall be able to boast of being among the landed gentry." Charlotte felt it absolutely necessary to speak up before her husband began pontificating on Longbourn's current master's future demise. "Mr. Collins, I am rather certain our guests are aware that you in no way intended to minimise Lady Catherine's benevolence on our behalf." Having sat patiently in the same attitude since arriving, the Colonel stood. "If you all would pardon me, I think I should like to walk out to look for Miss Elizabeth in the park." Charlotte's pulse quickened. It was now or never if her scheme stood a chance of success. "My dear Mr. Collins," she said, "did you not say that you wanted to show the Colonel the book you came across yesterday? I posit that now is a perfect time. Who is to say when such an opportunity might present itself again?" She looked at Mr. Darcy. "Sir, may I prevail on you to go in search of my dear friend in the Colonel's stead? I know with certainty that she would be sorry to have missed seeing you and your cousin this morning." If Mr. Darcy suspected that Mrs. Collins was insinuating herself into the role of matchmaker, he gave no clue of his suspicions. Each of the men agreed to the arrangement in their turns, and moments later Charlotte was all alone in the parlour, congratulating herself on carrying out her scheme with so little trouble to herself. She whispered a little prayer that any stubbornness her friend might be clinging to would be overruled by her sensibilities, and all would unfold just as she envisioned everything ought to turn out. My friend deserves such a man as Mr. Darcy. Chapter 4. Darcy did not walk very far before seeing Elizabeth in the lane. Having come across her in that exact spot just the day before struck him as ironic. It haunted him still the things he did and did not convey in the letter he handed to her, and not knowing how any of it had affected her. He also had a sense that she might have confided in her friend Mrs. Collins some of the things he had said. None of that matters now. He approached her directly and bowed slightly. "Pardon me, Miss Elizabeth." "Mr. Darcy," Elizabeth replied, curtsying. "My cousin and I called at the parsonage with the intention of saying good-bye before taking our leave of Kent." "You are leaving today?" Elizabeth asked. Darcy detected a hint of remorse in her voice, which encouraged a bit of hope deep inside him that perhaps his letter had melted some of the resentment that was so evident in her the day before. He nodded. "The Colonel insisted we pay the Collinses the courtesy, and despite all that has unfolded between us, I would have been wholly remiss had I failed to bid you a proper good-bye." "Sir, truth be told, I'm glad you did not leave without saying good-bye. You see, I feel I owe you an apology, and I should hate to be so indebted for the rest of my days. Your letter? I know giving it to you violated the bounds of decorum. However, I desperately wanted to explain things from my vantage point. I could think of no other way after the manner of our parting the evening before. I suppose we both needed time to allow cooler heads to prevail." Elizabeth shifted her posture a bit. "Sir," she began, "surely you must think I am quite naive, dare I say gullible, to have believed Mr. Wickham's easy lies, and yet you placed an inordinate degree of trust in me in exposing the gentleman's true character." "Miss Elizabeth, when I said I loved you, I meant every word of it," he said impulsively. Remembering himself, he said, "Pray, forgive me for speaking on a subject that I promised never to mention again. I wish you would not say that." His voice sprinkled with a hint of optimism. Mr. Darcy asked, "Why not?" "Dare I hope your feelings have changed?" "It is safe to say that your letter has given me much to consider," she replied tentatively. "Were I in possession of the facts as conveyed in your letter, I surely would not have spoken so harshly, especially as regards my ill-advised defence of Mr. Wickham." "And what of the matter of my role in separating your sister and my friend Bingley?" "I don't know that I would ever truly regret expressing my disapproval of your officiousness, but I am willing to confess that I now have a better understanding of your motives. My good intentions toward my friend aside, the fact remains that your sister was wounded, and for that I am truly sorry. Would that I could make amends." "Oh, but you can, sir," Elizabeth exclaimed with energy. "That is to say, I believe it is fully within your power to set things right." Darcy arched his brow, which served as enough encouragement for Elizabeth to continue. "Mr. Bingley values your opinion, even more than his own, I suspect. If you would tell him that you were mistaken, I am certain he would listen." Darcy said nothing, but rather pursed his lips. At length he remarked, "I think my abrupt change in stance might be more plausible, were I to see the two of them together once again, and then announce my change in attitude. Besides, my friend is not nearly so constant as you give him credit for being. Are you suggesting that his feelings for my sister may have changed in the span of 4 or 5 months? I know my friend well enough to know that it is not outside the realm of possibility, especially when you consider that their acquaintance in Hertfordshire was of an even shorter duration." Elizabeth sighed. "I don't like to concede your point, but I must confess there is a chance. You know your friend far better than I do, after all. Miss Elizabeth, I propose we arrange to have your sister and my friend meet again." "How do you advise bringing about such a meeting?" Darcy could not help thinking that should events unfold between his friend Bingley and Miss Bennet, as Elizabeth hoped they would, it would mean many opportunities for Elizabeth and him to be in company. On the other hand, he was very mindful of the fact that Bingley may have indeed met and fallen in love with another angel in the week since he had last seen him. Bingley is nothing if not inconstant. Preferring not to stake his own future to his friend's capricious character, Darcy searched his mind for a solution that would serve his purposes as well as satisfy Elizabeth's desire for a reunion between Bingley and her sister. What if said reunion were to take place in Kent? It meant delaying his trip for one and persuading Bingley to come to Kent. It also meant Elizabeth would have to persuade her sister to come to Hunsford. Darcy was certain that Mrs. Collins would be agreeable to the scheme, especially given the none too subtle measures she had employed in persuading him to seek out Elizabeth before departing from Kent. He was rather confident his aunt could have no objection to the scheme, for nothing would please her more than to have added time to cajole Darcy into doing his so-called duty towards the family by asking Anne for her hand in marriage, as though such a thing would ever happen. As for the Colonel, Darcy suspected he was in no particular hurry to return to town. Should duty call, he was certainly at liberty to avail himself to either Darcy's largesse or that of Lady Catherine and be on his way. Darcy secretly congratulated himself on having concocted what he imagined was the perfect scheme. He only needed to present it to Elizabeth. Intending to do just that, he said, "Do you suppose your sister can be prevailed upon to come to Kent?" "Are you so opposed to bringing your friend to Cheapside, Mr. Darcy?" "No, not at all. I am simply proposing that your sister comes here, and likewise, I shall invite Bingley. He has always expressed an interest in visiting this part of the country, with me, and equally important, apart from his sisters. I shall send an express inviting him to do so this very day." "It sounds like a lovely scheme indeed. Of course, it will take more time for me to arrange all the particulars in bringing Jane here. I do not dare claim the ability to arrange things according to my own purposes so easily as you. I am more than happy to do everything in my power to hasten things along. That is to say, should you wish it, Miss Elizabeth, you can have no doubt as to my own interest in this matter. Sir, if you are hoping that a reconciliation between my sister and Mr. Bingley is a sure step toward the resolution of our own dilemma, I'm afraid I cannot make any promises. As you know, disguise of any sort is my abhorrence, and therefore I will be completely honest with you. It is indeed my greatest wish that this occasion will afford ample time for you and me to begin anew with a far better understanding of where we stand in each other's esteem, and possibly effect a far happier outcome than either of us might have expected after the events that unfolded between us when we were last together." Thus obliged, Darcy wrote to his friend later that same day as follows: "My dear Bingley, I have long owed you a letter since my arrival and continued presence in this part of the country, and I write now with the sincere hope of setting aright what I fear has been misjudged. In my efforts to act in what I believed to be your best interest last autumn, I may have erred in ways that were not mine to determine, and it is this that compels me to pursue this course. I hope that time has brought you clarity, especially in matters of the heart, and that the months apart have allowed you to focus on the pursuits that bring you true satisfaction. Miss Elizabeth Bennet has been a guest of Mrs. Charlotte Collins, née Lucas, for the duration of my time here, a situation which has brought me a measure of clarity of my own. Miss Bennet is soon to join the Hunsford party. I state this without expectation, only so that you may know it. If you should wish to see this part of the country, I assure you, it would be no inconvenience on anyone's part were you to join me as a fellow guest here at Rosings Park. Your presence would be most welcome, though I make the invitation with no presumption. If it is your inclination to come, send word, and I shall inform Lady Catherine de Bourgh of your imminent arrival. As one of my closest friends, I'm sure her ladyship will offer no opposition too contentious to bear. Darcy went on to write about matters of inconsequential concern, along with the strongest hint that his invitation to Bingley in no way extended to his friend's family, Mr. and Mrs. Hurst and Miss Caroline Bingley, especially considering their impatience with the aforementioned parties, with whom they also claim acquaintance. Assured that his friend would then know precisely how to act, he concluded the missive as follows: Your friend F. Darcy. Chapter 5. Colonel Fitzwilliam's curiosity about his cousin's last-minute change in plans would not be repressed. He knew better than anyone how Darcy enjoyed arranging things for his own convenience, but this was getting to be a bit too much. This was not the first time his cousin had delayed the return trip to town with little more than a shrug of his shoulder. Their bags were packed in preparation for their return to London, for heaven's sake. Given the peculiar nature of the latest delay, the Colonel wanted answers. Darcy, if it is not too much to ask, pray what on earth is the reason for your sudden change of heart? Mind you, I will not allow my question to be so easily dismissed as on the prior occasions. By Darcy's expression, the Colonel could tell his cousin did not like to be questioned. Nevertheless, Fitzwilliam continued, I cannot help thinking your decision to remain even longer has to do with Miss Elizabeth Bennet. You know, cousin, you are under no obligation to remain here. It is not as though Lady Catherine is holding you as a hostage. Your attempt at deflection will not work. Is there something more to your connection to Miss Elizabeth Bennet, other than your being old acquaintances from your time in Hertfordshire last autumn? Darcy folded one arm over the other. You take an eager interest in my affairs. It has been one of my favourite diversions for the past couple of decades, has it not? The younger man scoffed. As it pertains to Miss Elizabeth, I regrettably wish that were not the case. Regrettably? Indeed, because you took it upon yourself to inform her of my part in saving my friend Bingley from a most disadvantageous alliance. Her opinion of me is poisoned to such a violent extent that it may never truly recover. The Colonel shrugged. I only told Miss Elizabeth about that business with Charles Bingley as a means of vouching for your excellent character. Why do you assume she mistook my intentions? I imagine it is because the young woman from whom I saved my friend was none other than her dearest sister, Miss Jane Bennet. No, the Colonel stated with a look of astonishment. Darcy swept his fingers through his dark hair. How you could not have surmised the connection on your own is beyond comprehension. I take umbrage with your attitude, Darcy, especially as my intention was to bolster Miss Elizabeth's opinion of you. What is done is done. Besides, I suspect I owe you in an odd sort of way. I truly had no idea that Miss Elizabeth's sister had suffered Bingley's leave-taking so heart-wrenchingly as she did. It pains me to know that I had a part in that, regardless of my good intentions toward my friend. Anything I can do to make amends is well worth the effort. What he did not say was, as a painful result of his cousin's loquacious nature, he had also gotten a glimpse of the depths of Elizabeth's disdain for him. It would be quite some time before he no longer felt the sting of her words. From the very beginning, from the first moment, I may almost say, of my acquaintance with you, your manners, impressing me with the fullest belief of your arrogance, your conceit, and your selfish disdain of the feelings of others, were such as to form the groundwork of disapprobation, on which succeeding events have built so immovable a dislike. And I had not known you a month before. I felt that you were the last man in the world whom I could ever be prevailed on to marry. Stinging words indeed. He had George Wickham, his former friend and current nemesis, to thank for that. Wickham, as well as myself, if I am to be completely honest. Whatever the cause, I shall not rest until I have garnered her good opinion, and even that will not be enough. I love her, I want her, I need her, and I will do all in my power to make her mine. So, what, pray tell, do you plan to do to remedy the situation if it is not asking too much? I have invited Bingley to Kent for a visit. Hence your purpose in delaying your return to town. Unless I'm mistaken, Miss Elizabeth's elder sister is also in town. How does inviting Bingley to Kent benefit her? There has been a change of plans. Miss Bennet will also be visiting this part of the country. It is all arranged. She will be Mrs. Collins's guest. But I do not understand. Your purpose in separating the two of them in the first place was because you did not think that Miss Bennet cared as much for your young friend as he cared for her. That and the fact that you believed her family, more specifically Miss Elizabeth's family, was uncouth. What has happened to change your mind? Miss Elizabeth changed my mind. How did she do that? We had a very long talk. I addressed my concerns as regarded her sister's tepid attachment to Bingley, and she assured me that I was mistaken. Elizabeth had also said her sister rarely showed her true feelings to anyone, which in hindsight struck him as particularly ironic. Had he not failed to show his own true feelings to Elizabeth? She seemed utterly unaware of the depths of my love for her. Do you mean to tell me that the great Mr. Darcy of Pemberley openly confessed making a mistake to a woman? The Colonel inquired. I have always been willing to admit my mistakes when indeed I have made one. Bingley is of an age where he is always making new acquaintances. What is more, he is always falling in love with one angel or another. As I have said before, I had concerns that his attachment to Miss Bennet was stronger than hers was to him. My mistake was in thinking she had no feelings for him, that she might have been tempted by his fortune and her mother's boasting aloud to whoever would listen, that Miss Bennet and Bingley were soon to be married. And now you have persuaded yourself that you were wrong about Miss Bennet's affection for your young friend Bingley. I have come to consider that I should not have interfered in the love affairs of others. Had I only come to this realization sooner, Darcy thought, remembering his speech to Elizabeth at the parsonage house. I have no wish of denying that I did everything in my power to separate my friend from your sister, or that I rejoice in my success. Towards him I have been kinder than towards myself. He shuddered in recollection of his poorly chosen words. A part of him supposed he would never forgive himself for being the cause of Miss Bennet's pain, and thereby Elizabeth's. Why then do I suppose Elizabeth's sentiments would be so much different than my own? Having met Miss Elizabeth, I would have to say that if she and her sister are at all alike, Charles Bingley must be a fool to have allowed himself to be so easily persuaded to walk away from her. The Colonel took a sip of his drink. I for one can hardly wait to meet the young woman. So long as you remember the purpose of her coming, I shall have no cause to repine. What is that supposed to mean, pray tell? I know you, cousin. Most of all, I know how much you enjoy a pretty face. Rest assured, Darcy, Miss Bennet is perfectly safe from me. That is assuming she wishes to be. I suppose we will have to wait and see. Chapter 6. Much to Elizabeth's delight, things were falling into place quite nicely. Her dearest sister Jane would be arriving in Hunsford at any moment. Word had come from Rosings by way of Mr. Collins that a young man from London, one of Mr. Darcy's closest friends, had arrived the evening before. Elizabeth knew, without being told, that the young man was Charles Bingley. She was more than a little pleased that, together with Charlotte and most of all Mr. Darcy, she had played a part in the imminent reunion between Jane and her lover. Her lover. Mr. Darcy's words about his friend's constancy echoed through her mind. I shall not presume to know Mr. Bingley's mind, nor Jane's for that matter. After all, a great deal of time has passed since they last saw each other. I shall wait until the two of them are once again in each other's company, and then I shall know how to think and how to act. At that moment, the long-awaited carriage drove up to the parsonage. There stood Mr. Collins waiting to receive his newest guest. Thoughts of her own arrival some weeks ago flashed through her mind. The gentleman's manner, though gracious and warm, had been intended for one thing, to remind her of all that she had given up when she so thoughtlessly spurned his offer of marriage. The bravado, the condescension, the pity, all of it merely reassured her that she had done the right thing, despite the ongoing rift with her mother, whose promise never to speak to her depended mainly upon which direction the wind blew on any given day. The last thing Elizabeth wanted was for her sister to suffer their toady cousin's sole company a moment longer than necessary, and thus she tore herself away from the window she had been staring out of for the past hour and rushed outside the room intent on greeting her sister. Having met Charlotte at the doorway, she gave her friend a knowing smile and a quick hug before the two of them headed out the door and up the gravelled path to the gate in time for Jane's descent from the carriage. A very happy reunion ensued, for weeks had passed since Elizabeth and Jane were last together in London, and even more time had passed since Charlotte and Jane had last seen each other. Not to be excluded from the gaiety of the occasion, Mr. Collins too behaved in a manner befitting the renewal of an old and dear acquaintance. A little while later, Elizabeth was glad finally to have her sister Jane all to herself. Alone. She was able to discern the bright smile which graced Jane's face for the past half hour had been solely for the Collinses' benefit. Jane's spirits seemed as low as they had been when they parted in London some weeks ago. What comfort Elizabeth took in the prospect of reuniting her sister and Mr. Bingley in a matter of hours, for Mr. Darcy promised he would bring his friend around soon after Bingley's arrival in Kent. Elizabeth soon decided that she and Jane had better go for a walk. Not that she expected to meet Mr. Darcy and his friend Mr. Bingley by accident, but she surely would welcome the occasion should it transpire. She had not seen Mr. Darcy since the meeting when the two concocted their scheme to reunite Jane and Bingley. She supposed he had purposely stayed away, perhaps in order not to arouse his aunt's suspicions on the actual reason for his delay in leaving Kent. Another part of her feared it was merely his way of avoiding her. Jane was not nearly so excited as Elizabeth. If Elizabeth could read her sister's mind, then she would realise this. Jane really did not want to dampen her sister's enthusiasm, and thus she maintained her pretty smile. Elizabeth had been so excited in asking Jane to join her in Hunsford. Perhaps excited was not the word. Perhaps Elizabeth's attitude could best be described as determined, persistent. Jane could hardly object. She certainly had nothing better to do. Going out among society, hoping for a glimpse of Charles Bingley in the crowd, and chastising herself for even wishing for such a possibility, was no fun at all. At least in Kent she was safe from setting herself up for disappointed hopes. Jane said, "I am quite over him. Lizzie, I believe if I should ever see him again we would meet as nothing other than indifferent acquaintances." "Jane, I wish you would not say such things." "Why in heaven's not?" Elizabeth shrugged. She would hate to think she had persuaded Mr. Darcy to invite his friend Charles Bingley to Kent, only for him to be subjected to Jane's indifference. She replied, "One simply never knows how one might react under any given circumstance. I know that I spent far too much time sitting in our Aunt Mrs. Gardiner's parlour, rushing to the window at the sound of every passing carriage on the street below, experiencing the height of anticipation every time the doorbell rang, and suffering the depths of disappointment and despair upon learning once again that it was not Mr. Bingley. If I'm to be completely honest, I must concede that his sister's visit dealt the final blow to my waning hopes. Thank heavens for your letter inviting me to spend time with you and Charlotte. It came at a time when I was almost desperate for diversion, and even the prospect of spending time under Mr. Collins's roof would not dampen my ensuing enthusiasm. Chapter 7. Colonel Fitzwilliam set out early that morning on the path to the parsonage house. He might have waited for his cousin and Rosings' newest guest, Charles Bingley, but he had his own purposes in mind. Never had he been so happily diverted when in Kent, and he had the lovely Miss Elizabeth Bennet to thank for that. He likened her to a welcome breath of fresh air in an otherwise stifling situation. It was not that he did not enjoy his Aunt Lady Catherine and his cousin Anne's company, but more often than not time spent with them meant witnessing the not-so-subtle ministrations on his relations' parts to persuade Darcy to do what the family expected of him, to offer his hand in marriage to Anne. Time in Miss Elizabeth's company was a welcome diversion indeed, although Darcy would not say, "I certainly hope Miss Bennet is very much like her younger sister. If so, I am certain to enjoy double the pleasure and double the fun." Colonel Fitzwilliam stepped up his pace in eager anticipation of being the first person from Rosings to welcome the Collinses' house guest. Some thought that her being there was solely for the purpose of reuniting her with young Charles Bingley did cross his mind, but not so much that he would deny himself a chance for felicity for the remainder of his time in Kent. Surely if she is half as much in love with Bingley as my cousin Darcy has been led to believe, then my presence should not hinder the long-anticipated reunion one bit. If, on the other hand, Darcy was right all along in suspecting that the lady's attachment is not so strong, then I might as well bask in her lovely smiles as anyone else. Elizabeth, who had been waiting by the window watching for Mr. Darcy to arrive with the love of her sister's life, Mr. Bingley in tow, hardly knew what to think or how to feel upon seeing the Colonel enter the gate alone. "Where is Mr. Darcy? Where is Mr. Bingley?" She had scarcely time to ponder the answer to her own question before the Colonel's approach was announced by the doorbell, and shortly afterward he entered the room. Elizabeth could rightly say she was more disappointed on behalf of her sister than for herself. She always liked Colonel Fitzwilliam. At about 30 years of age he was not so handsome as his younger cousin, but in person and address he was most truly the gentleman. Of course, his propensity for gossiping had caused her a fair amount of grief of late, but she was given to consider that he truly meant to honour his cousin, not expose him to her or anyone else for ridicule or censure. How could she not forgive him, especially when she had forgiven Mr. Darcy? Charlotte, being the lady of the house, was the first to greet the new guest, even though it was plain for everyone in the room to see that the Colonel only had eyes for Jane. When at last Jane and the Colonel were introduced, he entered into conversation with her with the readiness and ease of a well-bred man, and talked very pleasantly, a little too pleasantly so far as Elizabeth was concerned. Seeing her sister Jane so intimately involved in what was fast becoming a private tete-a-tete with the Colonel, Elizabeth went to her sister's side. Placing her hand in the fold of her sister's arm, she said, "Pardon me, but I require your assistance." She looked at the Colonel. "I am sure you will not mind if I steal my sister away for a few moments to garner her aid in a rather delicate matter." The Colonel indicated that he did not, and with that Jane and Elizabeth quit the parlour. When they were alone in another room, Elizabeth looked aggravated and ill at ease. Jane said, "Pardon me, Lizzie, but you do not look very well. You said you needed my help with a delicate matter. How can I be of assistance?" "Jane, what exactly were you about with the Colonel just now in the parlour?" "I am simply enjoying making his acquaintance. I do not know when I have ever met a more charming gentleman." Elizabeth cried, "Have you no concern for Mr. Bingley?" Her countenance clouded. Jane replied, "Look around, Lizzie. Do you see Mr. Bingley about? There is no reason I should not enjoy the company of another man, especially one who is so amiable as Colonel Fitzwilliam. I suppose you do have a right, but it is incumbent upon me to warn you against forming any sort of serious attachment to him. The Colonel is the second son of an earl, specifically the Earl of Matlock. So what are you saying, Lizzie? Are you suggesting that I am beneath the notice of the son of an earl? Of course that is not what I'm saying. I believe any man in England would be lucky to have you. It is just that in the Colonel's case he has told me that he needs a wife with her own fortune, in order for him to maintain the manner of living to which he has grown accustomed. Indeed, a fortune of £50,000 at the very least was cited." Jane shrugged. "Then, it is a very good thing that I am not in want of a husband, is it not? Pray do not let our mother hear you speak that way, else you will be as low in her esteem as I am." The nagging image of her mother orating her favourite refrain for the past several months, since Elizabeth refused Mr. Collins's hand in marriage, flashed through Elizabeth's mind. Stubborn, headstrong girl! I declare I shall never speak to you again, and do not think for one moment that I intend to find another unsuspecting gentleman who will be inclined to take you off my hands. Elizabeth shuddered in recollection. She surely did not desire such a fate for her dearest sister. "Then it is a good thing that my mother is nowhere around. Now, if you will excuse me, I believe I shall return to the parlour and resume my conversation with the Colonel. He is very pleasant. Do you not agree?" Jane headed towards the door and then paused and turned to face her sister. "I am beginning to wonder why you are so concerned. I do not recall my spirits ever being so high as they are at this moment. I think this visit is just what I've needed after so long a period of feeling sorry for myself. Can you not be happy that I am happy?" Elizabeth nodded. "Indeed I can. I simply wanted you to be aware of what you are about." She searched her sister's face for any sign of distress, but Jane's expression was unreadable, her thoughts her own. If she was troubled by what Elizabeth had said, she gave no indication. Instead, she smiled, softly, serenely, as though wholly at ease. "Oh, do not worry in that regard. I know exactly what I'm about." She smoothed the fabric of her gown, as if bolstering her resolve. "It is a rare thing," she continued, "to find oneself able to enjoy the company of a man who neither presumes nor expects, who simply delights in conversation for conversation's sake. Why should I not enjoy it in return?" Chapter 8. The Colonel was engaged in discussion with Mr. and Mrs. Collins when Jane and Elizabeth returned to the parlour. The sisters each went to different parts of the room, which suited Jane's purposes perfectly well, for it gave her time to gather herself as well as to reflect on her sister's odd behaviour in the other room. Her mind turned over Elizabeth's words, her scrutiny. Why would Lizzie, of all people, question my desire to get acquainted with the Colonel? How many times did she write to me in her letters about the gentleman being here with his cousin Mr. Darcy? How many times did she express how amiable he is, and what a delightful person he is? I am quite at a loss to understand why she would object to my seeing and admiring those same traits in the gentleman. She watched her sister from across the room, but Elizabeth had already engaged Charlotte in conversation, her manner light and unconcerned. No, jealousy was not at the heart of it. She knew Elizabeth too well for that. What on earth is my sister about? She did not have long to ponder it, for at that moment, movement in the room caught her attention. Colonel Fitzwilliam, having left his conversation with Mr. Collins, was making his way toward her. Jane straightened almost instinctively, smoothing the folds of her gown as he approached. He did not move with haste, nor did he appear deliberate in seeking her out, and yet he came directly to her. "I trust you enjoyed the trip from town, Miss Bennet," he asked, the warmth in his voice inviting. "Very much," she replied. "It was quite pleasant." "A well-chosen word," Fitzwilliam remarked, amusement flickering in his eyes. "Pleasant. Neither an overwhelming endorsement nor a complaint. A careful response." Jane tilted her head slightly, considering him. "And how would you describe your own stay, Colonel?" "I suppose that depends upon whether you would like the careful response or the honest one," he said lightly. "Honesty is always preferable." "Then I shall say this. Hunsford has its charms, though they are seldom found within the walls of the parsonage," he replied, leaning just a little closer, his lowered voice a mixture of teasing and something more. Was he flirting with her? Jane said, "A careful answer of your own." Fitzwilliam studied her, noting the intelligence behind her gentle manner. She was not a woman to speak merely to be heard, nor did she wield conversation for idle amusement. "You do not speak much, Miss Bennet," Fitzwilliam observed, his tone thoughtful rather than teasing. "Many women of my acquaintance seek to fill every moment with conversation." "Perhaps they fear silence," she replied, "or perhaps they mistake it for indifference." "And what do you mistake it for?" he asked. Jane did not answer right away. When she did, her words were careful. "For consideration." Something in his chest tightened. She was perceptive, this woman, far more than she let on. And she was right. He had spent years among people who filled the air with words, never pausing long enough to measure them. How easy it was to forget that silence too could speak volumes. Before he could say more, voices rose near the doorway. Jane turned just as two new additions to their party were shown into the room, Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley. Fitzwilliam discerned it at once, the shift in her expression, the way her shoulders tensed ever so slightly before she schooled her features into pleasant neutrality. It was a subtle change, but one he did not miss, and something in his own chest tightened once more. Her battered heart banged against her chest, and the tiny flicker of hope that even she could not deny threatened to burst into flames, until she remembered herself. "Why, just 5 minutes ago I told my sister that I would meet Mr. Bingley as an indifferent acquaintance. While he may very well boast of having a capricious nature, I most certainly shall not ascribe such a fickle attribute to myself." The gentleman seemed just as affected by her being there as she was affected by his being there. She would have had to be blind not to have noticed the way Mr. Bingley looked at her. It was as if she were the only person in the room. Indeed, the way he stared reminded her of exactly the way he looked at her when they were last together at the Netherfield ball. The same ball all her family, her friends and her neighbours liked to suppose had been given in her honour. I shall not be dissuaded from my purpose one bit. I am utterly indifferent to him, completely unaffected. In time, Mr. Bingley finally quit the spot he had claimed for himself since walking into the room, and he took the seat directly beside her. "Miss Bennet," he began, "mere words can hardly express my pleasure in seeing you here. It has been a long time." Jane nodded. She smiled, but not too much. Not like before when his nearness made it almost impossible for her not to beam like a smitten schoolgirl. "I can, and I shall resist him. So long as I have the Colonel to divert me, I shall have no problem at all keeping my resolve. A discussion centring on threadbare topics then ensued, as though he had not abandoned her, with little more than a deceitfully crafted letter from his younger sister, Miss Caroline Bingley. Is this his way of making amends? By pretending that everything that has unfolded since his departure from Hertfordshire is without consequence? Perhaps I assume too much. Perchance I only suppose Mr. Bingley was in love with me. In the wake of his leave-taking, did I not harbour the tiniest suspicion he never cared for me at all? Not in that same manner I had taught myself to believe that I cared for him. Even if it is his intention to make amends, what difference does it make now? Some thought of her recent encounter with his sister in town was absolutely unavoidable. Never in her life had she been so cold-heartedly dismissed and made to feel so inconsequential. Jane did not like to think about the essence of the young lady's visit for too long, because it forced her to dwell in a place she did not particularly enjoy, a place infused with regret, recrimination, doubt, and dejection. Suffice it to say, Miss Bingley had made it clear that she and her relations wanted nothing more to do with her, and that all earlier affections, whether real or imagined, were at an end. Why would I want to be acquainted with a man whose relations think so poorly of me? After a lull in the conversation among the various members of the party, Charlotte announced, "It is a perfectly fine day. Indeed, it is too nice of a day for everyone to be inside." Bingley quickly responded, "Oh, yes, I agree." He threw a quick glance about the room. "What say you all that we take a walk? I only arrived last night, and I'm most anxious to view Lady Catherine's gardens. Darcy always says his aunt's gardens are some of the most beautiful in all of England." There was something in Charlotte's voice that gave Jane to consider that her being at the parsonage at the same time that Mr. Bingley was a guest at Rosings might possibly be more than merely coincidental. If that were so, she undoubtedly had her sister to credit for such a circumstance, but now she suspected that Charlotte may have had a part in the scheme as well. Did my dearest sister speak to Charlotte of my heartbreak and pain as a consequence of Mr. Bingley's defection? Did she tell Charlotte those things that I confided in her about my disappointment, my despair, feelings that I would only speak of with Lizzie alone? Jane always knew Elizabeth and Charlotte were intimate friends. She liked Charlotte too, very much indeed. As much as she loved her sister, Jane would be lying to herself if she did not admit to feeling a bit envious of Elizabeth and Charlotte's closeness, she sighed. Of course, I am too good to suffer such sentiments, as Lizzie is wont to say. I am not quite so perfect as she supposes, and yet she refuses to allow for such a possibility. If I had my own intimate friend, someone like Charlotte, then my friend would see me as the person that I am. Not the person she needs me to be. Why would I not want that? Someone who would not judge me regardless of my flaws. Someone like Charlotte to call my very own. Jane glanced at her sister, who, by now, was standing directly beside Mr. Darcy. She looked at Charlotte, who was staring at Elizabeth, and Mr. Darcy standing next to each other. Jane always considered Elizabeth and Charlotte to be as thick as thieves. Even Charlotte's doing the unthinkable of accepting Mr. Collins's proposal of marriage on the heel of Elizabeth's rejection of the pompous man had not been enough to diminish the strength of their mutual affection. Now I must consider that the two of them asked for Mr. Darcy's aid in throwing Mr. Bingley and me into each other's paths. My question is why he would take the trouble of agreeing to such a scheme. I always knew him to be an honourable man, but this is going above and beyond the bounds of loyalty to his friend. That is less. Jane gasped. Did Lizzie share my most heartfelt secrets with Mr. Darcy too? How embarrassing. At that moment her eyes met Elizabeth's, which were brightened with hope, no doubt because of what she had done on Jane's behalf. I suppose my sister only has my best interests at heart. Indeed, I know she does, and thus I shall not be upset with her. However, if Lizzie supposes for 1 second that I can be so easily swayed to forgive the man who's been the means of breaking my heart and exposing me to ridicule by my friends and neighbours, and even his pernicious sister, whom I wish never to see ever again, then she does not know me at all. Chapter 9. As the guests were preparing to quit the parsonage house, Elizabeth hurried to Charlotte's side and tugged on her friend's arm. Speaking in a hushed tone, she said, "Oh, Charlotte, please say you will accompany us on our walk so that our party might be evenly arranged. I'm not opposed to joining you, but surely Mr. Collins would wish to walk with us as well. That would surely defeat the purpose of my being there, will it not? I suppose, but what am I to do about this situation? This situation? What do you mean? The Colonel, of course. He does not seem the least bit inclined to abandon Jane's side. Is that really a bad thing? Jane's spirits have increased 100-fold since her arrival yesterday. That is what Jane said. Well, in so many words. That is not the point. Pray, what is the point? Charlotte, you know very well that I mean for Jane and Mr. Bingley to renew their acquaintance while they are both here. What chance does a man with Mr. Bingley's temperament stand in the face of a man like Colonel Fitzwilliam? She looked puzzled. A man like Colonel Fitzwilliam? You know very well that the Colonel is an unabashed flirt. He is a man of sense and education, who has done things and seen things. Mr. Bingley, albeit very amiable, is nowhere near so worldly. Dearest Eliza, I know you did not ask for my advice, but it is incumbent upon me to offer it just the same. Elizabeth said nothing, which was enough encouragement for Charlotte to continue. I believe you would be far wiser to let Jane navigate her own love life, for lack of a better word, while you concentrate on yours. Why do I have a feeling you're speaking of Mr. Darcy and me? Because the two of you are exactly of whom I speak. It is all well and good for you to wish to do everything in your power to bring about a reunion between Jane and Mr. Bingley. But you must not do so at the expense of your relationship with Mr. Darcy. A man such as Mr. Darcy is not one to be neglected. Both ladies glanced over in Mr. Darcy's direction in unison. As if he sensed their staring, he turned. Despite being married, Charlotte was not blind. What a sight the gentleman was to behold! Tall and handsome. Mr. Darcy indeed has all the best parts of beauty. What in heavens is wrong with my dear friend Eliza? He only had eyes for Elizabeth, and no sooner than their eyes met, Elizabeth turned away. Mr. Darcy knows how important it is to me to see my sister and Mr. Bingley reunited. No doubt, else he would not have gone to the trouble of setting things in motion. But that is not to say that he will sit idly by, and watch you place all your focus on your sister at his expense. Despite what he may have suggested, he does not strike me as a man who is accustomed to playing second fiddle to anyone. Elizabeth scoffed. I take it you do not plan to accompany us then? She asked, her retort accentuated with a shrug. The older woman shook her head. What say you that we let Jane enjoy this time in whatever way she deems best? She's a grown woman. She knows what she's about. My question is, do you? Charlotte had spoken nothing but the truth to her friend. Now alone in her own particular parlour having tea, she reflected on the changes in Jane since they were all together in Hertfordshire. Dear, sweet Jane. So shy and demure, especially when in Mr. Bingley's presence. The Jane whom she had witnessed that morning was spirited, charming, and engaging. I dared not confess it to my friend Eliza, but she does have a point about the Colonel. While I believe Colonel Fitzwilliam is everything a gentleman ought to be, Mr. Bingley had better act above and beyond accordance with his true nature if he expects Jane to forget the thoughtless manner in which he abandoned her last November. 5 people walking side by side along the lane. As awkward as it was, Elizabeth much preferred it that way. Mr. Bingley, it is such a pleasure to be in company with you after such a long absence, said Elizabeth, in an attempt to draw him out. Never had she known him to be so shy in company. His openness and easy manner were but 2 of the things all her friends and acquaintances in Hertfordshire liked most about him. Indeed, it is a pleasure, Miss Elizabeth. It is almost as though it were only yesterday when we were last together at the ball. I must confess that I miss all my friends and Hertfordshire neighbours a great deal, he replied, stealing a longing glance at Jane. No doubt. It is rather uncommon for a man to let such a magnificent home, and all but abandon it, said Elizabeth, not entirely unaware that she sounded like her mother, who was wont to pontificate on Mr. Bingley's sudden leave-taking from Hertfordshire. Before the gentleman could fashion a response, Jane said, Of course, you will recall Mr. Bingley proudly boasting that whatever he does is done in a hurry, and should he resolve to quit Netherfield, he should probably be off in 5 minutes. Who among us should be surprised to learn he meant every word he said? Indeed, I do recall his expressing such a sentiment. I also recall being the one to repeat them to you. I rather suspected, as did you at the time, if I remember correctly, that he was merely speaking in jest. What on earth is Jane about? Does she genuinely mean to chastise Mr. Bingley? Dare I tell her the reason for Mr. Bingley's defection? Looking directly at Jane, Bingley said, I confess I should never have left Hertfordshire when I did. I fear it is one of my greatest regrets. Jane said nothing in response to what Elizabeth surmised was an apology. The Colonel then said, "Come now, everyone. This is not the time for speaking of such weighty matters. We are all here now, are we not? Let us not spend a moment longer thinking and speaking of the past." "That is easy for you to say," Elizabeth silently considered. She nearly glared at the odd-numbered member of their party. "Why are you even here?" As it was not her intention to be rude to someone who meant something to her, she held her tongue. Still, her busy mind would not be so easily silenced. Surely the Colonel knows that Mr. Bingley and my sister are intended for each other. He knows what lengths Mr. Darcy went to in keeping them apart, and now he is doing his best to carry his cousin's purportedly relinquished torch. With that thought in mind, Elizabeth gave a sidelong look at Mr. Darcy, the one member of their party who had theretofore stayed silent. Has this been his plan right from the start? Did he go along with the scheme to reunite his friend and my sister solely to bring them both here, and have the Colonel prove his point that Jane's attachment to Mr. Bingley is wanting, and not nearly so strong as is Bingley's attachment to her? Some thought as to what such a revelation would mean for the two of them was absolutely unavoidable. I do not know that I shall ever forgive him, if that is indeed his intention. Darcy could feel the heat of Elizabeth's stare. He immediately admonished himself for having paid so little attention to the debate among his walking companions. How can I, when all I can think about is her playful manner, her light and pleasing figure, the way her hair smells of fresh flowers? Indeed, whatever was being said by whoever was saying it meant nothing to him. How I wish it were only the two of us. By now she was looking directly at him, expectantly. "Pardon, Miss Elizabeth?" Saying nothing to relieve his curiosity, she then looked away. What a stroke of luck that the path just up ahead allowed for only 3. Darcy placed his fingers on the small of Elizabeth's back, prompting her to direct her eyes to his. It was a stolen liberty, but one for which he suffered no regret. He did, however, remove his hand and offer his arm. She immediately, almost instinctively, accepted it. Encouraging a slower pace, he and Elizabeth fell into place behind Jane, Bingley, and Colonel Fitzwilliam, the former gentleman on Jane's left and the latter on her right. Before very long, at Darcy's contrivance, he and Elizabeth lagged some distance behind the others. He drew Elizabeth a bit closer to his side. "Now that we are alone, may I tell you how much I have missed you, Miss Elizabeth?" "Of course you may. I have missed you. A great deal. I should like to believe you missed me as well." "Pray tell me precisely what you wish for me to say, and it will be said, sir. I should hate to suspend any pleasure of yours," Elizabeth said, thinking back to their dance at the Netherfield ball, when he had spoken similar words to her. "I have a sense that you are upset with me, although I am at a loss to understand why that might be. When last we were together, I promised to do everything in my power to reunite your sister and my friend. Have I not upheld my end of the bargain? And I suppose you think I ought to be grateful that you, a man with the means of directing the affairs of others, with hardly a care on your part, did what you said you would do. Some gratitude on your part would be a nice start." "I am grateful, sir. Truly I am." "Yet you seem upset." "Upset with me? What have I done to garner your displeasure?" "It is not that I am upset with you so much as I am upset by this unfolding situation." "Situation?" "Yes, Jane and Bingley are together, but they have hardly reunited. What chance does your friend have to express his feelings for my sister if your cousin is afoot?" She looked at him pointedly. "Forgive me if I am wrong, but I cannot help but think this is precisely what you had in mind all along when you invited Bingley to Kent, instead of simply telling him that Jane was in Cheapside." Darcy could not argue that he had ulterior motives besides his friend's felicity in inviting him to Kent. He could not imagine courting Elizabeth in a manner that he wished should she have returned to Hertfordshire, or worse still, had she stayed in Cheapside. He certainly did not intend to elaborate on his reasons to that effect, especially after his disastrous marriage proposal, when he had cited her family as being uncouth and desperately wanting. Responding to Elizabeth's piercing accusation, he said, "The Colonel is his own man. I do not tell him to whom he can or cannot speak, and where he should or should not go. He arranges his affairs to suit his own convenience. That is not what he told me." "What, pray tell, did my cousin say in that regard?" Mr. Darcy asked, his voice infused with a hint of exasperation he did not intend. "He said he is here in Kent at your disposal." Mr. Darcy shrugged. "Be that as it may, The material point is that my friend and your sister have the second chance you so eagerly sought. You and I have done our part in bringing it about. The rest is entirely up to the two of them." Her disappointment in being admonished she did not repress. Seeing this, Darcy ceased walking, prompting Elizabeth to do likewise. Heedless of their surroundings, he moved in front of Elizabeth. Taking both her hands in his, he said, "Did we not agree that, regardless of how things unfold between my friend and your sister, this would be our time to get to know each other?" She nodded. Smiling a little, Darcy raised her hands to his lips and brushed a soft kiss across her knuckles. "Excellent, because I fully intend to court you during this time, the right way, in a manner in which you deserve to be courted, indeed the way I should have done from the start." He gazed deeply into her bewitching dark eyes. "Pray you will let me. Let the two of us grow better acquainted with each other, unimpeded by the affairs of others. Do I ask too much?" Suddenly demure, she swallowed. She was silent. Darcy wanted nothing more than to kiss Elizabeth at that moment, so that she would know and appreciate the depth of his sincerity. How keenly he felt the irony of his dilemma, for had he not made such a mess of his first proposal, he would be making love to her at that very moment. Soon. Elizabeth means everything to me, and before too long she, along with the rest of the world, will know it. I shall take your silence as acquiescence. I promise you that you shall have no cause for regret. Chapter 10. A week after her arrival in Hunsford, Jane received a letter from her sister Mary, with news of all the goings-on in Hertfordshire since the last time she wrote. For the sake of economy, Mary spared herself the time and expense of a separate missive to Elizabeth, assured in the knowledge that whatever she said to her eldest sister must undoubtedly be shared with her next eldest sister, and rightly so. Once alone with Elizabeth in Charlotte's parlour, Jane sat next to her sister and began reading Mary's letter aloud, hastening through the opening felicitations and all such formalities. Elizabeth's interest was particularly piqued with the mentioning of a certain lieutenant's name. Leaning in closer, she read aloud Mary's words for herself. "Our sister Lydia is overjoyed, for Lieutenant Wickham is no longer in danger of marrying Mary King. She's gone down to her uncle at Liverpool, never to return purportedly. Though I can hardly be concerned for the gentleman's safety, I mention this mainly at Lydia's behest, for she is quite determined that all of her sisters should rejoice over the occasion, particularly Lizzie." Not at all pleased that her past opinion of George Wickham had been so favourable that her younger sister would single her out in such a manner vexed Elizabeth more than a little. Jane must have noticed her perturbed state. "Lizzie," Jane questioned, "are you all right?" Yes, of course." "I cannot help noticing you do not seem as relieved by Mary's news as Lydia supposed you would be." "Trust me, Jane, I am relieved, more than you know." Relieved Mary King is safe from a connection imprudent as to fortune, she thought, but did not say. The remembrance that she had even defended Wickham's blatantly mercenary pursuit of that young lady, after she inherited a fortune of £10,000, would not be repressed. "Pray, my dear aunt," Elizabeth had argued when speaking with Mrs. Gardiner at Christmas, "what is the difference in matrimonial affairs between the mercenary and the prudent motive? Where does discretion end and avarice begin?" She shuddered a little deep down inside. Was there nothing I would not do or say at the time to justify my belief in Mr. Wickham's supposed goodness? I have always fancied myself an excellent studier of people's character, and yet I wilfully allowed myself to be deceived by a man of Wickham's vile nature. "My hope is there is no strong attachment on either side," said Jane. Not wishing to spend another second feigning sympathy for Wickham, Elizabeth asked, "Let us return our attention to our sister's letter." Jane continued reading aloud. In consequence of being the only plain one in the Bennet family, Mary worked hard for knowledge and accomplishments, and never was her impatience to display her purposely honed prowess more evident than in her propensity to craft long letters. Half listening, half wool-gathering, as Jane commenced reading the third page, Elizabeth's attention was drawn once again on hearing a topic having to do with their younger sister. "Pardon, Jane? What did Mary say about Lydia?" Looking up from the missive, Jane said, "She said the militia will encamp near Brighton, and Colonel Forster's wife has invited Lydia to join them. She regrets to add that Lydia has cajoled our mother and father into agreeing to the scheme." Jane paused a moment in reflection. I can easily fathom the reason Kitty would object, for apparently she's not invited, but I'm not certain why Mary would be concerned one way or the other. Imagine how peaceful Longbourn will be in Lydia's absence." Jane saying that, as uncharacteristic of her inherent nature as it was, matched Elizabeth's sentiments exactly, for surely there would be no peace in Longbourn if Lydia were denied such a pleasing prospect. Although she was not yet 16, and possessed an unguarded mixture of untamed, unabashed, wild, and noisy fearlessness about her, she was brought out into society all the same. I know Mary has a tendency to be overly zealous where matters of a young lady's strict adherence to proper decorum and etiquette are concerned, but in this particular case I have to agree that her misgivings are well-founded. In what respect? Oh, Jane, you know Lydia's temperament. Elizabeth went on to espouse all the improprieties of Lydia's general behaviour, the little advantage she could derive from the friendship of such a woman as Mrs. Forster, and the probability of her being yet more imprudent with such a companion at Brighton, where the temptations must be greater than at home. True, Mrs. Forster may not be the ideal companion for Lydia, but we must not discount the tremendous advantages derived from her husband's stewardship. He is the head of the regiment, after all, which must certainly mean a great deal. Let us not forget that Mr. Wickham will be in Brighton as well. He's been a trusted friend of our family. No doubt he can be relied upon to help keep Lydia away from any real harm. Mr. Wickham's presence is what worries me most. How can you say such a thing, Lizzie? Has Mr. Wickham not always been your favourite? Who among our circle of acquaintances has been a stauncher defender of the gentleman's character? Jane, Elizabeth cried, I am afraid I have been such a fool where Wickham is concerned. How so? I totally misjudged him, and worse than that, I did so at Mr. Darcy's expense. I am so ashamed of my behaviour where the two of them are concerned, for I am now convinced that one of them possesses nothing but goodness and the other nothing but indecency. Mr. Wickham is the latter, no doubt. But what happened to cause you to reconsider your firmly held contentions? Does it have to do with Mr. Darcy's being here in Kent and having delayed his return to town time and again? Does it have to do with all the time you two spend in each other's company? Elizabeth took her sister by the hand and cradled it in hers. Jane, I fear I have been terribly remiss when it comes to sharing my deepest secrets about Mr. Darcy. Lizzie, Jane began, has something happened between the two of you? Half smiling, she asked, Are the two of you engaged? No, Lizzie quickly responded. No, we're not. Not really. What does that mean? We're not engaged. However, he did offer his hand to me in marriage. You rejected the hand of a man like Mr. Darcy? How could you do such a thing? Wait, did your rejecting Mr. Darcy have anything to do with Mr. Wickham? Elizabeth nodded. There was that as well as a litany of other reasons which I deemed important at the time, but I do not wish to speak of any of that at the moment. I feel I do need to share with you what Mr. Darcy told me about Wickham, and why I fear he is the worst person in the world whom either of us should rely on to protect our sister. I am listening. Before I confide in you what Mr. Darcy told me, I must have your promise the secret goes no further than the two of us. That is to say that Charlotte knows. At least she knows part of it. However, I know I can rely on her discretion. And you may rely on mine as well. Elizabeth smiled knowingly. Of course she could rely upon her sister to keep such a delicate matter to herself, but such reassurance must be sought. No doubt you will recall to what lengths Wickham went through to poison the minds of whoever would listen to him against Mr. Darcy, particularly after the latter left Hertfordshire. Jane nodded, encouraging Elizabeth to continue. Everything he said was a lie. Well, almost everything. The part about him being the late Mr. Darcy's godson was true, but most everything beyond that was pure fabrication. But what could have been his purpose, especially once Mr. Darcy had gone away? He likely did so to garner sympathy. It is no secret that Mr. Darcy had left an unflattering impression of himself among all our acquaintances. Here Elizabeth silently reprimanded herself for her own part in sketching such an unfavourable view of Mr. Darcy's character. Having acknowledged her mistake to herself, she continued her speech. Wickham liked to boast that Mr. Darcy hated him, that he was jealous of him. I now realise that Wickham was jealous of Mr. Darcy. He hated him, and as a consequence of his deep-seated resentments, he fancied himself the aggrieved victim, and he fabricated his own version of their history to mollify himself. I am astounded, Jane cried. How could he have deceived so many into believing in his goodness, his amiability, his respectability. I fear there is nothing amiable nor respectable about him, for he has proven himself to be more than a consummate liar. He is also a duplicitous opportunist. What else did he do? He attempted on more than one occasion to dupe Mr. Darcy into giving him large sums of money after Mr. Darcy had already compensated him most generously, instead of granting the living in Kimpton, which Wickham declined, stating that he had no wish to take orders. When all subsequent attempts to get more money failed, Wickham tried to elope with young Miss Darcy in order to control her dowry of £30,000. When Mr. Darcy arrived in Ramsgate in time to thwart the elopement by making it clear to Wickham that he would never receive a single shilling of Miss Darcy's dowry, he absconded, leaving the young lady devastated and broken-hearted. Poor Miss Darcy! No young lady should have to endure such callous treatment, such heartbreak. Indeed. So, you understand my change in sentiments toward Wickham? I do. However, as heartbreaking as Miss Darcy's treatment at Wickham's hand was, surely we can have no such fear in that regard where Lydia is concerned. Her brow arched, Elizabeth said, "How so?" "It is simple. In the cases of both Mary King and Miss Darcy, Mr. Wickham proved himself to be entirely mercenary. With Lydia's fortune being practically non-existent, she must certainly be completely safe in that regard." Elizabeth exhaled a little. "I suppose that is a small consolation, one to which I will certainly cling." "As will I. Saying that, before we return to Mary's letter, what say you tell me more about how you are not exactly engaged to Mr. Darcy?" "Oh, Jane, I hardly know where to begin. I would say start at the beginning. But I already know all there is to know leading up to your arrival in Hunsford. I also recall your frequent mentioning of spending time with the gentleman and the colonel and your propensity for long walks in the park with the former. Never did I detect any symptom of love on his part based on what you wrote in your letter." "That is just it, Jane. Never did I detect any symptom of love from Mr. Darcy either, until he stood in this very room and told me that he loved me. Most ardently. His precise words were, 'You must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire and love you.'" Her expression puzzled, Jane asked, "With such a heartfelt declaration of love as that, how could you deny the gentleman?" "In all honesty, dear Jane, I only told you the best part of his proposal. I neglected to add the words that preceded as well as those which succeeded that particular avowal, as well as the manner in which they were declared, and she had no intention of doing so in fear of risking opening past wounds. Encouraging her spirits to rise to playfulness instead, she said, "In such a case as this, I beg you to accept some of my philosophy. Think only of the past as its remembrance gives you pleasure. I shall respect your right to keep certain details to yourself. However, I remind you once again that you said you and Mr. Darcy are not exactly engaged. Either you are engaged or you are not. Which is it? Of course, we are not. Not yet. But you are hoping for a second proposal?" "Let me simply say this, dearest Jane," Elizabeth replied. "Mr. Darcy and I are taking things one day at a time." Chapter 11. "What is this I hear about your plans for a country outing for tomorrow, nephew?" Lady Catherine asked as she sauntered into the room. "I certainly hope you did not think you could keep this sort of affair a secret from me." "No, indeed, Lady Catherine. It is not as though I have anything to hide," Darcy replied. Disguise of any sort was his abhorrence. But, in this case, he did indeed have something to hide. His courtship of Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Were it solely up to him, he would shout it out to the world that he had finally met the woman whom he hoped to make his wife. Alas, it was not up to him, for they had spoken on the matter and decided it was best not to tell anyone for the time being, supposing that Lady Catherine, in particular, would make Mrs. Collins's life utterly unbearable. A tall, large woman with strongly marked features which might once have been handsome, Lady Catherine said, "Well, see that you keep it that way." Taking her seat, an opulent purple-coloured settee which was reserved solely for her use, she said, "By the by, my Anne would certainly benefit from such an outing as you have planned with your friend Bingley and the Collinses' house guests. I certainly hope you intend to invite your cousin. A little fresh air during this time of year is precisely what she needs." To be honest, I had not planned to invite Anne. I did not suppose she would be inclined to venture so far from Rosings. Do not be ridiculous. Of course, she will be inclined to go, especially if it means spending more time with her intended. Is that not the purpose of your delaying your return to town? To spend more time with your future bride. If only you knew, Darcy silently considered. Not for the first time he felt compelled to correct his aunt's misapprehension of his future marital plans. If you are referring to Anne as my future bride, might I remind you once again that she and I are not engaged, nor will we ever be engaged. Your repeated assertions otherwise do not make it so. Hush, nephew. Your denials are wasted on me. I know you far better than you think, better than you know yourself. You may have Darcy defiance and independence running through your veins, but you are a true Fitzwilliam in your heart and soul. We Fitzwilliams are a proud people whose noble lineage can be traced back for generations upon generations. You will do what is expected of you when the time is right. I suppose we shall see, said Darcy, standing to quit the room. I suppose we shall, declared Lady Catherine. Further discussion on the matter was pointless, for she always enjoyed getting the last word. It was but one of the things that vexed him the most about his aunt. Let her think and say what she will. She is bound to do so anyway. Thus resolved, Darcy gave his aristocratic, headstrong aunt a polite bow and promptly quit the room. Early the next day, a fleet of curricle carriages arrived at the parsonage house. 4 in all, enough for the 8 members of their party. 1 for Mr. and Mrs. Collins, 1 for Bingley, and Miss Bennet should things work out as planned, another for the Colonel and Anne, and finally 1 for Darcy and his lady love. Soon enough a problem arose when it became clear that the Colonel had every intention of driving Jane in his carriage. Seeing this, Elizabeth interceded by inviting herself to accompany the Colonel, leaving him both confused as well as a little amused. "What are you doing?" Darcy asked, delaying Elizabeth by a moment or two. "Surely you must know it is my wish to have you ride with me." "Pray you will forgive me, but I fear that the Colonel might ask Jane to ride with him, thus hindering Mr. Bingley. I think Jane had much better ride with the latter, do you not agree?" "And what about me?" "Why, you shall ride with your cousin Anne." She threw a quick glance in Anne's direction before continuing her speech. "Besides, it is expected, is it not?" "It is not what I expected. I shall speak with my cousin, and ask him to ride with Anne in my stead. Trust me, he will understand. Then Bingley and Jane will be together as you so desperately wish, and you and I will be together as I so desperately wish, even if you do not. I fear you misunderstand me, Mr. Darcy. It is not that I do not wish to spend time with you, because I do. I really do. Pray, let us not draw too much attention to ourselves by making a fuss over who rides with whom. We shall all arrive at the same destination soon enough, at which point I shall make amends to you." "I shall hold you to that, Miss Elizabeth," Darcy said, sweeping his eyes over her from head to toe, "and I promise I shall not be so easily dissuaded." Elizabeth's heart skipped a beat in the wake of his piercing gaze. Mr. Darcy was not a man to be trifled with, she considered, even as she began to walk away from him in the direction of the Colonel's carriage. "I promise I shall not be so easily dissuaded." The implication of his words, so promising yet so demanding, aroused her. A part of her whispered, "I wonder what exactly he has in mind." Another part of her whispered, "Do I really want to find out?" "I think I do," she considered, thereby answering her own silent question. "But first things first, and the first thing I need to do is make sure my sister is safe from the Colonel. Mr. Darcy knows how vital Jane's future happiness is to me." Looking back over her shoulder, even as she continued to walk away, Elizabeth saw Mr. Darcy still standing there in the same attitude. Surely he understands. Chapter 12. "Had I only known you were in London all that time, I should have loved to call on you. Pray, why did you not call on my sisters?" Mr. Bingley asked, as he and Jane rode along in their curricle. "You know how particularly fond they have always been of you." "Your sister's kindness to me has been unlike that of anyone I have ever known," Jane replied. In her mind, thoughts of her own sister's contrivance to force a reconciliation with Mr. Bingley threatened to consume her. Jane had much rather be sitting next to Colonel Fitzwilliam. At least time spent with him was not riddled with reminders of her disappointed hopes. At least with him, she did not suffer the need to hide her true feelings. Indeed, it is the reason I was so delighted when Caroline offered to write to you on my behalf. Oh yes, Miss Bingley's infamous telltale letter. I take it you have no knowledge of what your sister conveyed in her letter, sir? Only that she was to inform you of my decision to remain in town longer than I had intended. Was there more? Indeed, your sister had a great deal more to say. I suppose I should not be surprised. As fond as she has always been of you, no doubt the two of you had any number of secret affairs to discuss. Fear not, Miss Bennet, for I shall not pry." Jane sighed. Obviously, he is blind to his sister's duplicitous machinations. I shall not be the one to disillusion him. I know I would not look kindly toward anyone who dared disparage one of my sisters. Must I fault him if he feels the same? Elizabeth could hardly wait for some time alone with her sister, once everyone in their party arrived at their destination. She had a bevy of questions about Jane's time alone with Mr. Bingley and free from Colonel Fitzwilliam's presence. Unfortunately, none of her sister's replies gave Elizabeth any reason to hope. Jane must have read the disappointment in her sister's face. "I told you that I was over him," Jane said. "You simply choose not to believe me, as though you feel I do not know my own mind." "I know you, Jane. You do not give your heart easily, and I know you gave your heart to Mr. Bingley. And you and I both know how that turned out. Jane, I believe he simply made a mistake." She was so tempted to tell Jane everything that she knew that had informed Mr. Bingley's actions. But how could she expound on Caroline's part in the scheme without implicating Mr. Darcy? She could not. Elizabeth said, "Will you at least try to put the past behind you? Put the pain of Bingley's defection behind you? He is here now, doing his best to make amends." Jane made no response to her sister's plea. Instead, she walked away, directly to where Colonel Fitzwilliam stood, leaving Elizabeth to consider that it was going to be a long day. When Charlotte could, she approached her friend and offered her own manner of advice in regard to affairs of the heart. "Dearest Eliza," she began, "I noticed that you were quick to chastise Jane about her situation with Mr. Bingley, but I cannot help sensing a reluctance on your part as regards your own state of affairs with Mr. Darcy." "Oh, Charlotte, it is not so simple as you think. Although Mr. Darcy has not repeated his proposal of marriage, I suspect that with the slightest encouragement on my part he might." "That sounds like it would be a good thing, would it not? I worry that should I rush into accepting Mr. Darcy's proposal, then I would be doing so for the wrong reasons." "What is there to worry about?" She shrugged. "What do I really know about him? He remains rather a mystery to me. I only learned of his feelings for me a little over a week ago. You know my philosophy when it comes to love and matrimony. As I like to say, there is plenty of time for the two of you to get to know each other after the marriage. Might I remind you the simplest path is always the clearest? It is only when we introduce our own complications that the road seems muddled. Mr. Darcy loves you, and you cannot deny suffering some measure of affection toward him. So far as his feelings are concerned, everything is clear as day. But I fear your cool attitude towards him might cause him to suspect you really do not care for him after all. I can recall warning you of the exact same thing in Hertfordshire about Jane and Mr. Bingley, and just look at them, both struggling to recapture that which seems all but lost. Pray, do not allow a similar fate for you and Mr. Darcy." Indeed, Elizabeth recalled Charlotte's telling words in detail. If a woman conceals her affection with the same skill from the object of it, she may lose the opportunity of fixing him, and it will then be but poor consolation to believe the world equally in the dark. There is so much of gratitude or vanity in almost every attachment that it is not safe to leave any to itself. We can all begin freely. A slight preference is natural enough, but there are very few of us who have heart enough to be really in love without encouragement. In 9 cases out of 10, a woman had better show more affection than she feels. Bingley likes your sister undoubtedly, but he may never do more than like her if she does not help him on. Charlotte was right then. I suppose I had better heed her words more carefully now. I must confess that I am more than a little intrigued by Mr. Darcy, and I can easily imagine falling madly in love with him. But do I dare allow myself to do such a thing? Elizabeth had more questions than answers. Her heart and mind were not always in lockstep with one another. Which of the two shall I follow? Yet another question in want of an answer. With Jane, Bingley and the Colonel having set off for a long walk around the lake, and Mr. Collins off in a wide-open meadow studying the flora, only Anne, Charlotte, Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy remained behind. As though Charlotte and Mr. Darcy were conspiring with each other, the former took the empty space by Anne and commenced instructing her on the fine art of needlepoint. Darcy seized the chance to speak with Elizabeth in a hushed voice before standing to stretch his long legs. Upon making his excuses, he set off in a direction opposite of the others. A quarter of an hour later, Elizabeth too made some excuse about desiring a solitary ramble, and then she also was gone. Having been fascinated by Mr. Darcy's challenge to meet him alone, Elizabeth hurried her steps according to the instructions he had spelled out. Bear right on the path just beyond the oak tree. She halted. There are several oak trees and almost as many paths. How pleased she was upon espying a strand of white ribbon dangling from a low-hanging branch of a mighty oak just ahead. She walked over to where the tree stood firmly rooted by time, untied the ribbon and put it in her pocket just in case she needed it later. Having taken the path on the right per Mr. Darcy's instructions, Elizabeth went ahead at a steady pace until she reached a wooden fence, with no gate, in her way. Does he mean for me to climb over? No doubt he did, for on the opposite side of the fence lay a loose assortment of freshly picked flowers. Having enjoyed jumping over stiles and springing over puddles more times than she could count, she certainly was no stranger to fence climbing. She hastened over to the other side and immediately gathered the flowers, many of her favourites, purposely strewn about the ground. She retrieved the ribbon from her pocket and tied the stems together. Elizabeth lifted her bouquet to her nose and breathed in deeply. Divine. She recalled him saying to expect a fork up ahead and that she must choose a path, only he did not specify which one. She set off to the designated spot, hoping he would have left some clue. He did indeed, in a manner of speaking. On the path to her left, Elizabeth espied a ball. On the path to her right, she espied a book. Decisions. Decisions. Why must he force me to decide? She searched her memory for any interaction from their past that might lend a clue. What is the significance of a ball, Elizabeth wondered. A ball! She then remembered the Netherfield ball and how Mr. Darcy had singled her out from among her neighbours and friends for a set. Of course, if I recall correctly, a rather heated debate ensued. When you met us there the other day, we had just been forming a new acquaintance, she had said, knowing full well how he would receive the information. The effect had been immediate. A deeper shade of hauteur overspread his features, but he said not a word, and Elizabeth, though blaming herself for her own weakness, could not go on. At length, Darcy spoke, and in a constrained manner said, Mr. Wickham is blessed with such happy manners as may ensure his making friends. Whether he may be equally capable of retaining them is less certain. He has been so unlucky as to lose your friendship, Elizabeth had replied with emphasis, and in a manner which he is likely to suffer from all his life. Elizabeth sighed, a consequence of her frustration with her behaviour at that time. Will my memories of Mr. Darcy always be punctuated by my past acquaintance with Mr. Wickham? Eschewing that particular path as a possibility for the moment, she walked over and picked up the book. Another memory of their time together at Netherfield came to mind. Various members of the party were adding their share in a conversation about accomplished young women. Your list of the common extent of accomplishments has too much truth, Mr. Darcy had remarked to Mr. Bingley. The word is applied to many a woman who deserves it no otherwise than by netting a purse or covering a screen. But I am very far from agreeing with you in your estimation of ladies in general. I cannot boast of knowing more than half a dozen, in the whole range of my acquaintance, who are really accomplished. Nor I am sure, had replied Miss Bingley. Then, you must comprehend a great deal in your idea of an accomplished woman, Elizabeth had responded, her voice challenging, as had often been her manner when speaking with him at the time. Yes, I do comprehend a great deal in it. Oh, certainly, then cried his faithful assistant. No one can be really esteemed accomplished who does not greatly surpass what is usually met with. A woman must have a thorough knowledge of music, singing, drawing, dancing, and the modern languages to deserve the word, and besides all this, she must possess a certain something in her air and manner of walking, the tone of her voice, her address, and expressions, or the word will be but half deserved. All this she must possess, Mr. Darcy had added, and to all this she must yet add something more substantial, in the improvement of her mind by extensive reading. All this he had said while directing his gaze at her. A closer perusal of the book's cover revealed its title. It was a copy of the book she was reading one evening at Netherfield. He remembered. Her book in one hand and her fresh flowers in the other, Elizabeth resumed her journey, secure in the knowledge that whatever awaited her, she would have no cause to repine, for if nothing else she would have the pleasure of a good book to divert her. Fate was on Elizabeth's side, for not very long afterwards she saw him. "You're a quick study, Miss Elizabeth," he said, arising from the blanket spread out on the grass. She showed him the book. "No doubt you know me very well, Mr. Darcy." "I would like to think so, and all that I do not know about you I am eager to learn." Allowing a second or two to pass during which he gazed at her, he said, "Come, Miss Elizabeth, sit with me." Accepting his invitation, Elizabeth admired everything she saw. A light repast consisting of fresh fruit, strawberries, sliced apples, berries, an assortment of bread, cheese, and wine. "This is lovely, sir. I thank you for going through the trouble of preparing a small feast for the two of us, but we might easily have dined with the others." "I want you all to myself," he said, having taken his place close beside her. After pouring a glass of wine, he raised it to her lips. "Have a sip." She meant to seize hold of the glass when her fingers brushed against his, sending waves of pleasurable sensations all through her body. She trembled inside. "It is utterly divine," savouring the lingering taste on her lips, her fingers still touching his. "I thought you would enjoy it." He then drank from the same glass. Her glass. The glass she was still holding on to. How intoxicated she felt in so doing, for it was as though she was nourishing him, coaxing him to accept her offering. Never had she enjoyed such intimacy with a man. Soon his hands covered hers completely. They took turns imbibing from the same glass while peering into each other's eyes. When at length they commenced partaking of the food Mr. Darcy had instructed by his aunt's cook to prepare, the give and take of feeding each other grew ever increasingly satiating. Elizabeth might have been embarrassed by what was happening between them, were it not for the fact that she was enjoying the most gratifying meal of her lifetime. When they were done, Darcy picked up a linen napkin and dabbed the corner of Elizabeth's mouth ever so gently, slowly, and reverently. "You really do care for me. I more than care for you. I love you. Why do you doubt me? It is just that you hardly had a kind word to say to me when we were in Hertfordshire. Months later, when you and I met again, purely by chance, here in Kent, you profess your love for me. Elizabeth, I dare not repeat those ill-considered words spoken at the parsonage. Saying that, you know why I behaved as I did. Perchance, if I loved you less, I might have comported myself differently. Who is to say? All I know is I have loved you in the past. I love you now, and I will love you all the days." Taking her hand in his, Darcy brushed his lips on the back of her hand. "The weeks." He kissed her again, this time with the brush of his lips on her chin. "The months." Placing his hand underneath her chin, he gently persuaded her to look into his eyes. Leaning ever so closer, he brushed his lips on her opposite cheek. Easing slightly away to behold her dark, bewitching eyes once more, he allowed his gaze to fall to her lips, her moist, slightly parted lips. She closed her eyes. So did he, leaning closer once more. How he wanted to kiss her, and even wished it might lead to something more. Much more. Something akin to the pleasures they enjoyed night after night in the privacy of his dreams for so long as he could remember. Soon he considered. "And all the years to come," he whispered, and then sealed his promise with a lingering brush of his lips against the corner of her mouth. He had no wish to stop, but stop he must. Standing, he reached out his hand to her. "Come, let us return to the rest of the party." Chapter 13. Some days later, no doubt in want of diversion, Lady Catherine invited the Hunsford party to Rosings for tea. This was Jane's second visit to the grand establishment, the first having proceeded much along the same lines as Elizabeth's first visit to Rosings. A similar litany of questions about Jane's accomplishments, her social acumen, her mother's tutelage in lieu of a governess, and the same feigned outrage and unmasked disgust followed as though Jane's story might somehow be different from Elizabeth's. Elizabeth was much relieved that neither she nor her sister were meant to be the objects of Lady Catherine's fascination on that particular day. Indeed, that honour was reserved for her nephews. "I cannot tell you what it means to be the recipient of your company, nephew," said Lady Catherine after the tea things were set. Turning to her other nephew, she said, "I enjoy having your company as well, Fitzwilliam. As pleased as I am to hear you say so, I believe Darcy deserves all the credit. In such cases as this, I too am the happy recipient of his benevolence." Yes, Darcy always arranges his business however he pleases. No doubt it is the reason for his having invited Mr. Bingley down. Not that I object, mind you, young man." Lady Catherine opined, almost as an afterthought. "It is a pleasure being here, your ladyship. I thank you again for having me." "No doubt." "Now what was I saying? Oh yes, my nephew likely invited you here chiefly for the sake of having two people at his disposal. It is a shame he has not seen fit to marry my Anne, and in so doing secure a lasting convenience of that kind." Suddenly the idea of having tea at Rosings did not appeal to Elizabeth at all. Being so close to Mr. Darcy, remembering the touch of his lips on her skin, yearning for a repetition, wondering where it would lead, all while hearing his relation boast of his attachment to another. "It is too much," her ladyship said. "From their infancy, they have been intended for each other. It was the favourite wish of his mother as well as my own. While in their cradles we planned the union. Who among us has not heard me say so time and again?" "Who indeed?" Elizabeth silently screamed. "If forced to hear it again, I shall not be responsible for my actions." Thus resolved, Elizabeth turned a deaf ear to Lady Catherine's well-honed soliloquy. Before she even knew what she was about, she had drifted to the other part of her ladyship's opulent parlour. Not too long after that, when he could safely do so without drawing unwanted attention to himself, Darcy casually strode over to where Elizabeth stood, admiring Lady Catherine's collection of marbled eggs in a far corner of the room. She could not say she was disappointed by this turn of events. On the contrary, for a private moment with the gentleman was precisely what she had been wishing for. Though she was loath to admit it, even to herself since their outing, her head was full of Mr. Darcy. When she was certain no one in the room was paying any attention to the two of them, she said, "Forgive me if what I am about to say sounds rather untoward, but I feel I would be entirely remiss if I did not tell you how uncomfortable I am with your aunt's tireless and oh so unrelenting professions of your peculiar engagement to Mr. Berg." "Pardon?" Darcy asked, his voice as well as his demeanour laced with a hint of confusion, as though taken aback by Elizabeth's frankness. "Unless something has changed that I am unaware of, Lady Catherine's assertions of your peculiar engagement to her daughter are completely ridiculous and quite frankly somewhat embarrassing." She folded one arm over the other and looked at him directly in his eyes. "Has anything changed that I ought to be aware of, sir?" He folded his arms in kind. "I think you know the answer to your question, Miss Elizabeth. Then would it trouble you too much to disabuse your aunt of her unwarranted expectation once and for all? Are you suggesting that I tell Lady Catherine that I have no intention of marrying her daughter, because I have already pledged my heart as well as offered my hand in marriage to another? To you?" As though suddenly aware of how close the two of them were now standing to each other, Elizabeth eased away a little. "I do not know that all the particulars have to be discussed, but do you not think it is only fair to your aunt to hear of your intentions, or rather lack thereof, and if not to her, then certainly to your cousin? So, if I am hearing you correctly, you want me to tell them only part of the truth with no explanation whatsoever. You make it sound as though I am the reason you do not intend to marry Mr. Berg. Who is to say that you are not? Truth be told, I never really gave the matter any serious thought beyond the fact that it was the favourite wish of my mother and her sister, just as Lady Catherine said. Certainly meeting and falling in love with you put the idea of such an arranged matrimonial alliance in its proper context." Elizabeth looked around the room to make sure their increasingly heated intercourse had not attracted the notice of the other occupants in the room. "Sir, I do not think this is the proper time or place to speak of such things. I believe you are the one who broached the subject, did you not?" "What is it that the two of you are speaking of, Darcy?" Lady Catherine cried from across the room. Though he detested disguise of any sort, Darcy made some excuse of discussing the prognosis of the weather for the rest of the week, which was sufficient to satisfy his aunt's curiosity. Returning to the matter at hand, Darcy said, "You may or may not believe me, but in truth she already knows. I have told her, and on more than one occasion, I might add. But mere moments ago she spoke with such assuredness. That is my aunt's way. She only chooses to hear and believe that which suits her own purposes. Indeed, I am given to believe there is but one way to convince her, and that is seeing another woman wearing my ring." Daringly he leaned a little closer. "You could help me with that, you know," Elizabeth scoffed. "You're very mischievous this afternoon. On the contrary, I am merely a man in love. Darcy, what is it that you and Miss Elizabeth are discussing? And none of your foolishness about talk of the weather, for I suspect whatever you two are saying to each other is far more consequential. Tell me at once, for I insist on having my share in the conversation as well. I dare say I know precisely the nature of Darcy's conversation with Miss Elizabeth. However, as it is not my place to say more, I shall say no more, said Colonel Fitzwilliam, who clearly had imbibed more than tea throughout the course of the day. Her ladyship tore her eyes away from Darcy and glared at the Colonel. What in heaven's name is that supposed to mean, Fitzwilliam? If there is something that you know that I ought to know, then I demand you tell me what it is this instant. Fitzwilliam, Darcy shouted, hold your tongue. Lady Catherine bolted from her seat. What is the meaning of this subterfuge, nephews? What is it that you two are hiding from me? The Colonel shrugged. Heavens, Darcy, I do declare that it is plain to see what is happening between you and your lady love. Whatever are you waiting for to share your happy news? I, for one, am on the edge of my seat in eager anticipation of wishing you joy. Lady Catherine looked at her older nephew, her countenance tarnished by utter mortification. She turned to look at her younger nephew, and then at the young woman standing beside him, much too close beside him. She marched to where the young couple stood. What on earth have you done? Have you somehow persuaded my nephew to make you an offer of marriage? Darcy glared at his cousin as a result of the havoc unfolding before them. The Colonel waved his hand at his cousin rather dismissively, considering the circumstances. No bother, he said. You may thank me later. Enough, Fitzwilliam, or I shall be forced to demand you leave the room. She moved closer to Elizabeth. Young lady, said her ladyship in an angry tone, as you're more than aware of my sentiments as regards my nephew's engagement to my Anne, as well as its peculiar nature, I am certain that Fitzwilliam is mistaken. I know it is impossible that Darcy would ever align himself with someone who is so far beneath him in consequence as to be deemed laughable. Nevertheless, I must hear confirmation from you of that which I already know, so that this matter may be settled for once and for all. Mind you, young woman, you ought to know that I am not to be trifled with. Is what Fitzwilliam is alleging true regarding you and Darcy? Your ladyship declared it to be impossible, did you not? By all that is right and just in the world, it is indeed impossible. My nephew is one of the wealthiest gentlemen in all of Derbyshire, born of noble blood. He would never dream of forfeiting his rightful place among the most prominent families in society by aligning himself with the likes of you. That is enough, Lady Catherine, Darcy declared. Elizabeth gave Mr. Darcy a look which was meant to inform him that she was more than able to withstand Lady Catherine's tirade. I will be the one to say what is enough. This young woman ought to know that such an alliance as Fitzwilliam has espoused would expose both of you to censure of the worst kind. Both of you would be snubbed and despised by everyone who is anyone. Doors that now open to my nephew would be slammed in his face, accompanied by disdain. Charlotte, not wishing to see her friend being so unjustly attacked, said, Those might very well be grave misfortunes indeed. But surely as the wife of Mrs. Darcy, my friend would have no cause to repine. Hearing her friend come to her defence, Elizabeth threw Charlotte a look which signified that such aid was neither desired nor helpful. The last thing she wanted was to be a party in her friend's fall from her ladyship's good graces. Charlotte paid her friend no mind. Surely you will agree, Eliza, Charlotte added. Lady Catherine looked at her vicar's wife as though the younger woman had taken complete leave of her senses to be speaking to her in such an impudent manner. Mind your tongue, Mrs. Collins, Lady Catherine demanded, else I shall suspect your hand in all of this. Mr. Collins, who, by now, was sweating profusely, beckoned his wife to his side. Playing the part of the good wife, Charlotte took her place beside her husband, albeit in a manner which bore none of the contrition that some people in their party might have expected. Pray you will forgive my wife's ill-timed speech, your ladyship, and accept my humble assurances that she is in no way involved in the travesty that is unfolding before our very eyes. He threw Mr. Darcy an apologetic look, and in the very next breath he said, Begging your pardon, Mr. Darcy. No one in the room could honestly claim to be surprised by the parson's conflicting loyalties, for he would have to be a fool to be ignorant of the importance of such a man with whom he might one day claim a familial connection. Though hardly impressed by her own vicar's duplicity, Lady Catherine was not to be deterred. Tell me at once, young lady, are you engaged to my nephew? Though Elizabeth would not, for the mere purpose of obliging Lady Catherine, have answered this question, she believed she had no choice. She looked at Darcy, and after a moment's deliberation she replied, No, your ladyship, I am not. Miss Elizabeth? "Silence, nephew. Let the young woman speak freely." She drew even closer to Elizabeth. "And do you promise, here and now, before all the people gathered in this room, that should my nephew make such an offer, you will remember your place and refuse him?" "No, your ladyship," Elizabeth said softly. "Speak up so that everyone here shall bear witness to what you have to say." She did. "I said no, your ladyship. I cannot, and I shall not make such a promise." A mixture of bewilderment, excitement, and hopefulness overspread Darcy's countenance. "Miss Elizabeth, does that mean what I think it means?" She nodded. "If you will still have me, sir, then yes. Yes, it does." Darcy's joy in hearing this could not be contained, and he expressed himself on the occasion as sensibly and as warmly as a man violently in love can be supposed to do. Soon the other people in the room, who were inclined to express their joy as freely as such circumstances warranted, joined in on the happy occasion. However, they were still at Rosings, and Lady Catherine, being the final arbiter of what did or did not dictate happiness, put an end to all the gaiety. It was not long before a measure of reserve overtook the room. "Well," she said, "I suppose you are quite satisfied with yourself, Fitzwilliam?" "Indeed, I believe I am. Darcy has finally found his true equal in Miss Elizabeth, whether you think so or not, and I for one could not be happier for the years of marital felicity that are certain to come their way." "How dare you? Have you no consideration for your cousin Anne?" "Actually, mother, you may count me among those who wish my cousin joy. I could not be happier for him," replied Mr. Berg, a rather frail young woman of a sickly constitution. "Bravo, Anne!" the colonel exclaimed, standing and clapping. Her ladyship glared at her nephew once again. "You have been warned, nephew," Anne said. "Finally we shall have an end to this ridiculous charade that my cousin and I are meant for each other. Anne, are you out of your mind? After all that I have done to secure this alliance, to guarantee your place in society as the next mistress of Pemberley, is this the gratitude I am to receive? My own daughter giving up so easily as this, and with an offer of felicitations as well." Lady Catherine threw an agitated glance about the room, as though silently counting those who were against her and those who were with her. No doubt determining that she was all but alone, except for possibly her vicar, she cried, "This is not to be borne. I demand all of you out of my home and out of my sight this instant, everyone save those who are my own flesh and blood." Bingley, who had remained uncharacteristically quiet, bore a look of utter confusion. Darcy held up his hand. "No one is going anywhere." Mr. Collins stood. "Begging your pardon, Mr. Darcy, I believe I am of a mind to yield to the desires of my noble patroness, Lady Catherine. I do not mind speaking for my wife as well as my fair cousins, for they are all under my protection." Darcy looked at Elizabeth and read in her face the desire to leave as well. "Very well. Charles, you are welcome to remain here as my guest at Rosings. I shall escort the Hunsford party to the parsonage. The two of us will talk when I return." Accustomed to following Darcy's lead, his friend readily acceded to Darcy's dictate, and shortly after that Darcy, Elizabeth, Jane and the Collinses took their leave. Chapter 14. Later that same evening, when it was just the two of them in the parlour, Darcy, sensing that Elizabeth had grown more and more pensive throughout the evening, took her hand in his and asked, "Are you quite all right? I know that events of the day took a most unexpected turn, one neither of us could have anticipated, and yet here we are, engaged to be married. I cannot deny being exceedingly happy, but if there is a chance that you are not, I hope you will tell me." The irony of espousing those sentiments in that very room was not lost on either of them, for it was there that Elizabeth had uttered those heart-wrenching words to him. "I had not known you a month before. I felt that you were the last man in the world whom I could ever be prevailed on to marry." Elizabeth pulled her hand away and walked to the window. She peered outside into the darkness, the memory of that fateful evening when he had proposed to her in that very room, her unrelenting companion. He followed her and then coaxed her to turn and face him. She smiled a little, though not enough to waylay her concerns. "I am happy, truly I am. It is just that I misjudged you terribly, thinking you were cruel and heartless with a selfish disdain for the feelings of others, when the truth is that you are the best man I know. I shall be truly honoured to be your wife, but I cannot help but think you deserve someone who is worthier of your ardent love and devotion, a woman who loves you just as much as you love her. And you feel you're not that woman? I have never been in love before. I am not even sure I know what love is. What I mean to say is I always thought I knew. I was absolutely convinced that Jane loved Mr. Bingley and that he loved her. I was convinced that the two of them would see each other again and declare their abiding love for each other, and he would whisk her away and marry her. But seeing the two of them together of late, I no longer know what to think. I really wish you would not compare what we have to what your sister and Bingley may or may not have. I love you with all my heart. But how can you be sure? Perhaps it would help if I shared with you my thoughts on being in love. I should like that. With that, he took her hand in his. Giving it a gentle squeeze, he began. Love is patient. It is unwavering. Love is selfless. Love never fails. For me especially, it is awakening every day, knowing if I do not see anyone else but you, if I do not speak with anyone else but you, I must consider myself the luckiest man in the world. It is being by your side and knowing there is no place I would rather be. It is my wanting to give you all that I have and my striving every day to be the one and only man you deserve. Darcy brushed his thumb across Elizabeth's chin, arresting a single teardrop in its track. And that is how I know that I love you with all my heart and soul. Now that you know my feelings, I ask you to examine the inner workings of your own heart closely, and then tell me how you feel about me, how you feel about us, and most importantly, how you feel about our future life as man and wife. I do not know that I can. Will you try? Elizabeth nodded. At length she said, As a start, I would have to say that I have awakened each morning since the day you handed me the letter, explaining things with but one thought uppermost on my mind. Will I see you? Since our outing, I can think of little else than the possibility of our spending time in each other's company, apart from anyone else. All alone, just the two of us. At times, a nagging feeling overcomes me whenever I recall the manner in which I misjudged your character, almost from the first moment of our acquaintance and the part I may have played in poisoning others against you all in a vain attempt to mask my own wounded pride. And as much as I like to remember the past only as it brings me pleasure, the shame I suffer in having behaved so badly is something I feel I ought never to forget. Then again, there are those memories that I secretly relish, the verbal sparring that marked so many of our earliest interactions, the excitement of it all in knowing that here was a man who was truly my equal and, dare I say, often my superior in wit and intellect, a man of consequence, of sense and education, who does not dismiss my opinions merely based on my sex, a man whom, had I not judged so harshly from the start, I might have admired and respected, a man whom I do indeed honour and respect. As I said, the best man I know. Mr. Darcy raised Elizabeth's hand to his lips and bestowed a light kiss on her palm. Having said as much, can you honestly say you do not love me, Elizabeth? Because between you and me I think you do, more than you know. You do? I do. He placed his hand on her chin. And here is something else you ought to know about your future husband. Leaning closer, he moistened his lips, prompting her to do the same as he gazed into her eyes, her amazingly dark, questioning eyes. I am prepared to be a very patient man. With such an avowal as that, Mr. Darcy brushed his lips against hers and sealed his promise with a kiss. Their first kiss, which was perfect in every way. Everything a first kiss ought to be. Chapter 15. An escalation of the chaos in the aftermath of Darcy's engagement to Elizabeth did not cascade throughout the countryside as he had expected. Darcy knew he should not have been so pleased when he learned the reason behind the calm, for it had to do with his aunt's health. Lady Catherine had taken to her bed. Darcy never recalled his aunt being sick the entire time he had known her. What was more, she refused to see him. She even refused to see Colonel Fitzwilliam and her daughter Anne. No one knew the depth of her ladyship's suffering was the only prognosis her physician would offer. No one. Not even him. What was her family to do? Darcy knew what he wanted to do, and it had nothing to do with hovering outside his aunt's door waiting for a sign of her improved health. He wanted to spend as much time with Elizabeth as propriety would allow, and that is precisely what he did. Finally, he courted Elizabeth the way she was meant to be courted all along. Each day brought them closer and closer to a better understanding of each other and how their future as man and wife would be. So much as he wanted to travel to Hertfordshire to seek Elizabeth's father's permission to marry her, together with his intended, the decision was made to wait a while longer, albeit for different reasons. For one, Elizabeth enjoyed being courted by Mr. Darcy outside her mother's influence. Then too there was her concern for her sister Jane, and the progress of her courtship with Mr. Bingley, or rather lack thereof. While Jane's determination to feign indifference to the young man remained steadfast, Elizabeth was not prepared to give up on the hope that things would resolve themselves for the better. The estranged couple only needed more time. What better place than Kent, away from both their families, for a rekindling of their love affair? As for Darcy's reason, he supposed there was a real chance that his aunt's health issues were more than a product of her anger toward him, but rather a consequence of her disappointed hopes. At her age, a broken heart was not something to be easily dismissed. A part of him really did care for her. More than that, he loved her. He wanted to be there should his aunt's condition seriously deteriorate. In the meantime, Darcy spent his days with Elizabeth, and what could be better than that? Chapter 16. The notion of being ill did not sit well with Lady Catherine de Bourgh at all. Indeed, it was her abhorrence, even though both her most beloved sister and her only child suffered sickly constitutions. However, there were times when surrendering to malaise was absolutely necessary. Hearing that her favourite nephew was on the heels of committing one of the most heinous sins imaginable for someone of their ilk, that being aligning himself through marriage to a person of lesser birth, was as sure a cause to be ill as anything else in the world. Still, her ladyship did not mean to waste her time while confined to her sick bed doing nothing. She intended to put an end to her nephew's madness, and nothing else on earth was more important than that. A part of her wanted nothing more than to banish Miss Elizabeth Bennet from her midst altogether. Another part of her knew that it was far better to keep her enemies close while she devised their ultimate demise. Not that she intended to inflict any real harm to the little country upstart who made the mistake of crossing her, indeed crossing the entire Fitzwilliam family. Surely such a wretched young creature could be worked on without reverting to extreme measures. I want nothing but time alone with her to carry my point. I shall make her see the error of her ways. Surely she is too wise to expect to find happiness with my nephew, after she has been the means of causing a rift in the only family he has ever known. Mr. Collins's wife's taunting words echoed in Lady Catherine's busy mind. As the wife of Mr. Darcy, my friend will have no cause to repine. Who on earth does she think she is to speak to me in such a way? Mr. Collins had better handle his wife before I have cause to deal with her myself. No doubt the continuing presence of that impertinent Miss Elizabeth Bennet has affected Mrs. Collins's reason, and made her forget who I am and what is owed to me by her husband as well as herself. All of a sudden, Lady Catherine's maid entered the room unannounced, as though she supposed her mistress was asleep. Seeing that she had been mistaken, she apologised profusely. Backing away toward the door, she asked, "May I have tea prepared on your behalf, your ladyship?" "You certainly may not," Lady Catherine replied. "If I wanted tea, I should have rung for tea. Now leave me at once." The other lady said, "Again, I beg your pardon for the intrusion, and if I am allowed, I would like to say what a pleasure it is to see you are recovering so well." Her ladyship reared her head. "Who said anything about my so-called recovery?" "Well, it is just that you look as though you are at the height of good health." "Are you now a physician?" The maid shook her head. "No, your ladyship, I am not." "Then I suggest you keep your opinions on my health to yourself. Have I made myself clear?" "Yes, your ladyship. I meant no harm." "Your intention can have nothing at all to do with me. Now leave me at once, else I shall be forced to do that which neither of us would wish." The servant was gone directly, alone once again to ponder what to do about her nephew's foolishness. Her ladyship's encounter with her lady's maid prompted her to devise the perfect scheme. At last she had a reason to emerge from her sick bed. "I have squandered enough time, and now that I know precisely how to act, I shall not waste another minute to carry my point." Feeling rather indisposed for employment, what with her sister Jane and her friend Charlotte spending more and more time in each other's company of late, calling on the local parishioners' homes, and with Mr. Darcy, Mr. Bingley and the Colonel enjoying a morning of horseback riding, Elizabeth resolved to indulge herself in one of her favourite pastimes, a long solitary ramble. So much had happened since her arrival in Kent some weeks ago. all but declared a spinster in the making by her own mother's account. She was now engaged to be married to the best man she had ever known. Elizabeth could not rightfully say she was the happiest woman in all of England, but she was pretty sure she was well on her way. Time spent alone with Mr. Darcy after the rest of the household had retired for the evening was blissful. She could hardly wait for a repetition of all that had transpired between the two of them the night before. The lingering touch of his hand on hers, his hands on her chin, his warm breath against her earlobe, the brush of his lips on her temple, her eyelids, each of her cheeks, her lips. She placed her hands on her lips in remembrance of the sweet taste of his. What a pleasure it is falling in love with Mr. Darcy. Walking along on what was by now her favourite lane, for it had been there that she had enjoyed so many chance meetings with him in the past, she was perfectly contented to recall his every look and his every word with newfound pleasure. Now it all made sense to her. Questions she at one time considered impertinent, if not intrusive, resonated with purpose. He asked about my opinion on the Collinses' marriage to ascertain my thoughts on what I believe my own marriage should entail. He argued the benefit of good roads to allay any fears he thought I might have about living so far away from Hertfordshire, so far away as Pemberley in Derbyshire. Pemberley! All she knew about the place that she would one day call home was what she had heard from others, most notably Miss Caroline Bingley. By Miss Bingley's account, Elizabeth surmised her future home was magnificent, one of the finest estates in all of Derbyshire. Closing her eyes, she could only imagine its splendours. The picture in her mind complete, she opened her eyes and smiled. To think, I shall soon be mistress of it all. The sound of a fast approaching carriage drew Elizabeth's attention, prompting her to move over to the side of the lane while awaiting its passage. Only the carriage did not continue on its journey. It halted. What was more, it was one of Lady Catherine's. The driver descended and opened the door. Nestled among an abundance of opulence sat Lady Catherine herself, and looking none the worse for wear after her purported illness. Elizabeth might have been inclined to be happy that the elderly woman had emerged from her sick bed. The past days in Kent had been wonderful. Why do I fear things are going to change, and not in a good way? I demand the honour of your presence, Miss Elizabeth Bennet, her ladyship decreed. Something about her tone did not sit well with Elizabeth, but as this was now the woman whom she must one day call her aunt, she consented with no protest, and allowed the driver to assist her as she joined her ladyship. Shortly after that, the well-appointed carriage was on its way to where, Elizabeth had no clue. She hoped they were headed to Rosings. Without ceremony, Lady Catherine said, "I suspect no one was more stunned than you were by the unfolding of events in my home after I so generously invited you there for tea." "I beg your pardon, your ladyship." "Miss Bennet," replied her ladyship in an angry tone, "you ought to know that I am not to be trifled with. Do you deny that my nephew's ill-conceived proposal of marriage took you completely by surprise? I wager had my nephew Fitzwilliam held his loose tongue and attended his own affairs, my nephew Darcy would never have been forced into entering such a foolish arrangement. Mr. Darcy is his own master. He follows his own counsel. He has decided that I am the woman with whom he wishes to spend his life. Why are you so determined not to accept it? Why? I will tell you why. Because honour, decorum, prudence, nay, interest, forbid it." "Interest?" "Yes, Miss Bennet, interest. Do not expect to be noticed by his family or friends if you wilfully act against the inclinations of us all. You will be censured, slighted, and despised by everyone connected with him. Your alliance will be a disgrace. Your name will never even be mentioned by any of us." Yes, I have heard you say this all before, and yet I was not deterred. I believe the consensus is that as Mrs. Elizabeth Darcy, I shall have no cause to repine." "Obstinate, headstrong girl, I am ashamed of you. I am almost ashamed of myself for welcoming the likes of you into my bosom, for trusting you to be in the same company with my nephews, with my daughter Anne. Is this your gratitude for my attention? Is this your gratitude to my Anne for all the kindness she showed you as well? You, who have little, if anything, to recommend yourself except a quick wit and a pretty smile. Is nothing due to either of us on that score? I believe I have afforded you all due deference, your ladyship. Beyond that, I am free of any other debt to you. You ought to know, young lady, that I requested your audience with the determined resolution of carrying my purpose. Your impertinence will not dissuade me. I have not been used to submit to any person's whims. I have not been in the habit of brooking disappointment. Such a staunch resolve as you espouse will make your ladyship's situation at present more pitiable, but it will have no effect on me. How dare you speak to me in this way? How dare you revert to insults and none too subtle threats in order to bend me to your will? You will find, your ladyship, that such stratagems, both in the present and in the future, are entirely wasted on me. For the sake of family felicity, you had much better learn to accept that which is beyond your power to change. The two ladies went on in this way for a time, one just as headstrong as the other, and matching each other's determined resolve, tit for tat, until her ladyship, no doubt meaning to put an end to the debate, said, "Then you are determined to marry my nephew?" "I am indeed, as soon as I receive my father's blessing, which I have no doubt he shall bestow." "And this is your real opinion? This is your final resolve? Very well. I hope to find you reasonable. Instead, you have only confirmed my low opinion of your true nature," her ladyship declared in an agitated voice while she banged the roof of her carriage with her bejewelled walking stick. Soon the driver drew to an abrupt halt which caused the carriage's occupants to lurch forward. "Get out!" Elizabeth threw a quick glance out the window and saw nothing about that might inform her of her whereabouts. "Do you mean to leave me stranded on the side of the road?" Lady Catherine scoffed. "You have proven yourself to be quite resourceful, young lady. It is not every day that a little country upstart with no money and no connections entraps one of the most eligible gentlemen in all of England. No doubt, being the excellent walker you proclaim yourself to be, you will surely find yourself back at the parsonage house by nightfall." Elizabeth's courage always rose with any attempt to intimidate her, and never before had anyone treated her so callously as this. By now, Lady Catherine's driver was standing outside the carriage's open door. Accepting his aid, Elizabeth offered her future relation a rather scathing adieu. "I take no leave of you, for it is my greatest pleasure to rid myself of your presence," she declared, wishing the evil woman was back at Rosings confined to her sick bed. Elizabeth was seething mad to have been so poorly treated by her intended's relation. Is this the manner of civility that I am to expect from his family in general? Abduction, abandonment. What manner of person would do such a thing? Had Elizabeth suspected she would end up spending the better part of her day rambling about the countryside, she might have dressed more judiciously. She hated the idea of being a burden to Charlotte's poor servant, but Elizabeth's only consolation was the warm bath she planned to have prepared on her behalf once she arrived at her destination. Good fortune soon smiled on Elizabeth, for she had walked just under an hour before espying a gentleman on horseback hurrying her way. She knew in an instant his identity, Mr. Darcy. He barely allowed his horse to come to a halt before jumping to his feet and rushing to her side. "Elizabeth, my love, when I learned what my aunt had done, I was beside myself with disgust toward her, and worry about you. Are you all right?" Elizabeth was too relieved to be rescued from her predicament to be enraged over Lady Catherine any more. "Yes, I am now, thanks entirely to you. Pray, how can I make amends? Whatever you wish to be done will be done. I will never allow you to be treated so callously ever again, so long as it is in my power to prevent it. I think I should like to leave this place. Of course, I shall carry you to the parsonage straight away. I will remain by your side so long as it takes until you have regained your composure." "No," Elizabeth cried. "What I mean to say is I want to leave Kent. I wish to leave as soon as it can be arranged. The sooner I am away from your aunt, and the farther I am away from her, the better." A surge of lightning streaked across the darkened sky, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. Elizabeth snuggled closer to Mr. Darcy. "It turns out you are indeed my knight in shining armour, sir. Thank heavens you arrived when you did, else I might have found myself wandering about all alone for who knows how long, only to be discovered confused and soaking wet and forced to surrender to my sick bed owing to a cold or worse." She now found herself in what she likened to one of the most beautiful places in the world, all because she was alone with Mr. Darcy. What seemed like moments earlier, a steady sprinkling of raindrops combined with distant rumbling in the sky, urged Mr. Darcy and Elizabeth to seek shelter at a marvellous stone temple situated atop a small incline and surrounded by an abundance of spring blossoms of red, white, pink, and various shades in between. Certainly she had seen enough of Lady Catherine's gardens to appreciate the beauty of Kent in the spring. However, the natural, unadorned beauty that now surrounded her even amid the storm was really something special. "We cannot have you suffering in such a dreadful manner as that, my love," said Darcy. He kissed Elizabeth lightly atop her head, although it would certainly require a longer stay at the parsonage house than we decided on so little as a quarter-hour ago. After our earlier encounter, in which Lady Catherine failed miserably in her attempt to bend me to her will before discarding me on the side of the road, no doubt she will not have a moment's rest until I am gone far, far away, and even though I would relish the prospect of making her ladyship miserable after what she did, I do not want to subject my friend Charlotte to any more of Lady Catherine's disapprobation than I have already. Pray allow me to apologise once again for my aunt's behaviour. Your generous offer to escort my sister and me to my uncle and aunt's home in Cheapside more than makes up for Lady Catherine's behaviour. Pray tell me your own uncle, Lord Matlock, is nothing at all like his sister." He shrugged a little. "Lady Catherine is in a class all her own." "Your answer hardly puts my mind at ease, sir. What are your uncle and aunt, Lord and Lady Matlock, like?" Their fingers now intertwined, he said. "I would like nothing more than to introduce you to them when we're in town, and then you might decide for yourself." Her spirits rising to playfulness, Elizabeth said, "Introduce me as what, sir? The poor soul whom you rescued from the wrath of Lady Catherine de Bourgh?" He laughed a little, no doubt at the image she had painted of herself. "As the lovely woman with whom I intend to spend the rest of my life." "But," she protested, silenced only by the touch of his finger upon her parted lips, "I know, you wish to wait before announcing our engagement. The sooner we return to Hertfordshire so that I can seek your father's blessing, the better. Why do I have this feeling that you are just as anxious to leave Kent as I am? Pray do not mistake me, my love. I have enjoyed our time together immensely, the days as well as the nights. Assuming this downpour ceases soon, we will soon be away. We may very well have no such nights like the one we enjoyed last night for quite a while." Elizabeth felt a surge of passion merely with his mentioning of the evening before, when the two of them had stolen away from the rest of the Hunsford party for time alone. All that she and he had not done while in each other's arms, she surely enjoyed in the solace of her dreams, dreams so vivid she often found herself imagining they were real. On the other hand, the two of them were very much alone at the Temple amid the pouring rain. What with Mr. Darcy being the generous lover that he was, with the raging storm intensifying all around, Elizabeth found herself wishing the onslaught would never cease. Chapter 17. Working with sharp metal objects was not the most suitable employment on a stormy afternoon. Jane had the tiny wounds to prove it. Every clash of thunder, every flash of lightning caused her to forget what she was about. Frequently darting her eyes toward the parlour window, marvelling at the storm raging outside, her sister's safety was uppermost in her mind. "Where can Lizzie be?" Jane asked Charlotte for the third time in under 10 minutes. Each bolt of lightning elevated her fears. Her voice meant to be reassuring, Charlotte replied, "Eliza has been caught unaware by a fast-approaching storm before. We must take comfort in knowing she will know what to do to protect herself. I'm inclined to believe she will walk through the door soon after the storm has passed." Hardly comforted, Jane said, "She should have returned hours ago, long before the storm began. Eliza and Mr. Darcy have been spending copious amounts of time in each other's company since they became engaged. Perhaps they are together as we speak." "I pray you are correct. That we have not seen him all day must surely be a good thing. Indeed, I shall take comfort in the notion that the two of them are together." Jane sighed. "Mr. Darcy always takes such prodigious care of my sister. Lizzie is lucky indeed to have reached an understanding with such a decent and honourable man. Speaking on my own behalf, I have always liked him." "As have I," Charlotte said. "It was very kind of Mr. Bingley to call today. Do you not agree?" Jane nodded. "Mr. Bingley has always been very agreeable," she replied. "Of course he would never have come if not for the hope of spending time alone with you, outside of the Colonel's presence. Pray you're not picking up my sister's matchmaking mantle, past actions notwithstanding. I must confess to being guilty as charged, but you will believe me when I say that I have thought only of you, and so did your sister. Surely you do not hate me as a consequence." "I could never hate you for doing that which you believe is right." "Excellent, for I must confess to what a pleasure it is to have both you and Eliza stay with me. I shall miss you two terribly when you're gone." Jane said, "A part of me wishes our visit might never end. I do not relish the prospect of facing my mother while remaining hopelessly single. You speak as though you have lost all affection for Mr. Bingley. Surely there is still hope. I would never say I have lost all affection for Mr. Bingley, but— Jane tossed her sewing aside. Oh, Charlotte, when it comes to Mr. Bingley and me, I hardly know what to think, and thus I would rather not think or speak of him at all. At least not regarding a possible future as his wife. Pray you will understand and respect my wishes in that regard. Certainly I will, Jane, Charlotte said, taking her friend's hand in hers and giving it a gentle squeeze. Certainly I will. In the midst of their continued intimate intercourse, neither of the ladies had noticed that the storm had ceased. The expression on their faces spoke volumes when Elizabeth entered the room, followed by Mr. Darcy. Jane rushed to her sister and hugged her. Dearest Lizzie, I was so worried about you. Surrendering their embrace, Jane stepped back a little and poured her eyes over her sister from head to toe. I am quite all right, Elizabeth said. I have Mr. Darcy to thank for that. Did something happen? Charlotte asked, coming to Elizabeth's side. Indeed, Lady Catherine de Bourgh is what happened. She practically abducted me only to abandon me by the side of the road when she failed to bend me to her will. I am so sorry, Charlotte cried. I appreciate that more than you know, and I hope you do not mind what I have decided to do next, my dearest Charlotte. Pray, what have you decided? Given the circumstances, I believe it is time for me to take my leave of Kent. Here she looked at her sister. I believe it is time we go home. Having apprised his friend Bingley and the Colonel of his plans to return to town so soon as everything might be arranged, Darcy chose to avoid dining in his aunt's presence that evening. His temper he dared not vouch for, and thus he needed time to compose himself. However, he would see her, and he arranged to do so in privacy that same night. After 5 to 10 minutes of listening to Lady Catherine going on, justifying her behaviour that day as being solely in the interest of protecting her family, and the inherent advantages of combining the two great estates for the sake of the family's sustaining prosperity, Darcy had heard enough. He had not insisted upon speaking with her, only to be subjected to yet another repetition of her ridiculous claim. He meant to seek an apology for what she had done to Elizabeth. Abruptly standing, he ran his fingers through his hair. After drawing a deep breath, he said, "Is securing Pemberley for your own future heirs all you care about?" Lady Catherine reared her head. "What do I care about Pemberley, when I shall have the privilege of spending the rest of my days right here in Rosings Park? Pemberley is nothing in comparison with its rudimentary landscapes and unadorned streams flowing haphazardly through the woods. Although I will submit that it might very well have been exemplary had you done more to make something of the place as you ought to. No. Instead, you prefer to spend your time traipsing about England, pursuing young ladies whose families have no fortune and no connections, and making your whole family ridiculous in the process. Might I remind you that Miss Elizabeth is a gentleman's daughter. I am a gentleman, which makes the two of us equals and our alliance perfectly natural." Her ladyship scoffed. "A gentleman's daughter, you say? Far better that you had spoken the whole truth and referred to her father as what he truly is, that being a penniless country gentleman, which makes him no better than a man who has acquired his wealth through trade. Is there any wonder he married a tradesman's daughter? What on earth are you thinking, nephew? Only that I am in love with Miss Elizabeth, and I wish to spend the rest of my life with her. Love? What does love have to do with alliances between people of our sphere? Far better you had fallen in love with a woman with her own fortune, even one with connections to trade. Then you would have the satisfaction of knowing the lady brought something to the marriage other than an acerbic wit and a crooked smile. At least our family might have been able to make something of the alliance. It is during times like this that I wish you were more like your cousin Fitzwilliam. Now there is a gentleman of noble blood who knows exactly what he is about." "Pray, what is that supposed to mean?" "You know precisely what it means, nephew. I am not blind to the way Fitzwilliam looks at Miss Jane Bennet. Indeed, he makes no attempt to hide his fascination. However, I am not worried in the least bit. He may enjoy basking in her pretty smiles. He may even trifle with her affections, just as gentlemen are wont to do with gullible young women of her ilk. His behaviour towards Miss Elizabeth Bennet upon making her acquaintance proves my point. However, he would never disgrace the family by marrying such a woman. But not you, not the proud Mr. Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire, who follows his own counsel," she opined scathingly. "Well, allow me to be the first to congratulate you for sinking so low as a man of means might possibly sink. You have said quite enough, Lady Catherine, and from this point on I will not suffer another second of your vitriol toward Miss Elizabeth. I had hoped to find you contrite after what you did this morning. Your conduct was appalling, mainly because my future wife is a good person, who might have meant something to you had you not been so consumed with hatred toward her, and no more of your nonsense about her family's lack of fortune, because you were never going to accept an alliance between me and anyone other than Anne. What do you want from me, nephew? From your cradles, you and Anne were destined to be married. Do you expect me to abandon a favourite wish that I have cherished? For so long as I have, merely because some little country upstart turned your head and made you forget what you were meant to be about. I had hoped by now that you would have realised the error of your ways, that you would be suffering some semblance of remorse, and that you would wish to apologise to Miss Elizabeth for abandoning her on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere. Her ladyship laughed. Never! Why would I apologise when I would gladly do it all over again if given a chance? Surely you do not mean that. You are a mother. You have your own daughter. How would you feel were you to learn that someone treated her so atrociously as you treated Miss Elizabeth? Why, I would never forgive them. I would do everything in my power to seek retribution. Then you understand my position. The only retribution that I am seeking is your apology to my intended, and in the absence of that, I will never forgive you. How dare you speak to me that way? I am your family, your own flesh and blood. I have known you all your life. At length, Lady Catherine went on in this way, until finally Darcy proceeded to quit the room and to quit Rosings, not knowing if he would ever see her late mother's only sister ever again, and quite frankly, not sure if he ever wanted to. Chapter 18. Soon enough all the arrangements had been made, and Jane, Elizabeth, Colonel Fitzwilliam, Bingley and Darcy were well on their way to London. The latter two rode on horseback for the last leg of the journey. When he could, Darcy took the opportunity to converse with his friend. I realise you and I need to talk about the confusion surrounding your visit to Kent. With all that has happened, I have been entirely remiss, and for that I apologise. It is not every day a man becomes engaged, and in such an unconventional matter at that. No apology is needed, said Bingley. I beg to differ. I fear I ought to have been more open about my reason for inviting you here. You know I have often hinted of my desire to visit this part of the country. Yes, but perhaps you might have reconsidered had I told you the true reason. So you did not invite me down as a means of having someone at your disposal, as your Aunt Lady Catherine opined, Bingley said, half jokingly. No, Darcy, I'm no fool. I know you invited me here because of Miss Bennet. I also suspect that Miss Elizabeth was the impetus for your doing so. Then you do not feel ill-used? On the contrary, though it pains me to say this, I fear this visit has been rather enlightening. How so, if I may ask? The more that I think about it, the more I am convinced that your initial impression of Miss Bennet's feelings for me may have been correct all along. Pray, do not let Elizabeth hear you speak that way, Darcy thought, but did not voice aloud. Why do you believe such a thing, Bingley? It is quite simple. Miss Bennet rarely has anything to say to me at all, whereas she is quite engaged where Colonel Fitzwilliam is concerned. Surely you must have noticed it too. Darcy could not help but ponder the irony of his friend's observation, recalling himself to an earlier conversation he had shared with his cousin regarding Miss Bennet, during which the Colonel had espoused, "Rest assured, Darcy, I am not the sort of fool who mistakes admiration for opportunity. But tell me, has it never sat ill with you, this expectation that men of my standing, that of a second son, must weigh a woman's fortune before we consider her character? Have you never wondered if in some other life things might be different?" Darcy's brow had furrowed, but Colonel Fitzwilliam shook his head before he could reply. "It hardly matters," he said, forcing a smile. "A man does not indulge in dreams he cannot afford." Returning to the conversation at hand, Darcy said, "I will not try to pretend I have not noticed how Miss Bennet and my cousin get along, but surely you cannot be surprised. My cousin is known for his ability to fall easily into conversation with whomever and wherever he chooses. I should like to think I can be described in much the same words. Miss Bennet would never have shied away from me in Hertfordshire the way she's wont to do now, and I can only surmise it has to do with your cousin. I think she likes him best. Or perhaps she is merely pretending to like him better to see how you respond? Why would she do such a thing? Surely disguise of such sort is not in her nature. She has always been known for her openness and her honesty. Who is to say how a woman scorned might comport herself? A woman scorned? Bingley asked, his brow arched. Surely you do not believe she thinks of herself in such an unflattering manner? Well, you did leave Hertfordshire after the ball with an implicit promise to return, and then you did not. I am here now, am I not, trying everything in my power to make amends, and yet it is as though she does not even know that I am alive, much less just as in love with her as ever before. Have you told her that? As I have said, she will not allow me the chance. Pray tell me this, Bingley. Have you seized the opportunity to apologise for leaving and never returning? The younger man shrugged. Perhaps not in so many words. Then there you have it. Apologise to Miss Bennet, and do it as soon as you can. You might be amazed at just how far a heartfelt apology would go towards melting a heart that is frozen to you. Do you really suppose it is so simple as that? All I can say is this. It is a start. You may very well find yourself having to apologise more than once, by the way. But if you really love her as you say you do, then, in the end, your efforts will not be in vain. Why do I feel you are no longer speaking of Miss Bennet and me, but rather you and Miss Elizabeth? I do not mind confessing to you that I have found myself in the position of having to apologise to Miss Elizabeth for things I might have done and said differently. And she forgave you? I hope so. I think so. To be honest, the inner workings of the female mind remain a mystery to me, but in my limited experience endeavouring to figure things out, I will say that they like to be right. It sounds like what you are suggesting is that I throw myself at Miss Bennet's mercy and simply hope for the best. I do not think that is what I am saying at all. Then what are you saying? I am simply saying that rather than suppose you can pick up right where you left off with Miss Bennet, you might apologise for the heartbreak she suffered, even though any heartbreak I might have caused was most unconsciously done. Even though, for regardless of what your thinking is on the matter, it is her thinking that matters most. Darcy reflected on his proposal to Elizabeth, and how he had so carefully rehearsed his speech, espousing at length his feelings, his struggles, his sacrifices. Intending to caution his friend to tread lightly in that regard, he said, "By the by, pray whatever you do or say, leave your reasons for behaving as you did completely out of your speech. Trust me, my friend. Thinking and speaking only of her feelings will make all the difference in the world." In the meantime, Elizabeth and Jane were having a conversation of a similar bent inside the carriage, when it was just the two of them, the Colonel having gone ahead of the rest of their party at the changing station in Bromley. "Dearest Jane," Elizabeth said, "we have not talked very much during these past days. I must blame myself for our lapse." "I certainly do not fault you, my dearest sister. You seem so happy with your Mr. Darcy. How can I blame you for wanting to spend as much time as possible getting better acquainted with each other, doing all those things two people in love are wont to do, especially when it is just the two of them?" There was something in Jane's voice that informed Elizabeth that her older sister was well aware that she and Mr. Darcy were not just holding hands and staring intensely into each other's eyes during their long walks in the park and late nights in the parlour. Elizabeth did not mean to apologise or make excuses for loving Mr. Darcy the way she did. "I am certainly the most fortunate creature that ever existed," she replied. "If I could but see you as happy, my joy would be complete." "Your happiness is my happiness," said Jane, smiling. Taking her sister's hand, she gave it a gentle squeeze. "But you cannot deny such joy is entirely within your grasp," Elizabeth exclaimed. Jane released Elizabeth's hand and folded one arm over the other. "With Mr. Bingley?" she asked, her tone incredulous. "The one man who's at the heart of my greatest disappointed hopes?" The last thing Elizabeth meant to do was cause her sister any discomfort. "Jane, allow me to apologise again and again if it seems I have in any way made light of your suffering. I have long felt it too on your behalf. That is why I had such high hopes for a reunion between the two of you in Kent. At least you are willing to offer an apology for your actions, however good intended. That is more than I can say for Mr. Charles Bingley." "But he has apologised, perhaps not in so many words. Has he not expressed his sincerity through his deeds? He has been here, and most attentively at that, so far as you have allowed." Jane threw a pensive glance outside the carriage window. "I need more, Lizzie." "Pray your saying that has nothing to do with Colonel Fitzwilliam," responded Elizabeth. unable to mask her disappointment that her sister might be clinging to something that would never be. Jane pulled her eyes from the window and looked at her sister pointedly. "You and I have discussed Colonel Fitzwilliam, have we not? I refuse to have this conversation again." Conceding, Elizabeth said, "You will hear no more on the subject again if that is your wish. I will hold my tongue on the matter of Mr. Bingley's intentions as well if you promise me one thing." "That being?" Jane inquired. "Pray you will do anything but steel your heart against Mr. Bingley forever. I truly believe he is capable of far more than either of us know, perhaps even himself. He might just surprise you one day." Chapter 19. London, Darcy House. Having concluded a private tour led by her intended of but one of her future homes, Elizabeth could rightfully say that everything she had beheld was wonderful, exactly as to be expected for a man of Mr. Darcy's discerning taste. He had even shown her the mistress's suite, and had stepped away long enough for her to explore the rooms in privacy. What better way to get a real glimpse of what her future life entailed? He, no doubt, expected her to catalogue a list of changes, the furnishings, the wallpaper, the pictures, the lighting. Certainly she would some day. For now, Elizabeth loved things just the way they were. "Pray tell me you understand my wish for discretion as regards our engagement," Elizabeth said to Darcy, while the two of them sat in his study awaiting the arrival of Darcy's imminent guest. Elizabeth had secured Charlotte's word that no mention of the betrothal was to escape Hunsford, and Charlotte assured her friend that if anyone in Hertfordshire learned of the engagement before Mr. Darcy secured Mr. Bennet's blessing, it would not be on account of her. As for Mr. Collins, she was sure he would not inform anyone of the engagement either, for Lady Catherine de Bourgh herself had not quite accepted it. She made it clear to her vicar that she would consider it a grievous act of disloyalty were he to acknowledge the unsanctioned alliance. In her ladyship's mind, nothing was final in that regard until her nephew had placed a wedding ring on Miss Elizabeth Bennet's finger, and until such time as he did, she would do everything in her power to prevent it. For the first time since making Lady Catherine's acquaintance, Elizabeth could rightfully say that she and her ladyship were of the same mind in at least one regard. Elizabeth wanted to keep her engagement a secret, and the only person in the world with knowledge of the engagement and the means of conveying the news solely for the purposes of inflicting harm was prevented from doing so. Still, Darcy could not fathom having his intended as a guest in his London home, and not introducing her to his sister. Thus, an invitation was sent to Miss Darcy's London establishment, requesting the honour of her presence at Darcy House. "I understand completely, my love. I am certain my sister will understand once our engagement is official, and I tell her the happy news. On the other hand, I am sure she would never forgive me if I did not introduce her to you while you are in town. I have mentioned you too many times to count in my letters to her, both from Hertfordshire as well as from Kent." "You have told your sister about me, sir? Pray you were more generous when speaking of me than I deserved, for unless I am mistaken, you and I were not each other's favourites when we were in Hertfordshire. To be sure, you knew no actual good of me. Was there no good in your affectionate behaviour to your sister while she was ill at Netherfield? Dearest Jane, how could I have done less for her? But I dare not argue your making a virtue of it. Indeed, your kindness to your sister is but one of the things I admired most about you. I always hoped my sister might be so blessed as to have someone like you in her life." A servant then entered the room and announced that Miss Darcy had arrived. Elizabeth took a deep breath, trying to compose herself. She was more nervous than she had imagined she would be, upon first learning of Mr. Darcy's plan to introduce her to his only sibling. A barrage of questions flooded her busy mind. What is Miss Darcy really like? Is she anything at all like the pernicious Miss Bingley? Will Miss Darcy's comportment be on par with the haughtiness of Lady Catherine de Bourgh? Or is she amiable like the Colonel? Elizabeth reminded herself to take a deep breath. I'm quite amazed at my uneasiness, though I hardly understand why that might be. Perhaps it is my not knowing precisely how Mr. Darcy's letters to Miss Darcy may have painted a picture of me in her mind. Maybe it is a consequence of Mr. Wickham's unflattering portrayal of the young girl that worries me. Here, Elizabeth censured herself, when will the memories of every word that vile man ever uttered dissipate from my mind? She threw a quick glance in the mirror, then tucked an errant lock of hair behind her ear. She pinched her cheeks. She smoothed her dress and finally accepted her intended's patiently awaiting extended arm, and walking side by side with him, quit the room. Some moments later, Elizabeth stood face to face with her future sister-in-law, and the formidable introduction took place. With what astonishment did Elizabeth see that her new acquaintance was at least as much embarrassed as herself. The observation of a very few minutes convinced her that she was exceedingly shy. Nothing at all like Mr. Wickham had described her. Indeed, she found it difficult to obtain even a word from her beyond a monosyllable. Miss Darcy was tall and on a larger scale than Elizabeth. Although she was little more than 16, her figure was formed and her appearance womanly and graceful. She was less handsome than her brother, but there was sense and good humour in her face, and her manners were perfectly unassuming and gentle. Despite also being a guest in her brother's home, it was more than apparent to Elizabeth that the young lady felt obliged to preside as hostess at Darcy House, a predicament for which Elizabeth could not help but pity. She was quite certain she detected a measure of relief when the visit was drawing to an end, and it was time for Miss Darcy and the lady who lived with her to take their leave. "I cannot tell you what an honour it was to make your acquaintance, Miss Darcy," said Elizabeth. "I assure you the pleasure was all mine, Miss Elizabeth." Turning to Jane, who had also joined their party, the young lady said, "It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance as well, Miss Bennet." She then looked at Mr. Darcy. "Brother, you must be sure to encourage Miss Bennet and Miss Elizabeth to visit again when they are next in town. Perhaps you will bring them to Mayfair. I should be delighted to receive them." Smiling, he said, "I believe that can be arranged." "What say you, Miss Bennet? Miss Elizabeth?" Looking at Darcy, Elizabeth said, "Speaking on behalf of my sister as well as myself, I am quite certain of it." Chapter 20. Earlier, Darcy had dispatched his man to go to Cheapside to ensure that the Gardiners were in town before arranging to have Elizabeth and Jane travel all the way to Gracechurch Street. He was not the least bit disappointed upon learning that the Gardiners had travelled to Oxfordshire and were not expected to return for another few days. As their plans to travel to Hertfordshire the very next day had been fixed, he did not see the harm in having the Bennet sisters spend the night at Darcy House as his guests, despite the possible impropriety inherent in the scheme. Miss Bennet, being beyond the age of legal consent, was more than capable of carrying out the role of her younger sister's chaperone after all. What could be the harm in their staying just one night? Thus he instructed his housekeeper to arrange all the particulars, including the assignment of a maid to attend the Bennet sisters. With it being Elizabeth's first night in her future home, Darcy wanted everything to be special, and what better way to welcome her than a dinner party? He instructed his housekeeper to prepare all of Elizabeth's favourites, although he did not exactly specify the dishes as such. His engagement to Elizabeth was meant to be a secret after all, even from his London townhouse staff. The guest list was intimate by design, consisting mainly of their party from Kent, Bingley, Colonel Fitzwilliam, Jane, Elizabeth and Darcy himself. He instructed his friend Bingley specifically that Miss Bingley and the Hursts were not to be included. He was livid when his friend was later shown into the drawing-room with his sisters and brother-in-law trailing closely behind. He did his best not to show it. The Bennet sisters were no strangers to Bingley's sisters' antics, having spent time at Netherfield under the same roof with them when Jane was recuperating from a cold. There was no reason in the world not to make the best of it, or so he thought. From almost the moment she strolled into the room, Miss Bingley began putting on airs as though Mr. Darcy were her particular friend, and she was his. A rather handsome woman who had been educated in one of the first private seminaries in town and had a fortune of £20,000. She was always inclined to think very highly of herself, even to the point of forgetting her family's fortune had been acquired by trade. "Oh, Mr. Darcy," she cried, "I would be quite put out with you if not for the fact that I have missed your company exceedingly." "Why, I was beginning to suspect you might never return from Kent, and then who would open Richardson's ball with me? You do remember, you promised me the first set. But how can I stay angry with you for very long when you have come, and with hardly a day to spare? Oh, we shall be the envy of every couple in the room, will we not? Miss Bingley, will you not greet my guests? Miss Bennet," Mr. Darcy said, in deference to Jane's rank as the eldest Bennet sister. Caroline, pretending she had been unaware of Jane's presence, said, "Heavens, I hardly even noticed you. You're looking very well since last we met." In return for Miss Bingley's condescension, Jane curtsied a little, and she spoke not a word. Darcy deliberately walked to where his lady stood and not so subtly took her by the hand. He gave it a gentle caress before releasing it just as quickly. "And here is Miss Elizabeth. No doubt it has been more than a little while since the two of you have enjoyed each other's company." Now it was Miss Bingley's turn to be silent. She could not have missed seeing him touching Elizabeth's hand or the looks that passed between them when he was doing it. She certainly could not help noticing that he was standing a little too close to Elizabeth either. Why, if he would but look at her that way, Caroline would surely be planning their wedding. At length, Caroline found her voice. "Why, Miss Eliza Bennet, how delightful it is to see you again." Assuming her own place by Darcy's side and lacing both hands through his very much non-existent extended arm, with what flourish did she turn and address everyone gathered in Darcy's drawing-room. "Oh, what a happy occasion this is! All of us are together just as we were at Netherfield, and thanks to Colonel Fitzwilliam we are all so charmingly matched," Jane said. "You're mistaken, Miss Bingley, for I find I have no appetite for anything beyond a bit of solitude this evening. Pray you will excuse me, Mr. Darcy. Lizzie?" "Jane," Elizabeth cried, "shall I accompany you?" She held up her hand. "No, my dearest sister, there is no need for that. Pray remain here with Mr. Darcy and his guests. I am just a little tired after our travels today. I am sure I will be quite all right after a long night's rest." Saying that, Jane was gone directly. Moments thereafter, Miss Bingley decried, "If I remember correctly, Miss Bennet was always of a rather sickly constitution." Voices throughout the room could be heard exclaiming either Caroline or Miss Bingley in unison, as well as in varying degrees of astonishment mixed with hints of disgust. "What did I say that is not true?" Caroline asked, in a manner suggesting she was the injured party. "Is it not true that she spent the better part of her time at Netherfield convalescing?" "You ought to apologise to Miss Elizabeth all the same," said Mr. Bingley. "I thank you, Mr. Bingley," Elizabeth responded in her own defence, "but I assure you an apology is not required, and were it offered, I do not know that I would accept it. Who among us does not comprehend Miss Bingley's true intentions?" Surrendering her current position by Mr. Darcy's side, Elizabeth assumed the spot Miss Bingley had staked out for herself, compelling the young lady to step aside. Accepting her intended's proffered arm, she gave him a warm smile and, in a voice that only the mistress of the house had the right to assume, she encouraged everyone to make their way to the dining-room for dinner. Jane did not know who angered her the most in the drawing-room, Mr. Bingley, Miss Bingley, or herself. All she knew is she was angry, disappointed, and simply exhausted because of it. She really was happy to see Mr. Bingley when he walked into the room. Having spoken with him at his behest earlier that day, he had asked for a private audience with her at some point after dinner, and she had agreed. How disgusted she was to see his sister waltz into the room on his heels, pretending she was mistress of the manor, especially because it was meant to be an intimate dinner party. She was well aware that Mr. Darcy had explicitly told his friend as much. It is as though Mr. Bingley is tethered to his pernicious sister, and he has no desire to sever the cord. How difficult would it have been to escape her company this evening? I am beginning to question his being in Kent so long as he was and away from her tutelage. Here, Jane blew out a frustrated breath. I simply refuse to be drawn in by those people again. Thus resolved, she opened the book she had left behind in that particular room earlier, and resumed reading where she had left off. Time passed quicker than she supposed, and before long she was aroused by the sound of a most welcomed gentleman's voice. "Here you are, Miss Bennet," he said. "I have been going from room to room in search of you. I hope I'm not intruding." "Colonel Fitzwilliam," she said, laying her book aside, "I welcome your company." "I was hoping you would." Jane toyed with a loosened lock of her hair. "I suppose you think I am a coward for escaping the dinner party by feigning being tired. In my defence, I had no desire to spend a moment longer than necessary in Miss Bingley's presence. No, not at all. Why do you think I was so eager to follow your lead?" "I did not realise you shared in my distaste for the lady," said Jane, not so apologetically. "It is true, women of her ilk are my abhorrence." "Her ilk, sir? Women who lavish the object of their marital prospects with sickening civility, feigned deference, and officious attention, always speaking and looking and thinking for a gentleman's approbation alone." "Oh, that ilk. Indeed. However, I do not suppose for 1 second that your reason for eschewing Miss Bingley's company has anything at all to do with mine." "Not in so many words. The truth is there was a time when I thought rather highly of Miss Bingley as well as her sister, Mrs. Hurst. I was quite persuaded they held me in equally high esteem." "Pray what happened? That is, if you do not mind my asking." My time spent here in London during the early part of the year taught me how little those two were to be trusted. You see, I called on them when I first arrived, thinking the friendship we had formed while in Hertfordshire afforded me such a right. I learned the painful way that our so-called friendship was really no friendship at all, but rather a bit of mean-spirited condescension on their parts. How so? After waiting for some time for either of them to return my call as promised, Miss Bingley came to my aunt's home in Cheapside and made it very clear to me that she wished me all the best but saw no point in continuing our acquaintance. I do not at all comprehend her reason for wishing to be intimate with me at the beginning of our acquaintance, but I promised myself if the same circumstances were to happen again, I am sure I should not be deceived yet again. "It is her loss and your gain," said Colonel Fitzwilliam. "Of course, I see that now. But I realise I have only myself to blame for being so wilfully deceived. My sister tried to warn me, and on more than one occasion. I simply would not allow myself to believe it. Lizzie also warned me that Miss Bingley never wanted her brother to court me. Having read between the lines of the letter she wrote on her brother's behalf, mind you, Lizzie also advised me that Miss Bingley was the principal party in keeping her brother and me apart. I take it that you harbour a bit of ill will toward Bingley as a result. Can you blame me? Who in my position, having been so ill-used by another and subjected to heartbreak and ridicule as a result, would not be deeply aggrieved and consequently unforgiving toward the offender? Miss Bennet, you may have noticed that I have grown extremely fond of you since making your acquaintance. Indeed, I like to think of the two of us as more than casual acquaintances. I agree, Colonel Fitzwilliam. You and I are of the same mind as regards our acquaintance, I am sure. I am delighted to hear you say that." Seizing her hand in his, he raised it to his lips and brushed a soft kiss across her knuckles. Lowering her hand while still holding it in his, he said, "I admire you too much not to be completely honest with you regarding all the pertinent facts relating to Bingley's abrupt departure from Hertfordshire." Jane could not deny being affected by the Colonel's nearness. She had spent too much time in his company during the past weeks to be immune to those innumerable gifts he possessed, his being a man with a way with women. Her heartbeat racing, it did not help her composure one bit that he was sitting so close and holding, even caressing her hand. Their eyes met, and it was more than a moment before she grew demure. Breaking eye contact, she withdrew her hand. Standing, she smoothed her skirt and walked over to the fireplace. The Colonel also stood. He walked over to a side table and poured a drink. He offered it to Jane, but she did not accept. He took a sip of the dark liquor. "Sir, what is it that you think I should know about Mr. Bingley's leave-taking?" His drink in hand, he walked to where Jane stood. By way of an inviting gesture of his hand, he encouraged her to take a seat by the fireplace. He took the one directly opposite. "I think you should know that, whereas Miss Bingley may have played a part in keeping you and her brother separated, she did not act alone. You see, Miss Bennet, my cousin was also instrumental in the scheme." "Mr. Darcy?" Jane cried. The Colonel nodded. "Trust me when I say that both Mr. Darcy and Miss Bingley may have been complicit in the scheme, but their motives for their actions have nothing in common whatsoever. I can only speak to Darcy's motives, for he explained his purposes to me long before you and I met. Indeed, in explaining the time he spent with Bingley last autumn, he mentioned having to come to his rescue yet again to save him from a most disadvantageous alliance. I say that he had no ill intentions towards you in doing so because Bingley had theretofore fancied himself in love with any number of young women since he and Darcy became friends. I am afraid that my cousin could have no reason to suppose that Bingley's falling in love with you was any different. I suppose my family's lack of fortune and want of connections must surely have been a factor as well," said Jane. "A circumstance that is by no means confined to you, nor are you to be faulted. But from Darcy's viewpoint, Bingley's tendency in failing to consider such things is not exactly in his own best interest. At the time, Darcy felt it was incumbent on himself to see that his friend made the most advantageous match possible." "Do you mean to someone like his own sister, Miss Darcy?" Miss Bingley's words to a similar effect echoed in Jane's mind. "My brother admires her greatly already. He will have frequent opportunity now of seeing her on the most intimate footing. Her relations all wish the connection as much as his own, and a sister's partiality is not misleading me, I think, when I call Charles most capable of engaging any woman's heart. With all these circumstances to favour an attachment, and nothing to prevent it, am I wrong, my dearest Jane, in indulging the hope of an event which will secure the happiness of so many?" The Colonel replied, "I suspect that may very well be the favourite wish of Mr. Bingley's family, and there may have been a moment in my young cousin's history where both Darcy and I entertained such a notion, but the truth is young Georgiana's prospects ought not to be constrained. In other words, Mr. Bingley is not good enough for Miss Darcy." "I didn't say that." "What are you saying?" "I am saying that Darcy, in doing all he did to keep you and Bingley apart, was acting in service to his friend." Jane wondered if Elizabeth had any knowledge of the things the Colonel alleged, and if she did, why did she choose not to confide in Jane herself? On the other hand, she had never seen her sister so happy. Elizabeth loved Mr. Darcy, and she likely wanted Jane to love him too, and thus her silence on his role in the scheme. "I pray that in telling you all this you will not begrudge my cousin. I merely thought you should know. I cannot fault your cousin if for nothing else but for the sake of familial harmony. As he is to be my brother, I must let bygones be bygones. I am happy you feel that way, which brings me to another matter of great concern to me, one having to do with Charles Bingley." "Mr. Bingley, sir?" "Indeed," said the Colonel, nodding. "You suffer a bit of ill will toward him for the way you were mistreated by the people who mean the most to him. And rightly so. Surely if you can forgive Darcy, then you can forgive Bingley, if not for the sake of familial harmony, then for yourself. I am certain he cares deeply for you, even if you choose not to see just how much. I suspect you love him too, or at least you believed you did at one time. Those feelings cannot have dissipated so easily as the passage of a couple of months would allow. Let that be the basis upon which the two of you build something lasting. He is an excellent match for you." "As opposed to whom, Colonel Fitzwilliam? For I cannot suppose you are not speaking of yourself." "I would be lying if I denied how much I wish it were otherwise. But the second son of an earl cannot marry where he chooses. I must." Nodding, Jane interrupted. "Marry a woman with her own fortune if you are to maintain your manner of living. I know. My sister made that abundantly clear when she suspected that I might be captivated by your infinite charms. I want you to know that were my situation different, I would do everything in my power to make you mine. You are exquisite, Miss Bennet." As though he was powerless to do otherwise, he stood from his chair and walked over to her. He seized her hand in his once again, and bowing, pressed a lingering kiss on her palm. He had the keenest sense of how vulnerable she was. When Bingley speaks of her as being an angel, he cannot possibly know how close he is to speaking the truth. As for the Colonel, he would be lying if he said he was unaffected by her. A part of him longed for her. He had known women who wielded wit like a blade, ladies who delighted in the art of conversation as if it were a battlefield, each remark meant to dazzle or disarm. Miss Bennet was not such a woman. She did not seek to impress, nor did she seem aware that she had. There was an ease about her, a quiet composure that settled rather than unsettled those in her presence. It was, perhaps, a dangerous thing. Dangerous in the way that simplicity often was, unassuming, effortless, and yet, in the right moment, utterly arresting. Her hand in his, she cried, "You are not being fair, sir. One moment you are encouraging me to open my heart once again to the man who has been the means of tearing it apart, and the next moment you are making love to me. I confess to being an imperfect man in that regard. The truth is I have longed for you from the moment I first laid eyes on you. As much as I admire you, I know there is another who admires you more, someone who, unlike me, can fulfill all your heart's desires. If it were not for the fact that I suspect deep down inside you still care for him, I would not encourage you to marry him. I would not do anything in the world that might cause you pain." Withdrawing her hand, Jane stood. She meant to walk away, but instead, she was now standing face to face with the Colonel. He imagined himself smoothing his hand along Jane's chin while gazing into her eyes and leaning ever so close. He moistened his lips, which encouraged her to do likewise. Closing their eyes, their lips met for the first time as though it was meant to be the last time. As close as the two of them stood to each other, it was almost as though he was not merely imagining the sweet taste of her lips. She is exquisite indeed. Colonel Fitzwilliam seized hold of her hand once more. He squeezed it ever so tenderly. At length, he released it. "I believe Bingley is sorry for having hurt you in the past. As much as it pains me to say this, for reasons that are entirely selfish, I believe you should allow him the chance to prove it to you." There was nothing in his tone to suggest regret, and yet, as he glanced once more at Miss Bennet, at the delicate arch of her brow, the gentle kindness of her eyes. He wondered if she too felt the weight of something left unsaid. Not that it mattered, not that it could. For a moment neither spoke. Fitzwilliam had always prided himself on restraint, on knowing when to act and when to walk away. And yet, standing before her now, he felt the pull of a life he could never claim, a longing that had no place in the world he inhabited. Perhaps in another lifetime, under different circumstances, he might have fought against the inevitable. But not in this one. He exhaled softly, willing himself to move. His steps felt measured, deliberate, but they carried him toward the door all the same. His hand found the knob, fingers curling around the cool brass as he hesitated. He did not look back. He dared not. But the air between them remained charged, thick with all that had gone unsaid. He turned the knob slowly, the quiet click of the latch deafening in the silence that stretched behind him. And then, before he could allow himself to reconsider, he stepped through and let the door close between them. A moment passed, then another. His palm flattened against the wood as if by touch alone he might still feel the presence of the woman standing on the other side. Foolishness. It was done. It had to be done. The sound of the door closing was soft, yet it echoed in Jane's ears as if it had been slammed shut. She did not move, not at first. Her fingers curled absently at her sides, as though to chase the sensation of his touch. But she remained still. It was over. Whatever had passed between them, whatever it had been, whatever it might have become, was now sealed behind that door, locked away like something fragile that could not survive the weight of reality. Her gaze fell to her hands, the same hands he had held with such aching tenderness. He had spoken of a path that had never truly been his to choose. And yet, he had longed for her. He had wanted her. And she? Jane inhaled sharply, but the breath caught in her throat. She had always done what was expected, had always sought to be the person others believed her to be. Even when Bingley left, even when she had convinced herself she was not heartbroken, she had never allowed herself to truly question what she wanted. Not until now. What did she want? Fitzwilliam had given her an answer, a future she could reclaim, a love she could revive. Bingley was kind, he was devoted, and once upon a time she had thought herself content in his presence. But as she stood alone in this quiet room, staring at the door through which Colonel Fitzwilliam had just disappeared, she could not shake the lingering sense that something precious had just been lost. Or worse, that she had never allowed herself to claim it in the first place. She closed her eyes, exhaling slowly. No, that was foolishness. There was no future for her and Colonel Fitzwilliam. There never had been. But if she could not have him, if she could not even permit herself to wish for him, then she would have to decide what she could have and what she would allow herself to feel. The quiet in the room stretched, thick and suffocating. Jane opened her eyes, her breath slow and measured, forcing herself to push aside the turmoil within her. She had always prided herself on composure, on grace under the weight of expectation. And yet, at this moment, standing in the stillness left behind by Colonel Fitzwilliam, she had never felt so unsettled. Then, a knock at the door, her breath hitched, her body stiffening. Had he returned? For an agonizing moment she could do nothing but stare at the door, her heart pounding against her ribs. If Fitzwilliam had come back, what would he say? Would he take back his words, surrender to what they both knew could never be? Or had he left something unsaid after all? There came another knock, this time it was firmer. She exhaled, forcing herself to move, but just as her fingers reached for the door handle, another thought seized her. What if it was Mr. Bingley? Her stomach twisted. Had he seen Colonel Fitzwilliam leave? Had he suspected something? If he stood on the other side of the door, waiting for her, what would she say? She swallowed against the sudden dryness in her throat. The weight of what had just transpired pressed heavily upon her. She could not allow anyone, least of all Charles Bingley, to suspect what had occurred within these walls. What had almost happened? What she was not even sure how to name? Another pause. Then the voice that came through the door was neither Fitzwilliam's nor Bingley's. Jane? Relief and unease swept through her in equal measure. She opened the door, finding Elizabeth standing there, brow creased with concern. "I have been looking everywhere for you," she said. Jane steadied herself. "For me?" Elizabeth's gaze flickered past her into the room. Jane resisted the urge to step aside as though blocking her sister's view would somehow erase what had just transpired. "Yes," Elizabeth said, her voice careful, measured. "Bingley has been asking for you." The words struck like a blow, though Jane knew not why. Elizabeth's expression softened, but there was something unreadable in her eyes. "Have you been here alone all this time?" A simple question. And yet, Jane could not ignore the undercurrent of suspicion beneath it. Had Elizabeth seen Fitzwilliam leave? Did she suspect? For the first time in her life, Jane gave her sister an answer that was not entirely true. "Yes," she said smoothly, smoothing the fabric of her gown as if bolstering her resolve. I needed a moment to collect myself." Elizabeth hesitated, but she said nothing more. If she had seen anything, no doubt she was keeping it to herself, for now. Jane straightened her shoulders and looped her arm through Elizabeth's. "Shall we go?" she asked lightly, though her voice did not feel like her own. It would not do to keep Mr. Bingley waiting. She stepped across the threshold, leaving the room and the moment she could never claim behind, with no regrets. She silently conceded. Chapter 21. The evening at Darcy House ended far sooner than Miss Caroline Bingley would have wished. With Mr. Darcy having prolonged his stay in Kent for so long as he had, she missed him terribly, especially since the London season was well underway. Given the convenience of the hour, Miss Bingley and her sister, Mrs. Louisa Hurst, remained in the parlour of the latter's London townhouse to discuss the events of the evening. "Pray tell me I'm not the only one who takes umbrage at the two eldest Bennet daughters being guests at Darcy House," Caroline asked, having been secretly vexed all evening long. "How are their being guests at Darcy House so different from their being guests at Netherfield last autumn? You did not seem to be bothered then." "Trust me, Louisa, I was more than a little bothered. I am simply too well bred to exercise anything less than the epitome of kindness and civility toward house guests, however unwelcome they may be." Louisa nodded. "You did go out of your way to be generous to Miss Bennet, even remaining by her bedside in her sister's absence." "I did indeed, and all that despite her poorly conceived plan to ensnare our brother Charles by riding all the way to Netherfield Park from her father's estate on horseback in the pouring rain. Had it not been for my prodigious care of her, she might very well have died of a cold." The older woman laughed at her sister's conjecture. "Surely you do not subscribe to the notion that it is possible to die from a cold, a trifling one at that?" Caroline shrugged. "Anything is possible, I suppose. But that is beside the point. My point is that Jane had a legitimate reason for remaining in our midst so long as she did, albeit painfully contrived. What possible excuse can she and her sister Eliza Bennet have for staying at Darcy House? You will recall during dinner that Miss Elizabeth owed being there overnight to their unexpected arrival in town while their Cheapside relations were away. What was Mr. Darcy supposed to do after escorting them from Kent? Abandon them by the wayside? What kind of excuse is that? Have they no other relations that might have taken them in? Better still, what prevented them from journeying on to Hertfordshire? I wager something untoward is afoot." "What, pray tell, do you suppose that might be Caroline, my dear?" Caroline threw both hands up. "I do not have the slightest idea, although I detected something rather odd between Eliza Bennet and Mr. Darcy that was not so evident between them when we were all in Hertfordshire. Surely you must have noticed it too. Are you referring to the fact that she assumed the position that you supposed ought to have been yours when we all went into the dining-room? That little upstart practically pushed me out of the way in order to prevail on Mr. Darcy to escort her." "Not that he objected," Louisa said. "In fact, he seemed rather pleased by the development." "I don't know that I would go so far as to say that." "You certainly would if you would but be honest with yourself." "What on earth does that mean? When have I ever been less than honest with myself so far as Mr. Darcy is concerned? He and I have always enjoyed a certain degree of intimacy that sets our connection with each other apart from his relationship with any other young woman of his acquaintance." Louisa gave her sister an incredulous look. "Are you even listening to yourself? You, more than anyone, suffered a tendency to tease Mr. Darcy, mercilessly at times, over his infatuation with Miss Elizabeth's fine eyes. You even went so far as to tease him on his supposed impending nuptials, offering to be the first to wish him joy, and remarking on the benefits to be endured with such a mother-in-law as Mrs. Bennet. And now, when it is obvious that his so-called infatuation with Miss Elizabeth has developed into something so undeniably real, you choose to deny it still. Surely you jest, Louisa. What I witnessed this evening was Eliza Bennet doing everything in her power to draw Mr. Darcy in with her feminine arts and allurements, while he did his best to be a magnanimous host. So you did not see Mr. Darcy take Miss Elizabeth by the hand and squeeze it before reacquainting the two of you to each other? I confess it was subtle on his part and no doubt meant for her benefit alone, but he did it all the same. If what you say is true, and I am not saying that it is true, but if it indeed took place as you said, then I maintain that he was merely being kind. I will not argue with you. It is just as well that you do not, for you will never shake me from my opinion where anything having to do with Mr. Darcy is concerned. Men like him might admire women like Miss Elizabeth Bennet with her reckless regard for propriety and social mores. They may even covet them, but they do not marry them. I contend that Mr. Darcy is perfectly safe from her. I posit that where Miss Elizabeth Bennet is concerned, Mr. Darcy is precisely where he wants to be. What in heavens are you suggesting, sister? Surely you do not think— Caroline found herself at a loss for words. Louisa said, I know you are a maiden, Caroline, but surely you are not naive. There is a great deal of affection between Mr. Darcy and Miss Elizabeth, try as they might to hide it. Anyone who has ever been in love can look at the two of them and know they are completely enamoured with each other. Well, I just spent the past few hours with them, and I detected no such symptoms of affection. Besides, if what you posit is true, then surely Mr. Darcy would not have agreed to dance with me at the Richardsons' upcoming ball. I cannot say that I heard him agree to anything in that regard. I recall your mentioning it, and his paying you no mind at all, as he is wont to do in such instances as that. He did not say no when he had every opportunity to do so, which is the surest affirmation I require. What say you that we simply agree to disagree? Oh, Louisa, why are you being so disagreeable this evening? It is as though you are wishing for something more between Mr. Darcy and Miss Eliza Bennet. My feelings on the matter have nothing at all to do with anything. It simply is what it is. Caroline arose from her seat, determined to quit the room and retire for the evening. I refuse to talk with you when you go on and on this way. No doubt you simply mean to vex me, but tonight I have far better things to contend myself with than anything you have to say. I had much rather focus on the Richardsons' ball, and what a pleasure it will be dancing the opening set with Mr. Darcy. I hope you have pleasant dreams, Caroline. As I hope to dream about dancing with Mr. Darcy, no doubt my dreams will be pleasant indeed. Chapter 22. Soft candlelight guided Elizabeth's journey through the halls of Darcy's townhouse. Her reward for having reached her destination successfully was the sight of Mr. Darcy, casually attired and awaiting her arrival. He took her breath away. He had asked her to join him there at midnight. How could she possibly say no? She could not. The way he made her feel, the lessons he had taught her about what being in love entailed. Is there any wonder I never wished to be parted from him? Once their breathing calmed, Mr. Darcy rested his forehead against hers. At length he said, "You are very clever tonight, my love." "Clever, Mr. Darcy," Elizabeth responded. "Is that what we are calling what just happened?" He laughed a little at her retort. She loved the sound of Mr. Darcy's laughter. "Well, there is that. But in this instance, I am thinking of something else. Rather, someone else." "Who?" "Miss Bingley." Adjusting her attitude slightly to command a better view of his face, Elizabeth seized hold of either end of his loosened cravat. "I do not think I appreciate the idea of your thinking of another woman, especially at such a time as this. I only meant to tell you that I had almost forgotten how much I enjoy watching you thwart Miss Bingley at every turn." Her spirits rising to playfulness, Elizabeth said, "In that case I forgive you. I must admit that Miss Bingley and I have a rather peculiar arrangement. I like to think what we share is a love-hate relationship." "Oh? How is that?" "It is simple. She hates me, and I love giving her cause to do so." "You're very wicked, my love. How shall I punish you?" "Let me think," she said, tapping her finger on her lips. "Taunt me with your brooding eyes. Tease me with your kisses. As proficient a lover as you are, I have no doubt you're the best arbiter of what ought to be done. I'm quite at your mercy." Chapter 23. The gardener's continued absence, as well as an abundance of torrential rainfall, conspired to keep Darcy and his guests within the confines of his London townhouse a couple of days longer than initially planned. Darcy knew the advantages of ample rainfall so far as Pemberley and all its tenants were concerned, but never had he been so grateful for it while he was in London. Such an occasion was the means of more long nights making love to Elizabeth. It pleased him immensely knowing the woman he meant to spend his life with possessed a passionate nature rivaling his own. Time spent alone with Elizabeth like this keep getting better. I can hardly wait to make her my wife in every sense of the word. Darcy kissed the top of her head. "I wish we were already man and wife, so we might spend every night falling asleep in each other's arms. I love waking up with you in my arms," Darcy said. "I love waking up in your arms as well. Perhaps we should escape to Gretna Green, thus avoiding all the pomp and circumstance of a traditional wedding ceremony. Are you serious, Elizabeth?" "Heavens no, I speak only in jest. As the first Bennet daughter to wed, I do not dare deny my mamma the pleasure of planning the grandest wedding breakfast our friends and neighbours have ever attended. No doubt such an occasion is what she lives for. Then let us marry and let it be our secret, so that I might endow you with all the blessings a man in love bestows his wife. Once all those details of a traditional wedding are arranged, we may stand before our families and exchange our vows. Of course, that would still require a speedy trip to Scotland, for lest you forget I'm not yet 21. As much as I love you, I should like very much to have my father's blessing." His shirt open, she smoothed her hand on his chest. Her spirits rising to playfulness, she said, "Besides, what is it you wish to bestow that you and I did not enjoy during the course of last night, and well into the wee hours of this morning? Now I know for certain you are merely speaking in jest, but just in case you are not, there is this." He whispered but a few words of the pleasures that awaited them as man and wife in her ears. "How wonderfully intriguing," Elizabeth declared. "If you think that is wonderful, then you must also consider this, my love." Once again he commenced speaking in tantalizing whispers of his plans for their first night. "Oh my," Elizabeth said, allowing her mind to fill in the blanks of words yet unspoken. Just enough light peeked through the curtains to inform her that the early morning hour, in combination with the locked door of his study, afforded enough time for a rather lengthy repetition of lessons learned under her betrothed's tutelage. It was now her turn to whisper softly in Mr. Darcy's ear. Later that morning, Elizabeth found her sister Jane in the drawing-room, pacing the floor in an agitated manner, clutching a letter to her bosom. She rushed to her sister's side. "Jane, what on earth is the matter? You look quite ill. Pray have a seat. I shall pour you a glass of water." "No," Jane said. In the next instant she burst into tears. "Oh, Lizzie, I have dreadful news from Longbourn." "What is it? Has something happened to Papa, Mamma, Kitty, Mary?" As much as she loved her mother and sisters, Elizabeth's father meant the most to her. She would never forgive herself if some ill fate befell her father during her time away from Longbourn, especially as he had written to her hinting of his wish that she would soon be home. Her father rarely wrote letters to anyone. I do not know if I would ever forgive myself if something has happened to him. Number it is Lydia. Oh, Lizzie, Lydia has left all her friends. She has eloped with Mr. Wickham. They were reported to have gone off together from Brighton to Gretna Green. Only it was soon discovered that Wickham never meant to marry our sister at all. They most certainly did not go to Scotland. At this moment their whereabouts are completely unknown. Based on all you have confided in me, his character is too well known to doubt the rest. Poor Lydia, she has no money, no connections, nothing that can tempt him to marry her. Wiping away her tears, Jane pressed on. What is more, the letter was written over 4 days ago. It was originally sent to Kent, where our family expected we would be. 4 days. By now, Lydia surely is lost forever. Jane's tearful words struck Elizabeth particularly hard, and for more reasons than even Jane could ever know. She blamed herself. Had she been less enamoured of Wickham, perhaps her youngest sister might have been less gullible to his charms. Had she been more open with her family, who welcomed Wickham into their bosom, as soon as she learned the truth about his character, this travesty might have been prevented. And indeed, it was a travesty, for her family's reputation was now ruined. If only I might have set a better example for my younger sister to follow, Elizabeth considered, painfully aware, almost ashamed of how she had spent every night since her arrival in London. Before she could fashion a fitting response, one that might reassure her elder sister when it was plain to see that all hope was lost, Mr. Darcy entered the room. Seeing him was met with a mixture of consternation, embarrassment, and guilt. The guilt of having fallen asleep in his arms, of having spent the entire night in his arms, awakening in his arms, the guilt of having allowed him all manner of liberties, and having enjoyed them more than a proper young lady ought to confess. At that moment she felt quite unequal to the task of condemning her young sister, but some explanation of her sister's anguish and her own torment was absolutely necessary. By the end of her speech, which was thoroughly elaborated on by Jane, who had all the particulars, Mr. Darcy was pacing the floor. "I am grieved indeed," cried Darcy, "indeed grieved and shocked. But is it certain? Absolutely certain?" "Oh, yes," Jane cried. "They left Brighton together on Sunday night and were traced almost to London, but not beyond. They are certainly not gone to Scotland. And what has been done, what has been attempted to recover her? My father remains in Hertfordshire, powerless to do anything which might further jeopardise his health, such is the devastating toll on his state of mind, and my mother is no better, for she insists that my father must hunt Mr. Wickham down and make him pay for what he has done. She is taken to her bed, according to my sister Mary, prostrate with grief and complaints of being ill-used. An express letter has been dispatched to my uncle Mr. Gardiner begging his assistance." Elizabeth, thinking more of her sister's perilous plight than of her own self-recriminations, cried, "We all know very well that nothing can be done. How is such a man to be worked on? How are they even to be discovered? I have not the smallest hope. It is in every way horrible." Darcy made no answer. He seemed not to hear her at all, and was walking up and down the room in earnest meditation, his brow contracted, his air gloomy. Observing this, Elizabeth instantly understood it. His every reservation about her family's unsuitability was on full display. With such a proof of family weakness, such an assurance of the most profound disgrace, he must surely regret aligning himself with such people. Every worried step he took in silent reflection of her family's failings, she likened to him moving farther and farther away from her, and the future they had planned. Mere hours ago she was in his arms. She felt so alive, as though she were in heaven, and now her feelings were akin to being in the pits of despair. But reproachful thoughts of herself, though they would intrude, could not engross her. Lydia's humiliation and the misery she was bringing on them all swallowed up every private care. Covering her face with her handkerchief, Elizabeth was soon lost to everything else. After a pause of several minutes, she was recalled to what must be considered a living nightmare for her family by Mr. Darcy's voice. While compassionate, it also bore a measure of restraint. "I am afraid I must beg to be excused, for I find there is a most urgent matter which requires my attention. No doubt the two of you are most anxious to return to Hertfordshire to be of comfort to your family during this time when it is needed most. I shall speak with my butler and have him attend to the necessary arrangements for your safe and speedy travels." He walked to where Elizabeth stood. "I would have a word with you before I go. Perhaps you may leave your sister for a moment or two, so we may speak in privacy." Elizabeth looked to Jane for confirmation, and upon receiving it she followed Mr. Darcy into the hallway. She could not help but recall what her own behaviour had been so little as a few hours earlier when the two of them were alone. Her wantonness, her reckless abandon. Surely he must consider that she was no better than Lydia, who had been the means of the Bennet family's greatest shame. If he meant to end their engagement, she would not blame him. A part of her whispered, "He is too much of a gentleman to call off the engagement." Another part insisted, "He is too proud, and rightfully so, to marry into such a debauched family as mine." The former was her heart, the latter her mind. Ignoring her heart, Elizabeth seized control of the discussion before Mr. Darcy had a chance to speak. "I release you, sir." Turning to face her, he asked, "What did you say?" "I release you," she repeated, "from our engagement." "Elizabeth, my love," he said, reaching out his hand to her. How she wanted to accept his proffered hand, to cling to it. She would not, She could not, for she was by now decided that she would not be the means of bringing any more shame on him than she had already done. She clasped her hands behind her back out of fear that the pained look in his eyes might melt her resolve. "You are distressed. You need time to digest all the unpleasantness that has been brought to bear on your family as a result of Wickham's treachery. I shall not press you on this matter at such a painful time. As I have said, I have a most urgent matter to attend, one I dare not delay a moment longer than I have already. Just know this, Elizabeth. I love you." Elizabeth meant to protest, but he silenced her intended objections with a touch of his finger on her parted lips. "I love you with all my heart and soul." Chapter 24. Hertfordshire, Longbourn Village. Upon entering Longbourn House, Jane's first impulse was to join her mother, and thus she went straight to Mrs. Bennet's apartment with Mary and Kitty following close behind. Elizabeth's concern was with her father. She knew, as did everyone in her family, that she was his favourite. They were so much alike. When she was not blaming herself for not doing more to prevent the travesty that had befallen her family, by telling her father what she had learned about Wickham's vile character, she was berating herself for not being there when her father had received the news. She pushed the door open, peeked inside to see if he was awake, and immediately felt her pain all over again for her own selfishness. He looked so much older than when I left Longbourn. I blame myself. I blame Lydia, and most of all I blame Mr. Wickham. My father trusted him. My whole family trusted him, and this is to be our reward. Pray, my uncle has success in finding my sister. I know not how my father might suffer if she were never to be found." "There you are, my Lizzie," said Mr. Bennet, his voice weak and strained. "Yes, papa, I am here," Elizabeth responded, her own voice tentative. She hurried to his bedside and sat in the chair next to it. She reached for his hand. Waving off her comforting gesture, he said, Now, my child, there is no need for all that." "But, papa," Elizabeth cried, "you look so very ill. Will you not allow me to be of comfort to you?" He shook his head. "There is nothing the matter with me that time will not heal. Time to consider the harm my own selfish intentions have inflicted on the family I was meant to protect. I should never have allowed Lydia to travel to Brighton with the Forsters. I have always considered her one of the silliest girls in all of England, who wanted nothing but opportunity to make her whole family look ridiculous. I knew she would never be easy until she had exposed herself in some public place or other, and yet I allowed her to go all the same. I even made light of my own circumspection, persuading myself instead that we might never expect her to do it with so little expense or inconvenience to her family as under such circumstances that were presented. Papa, I fear you are making light of your own health even as we speak. You do not look well. What does the doctor have to say? If you are referring to Mr. Jones, and I must assume you are, what does he know about what I am suffering? Then, I take it that you did see him. What was his diagnosis?" Again Mr. Bennet attempted to wave off his daughter's concern. Seeing that his efforts were in vain, he replied, "There was some mention of a shock, and what it might portend should I not take to my bed. But as I said, what does he know?" Aghast, she cried, "Oh, Papa, this is grave. I am grateful that you are following his advice. As the alternative would likely be to hunt the nefarious Mr. Wickham down and kill him as your mother suggests, I must consider this remedy as the lesser of two evils." Here he reached his own hand out to Elizabeth's. He gave it a light squeeze. "If this is to be my sentence for the shame of my own neglect, then I surely deserve it. Now, run along, my child. Go and speak with your mother. I fear she is in greater need of your consolation than I am at present." Honouring her father's wishes, Elizabeth entered her mother's apartment in time to hear Mrs. Bennet lament to Jane and Mary on all the trouble her youngest had caused. "Oh, how can one person be so selfish? And all along I supposed it was Lizzie who was the most selfish, most ungrateful child a mother could have." Espying Elizabeth enter the room, she cried, "Oh, there you are, Lizzie. No doubt your priority was seeing your father. He has always been your favourite, and you have always been his." She waved Elizabeth over to her bedside. "But none of that matters now. What does matter is my Lydia, who may very well be wandering the country all alone with no one to protect her. I never did trust that vile Mr. Wickham. A woman of mean understanding, little information and uncertain temper," she cried. "Pray you were able to persuade Mr. Bennet to tear himself from his bed and to hunt the scoundrel down and kill him. No! Better than that he must make Mr. Wickham marry my poor Lydia. That will teach him. "Oh, my poor child. All she ever meant to do was find herself a husband." Mrs. Bennet glanced at Jane before directing her gaze squarely on Elizabeth. "Which is more than I can say for either of you. Oh, I know it all. I know Mr. Bingley was in Kent with his friend, that proud Mr. Darcy, but where is he now?" She looked at Jane in an almost disgusted manner. "How could you have found yourself in Mr. Bingley's path once again, and have failed to make him fall in love with you?" Her patience no doubt at its end, Jane abandoned her position by her mother's side and fled the room. "Jane!" Elizabeth cried. "Oh, let her go. If she suffers any shame for what she has done, then she very well ought to, as should you, Lizzie. You know how hard I have worked to make a match between Jane and Mr. Bingley. Neither of them least apparently knows anything about being in love. You should have done everything in your power to help them along." "Oh, but what do you know? You should have married Mr. Collins when you had the chance. Who is to say if there is another gentleman in the land who will ever want to marry any of the Bennet daughters, especially after what Lydia has done? This is a sign, I say, and I only have myself to blame for having 5 daughters and absolutely no sons. Oh, what was I thinking in marrying a gentleman whose estate is entailed away from the female line? This is all your fault, Lizzie. If you had married your cousin, Mr. Collins, none of this would be happening to any of us. Poor Lydia would not have taken on the burden of accomplishing what none of her older sisters dared to try. At least she tried. And what have you done, Lizzie?" Not willing to neglect her other daughters in the room, she looked at both Mary and Kitty pointedly. "And what about you, Miss Mary? Miss Kitty? What have the 2 of you done? No doubt Mary would have married Mr. Collins if that cunning Charlotte Lucas had not used her feminine arts and allurements to draw him in, and make him forget the true reason for his coming to Longbourn in the first place, to choose a bride from among his fair cousins, and I have no doubt that you, Kitty, would have welcomed Mr. Collins' proposal as well." The expressions on both sisters' faces spoke otherwise. They uttered not a single word, for what might they have said? Their grief-stricken mother was beyond consolation. Indeed, it was an affliction that would render her bedridden for days. When at last came the news that none of the Bennet family had reason to hope for, Lydia had been discovered. She was to be married to Mr. Wickham. "Oh, what a happy day!" Mrs. Bennet thereby proclaimed, throwing off her bedcovers and eager to start the day. There was so much to do, so many people to see, and so many people to tell. "Mr. Wickham, so charming, so handsome." She danced a little right there in the middle of the floor. "My Lydia is a lucky girl. We are all lucky. What a happy day indeed." Chapter 25. George Wickham sat across the carriage and watched as his young bride lay sprawled across the opposite bench fast asleep, thoroughly exhausted by their amorous adventures for the better part of their journey from London on the way to Longbourn. The rather enticing dishevelled state of her gown offered quite a feast for his hungry eyes, even if his heart was not so engaged as it ought to be for a new groom. Barely on the right side of 30, the last thing in the world he would have ever imagined was finding himself in such an unenviable position as being married to such a foolish young girl, nearly half his age. This predicament of his had started out innocently enough. While visiting the home of the head of his regiment, Colonel Forster, and his lovely bride, Mrs. Forster, by young Lydia's unabashed contrivance, Wickham found himself completely alone with her. He knew enough about a woman's proclivity to use her feminine arts and allurements to her greatest advantage when it suited her purposes. She wanted him. She wanted him badly, but it did not signify. She was a gentleman's daughter, after all, which meant she likely expected something in exchange for her favours: love and marriage, a house and children. He needed to marry a woman with her own fortune, and although he was not opposed to dallying with young girls, be they daughters of penniless gentlemen or even their servants, marriage to the likes of such women was so far beyond his expected realm of possibility as to be deemed laughable. Surely he was not so handsome as he was for nothing, or so he always liked to tell himself. How could he do otherwise when the evidence of his good looks was borne out most everywhere he went? The ladies adored him. This was especially true of one woman in particular, the one woman whom he found nearly impossible to get out of his mind, despite not having spent time in her company for months, Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Had it not been for fate intervening by throwing Mary King, a newly minted heiress of £10,000, in his path, Wickham suffered not a shred of doubt that he by now would be counting Elizabeth among his long list of conquests. The one woman who got away, what a stain on his picture of himself. If not for the fact that young Lydia Bennet reminded him so much of her elder sister, he doubted he ever would have noticed her at all. It was not so much that she looked like Elizabeth, or even comported herself like Elizabeth. It was something else, something more, something only a gentleman like himself with a way with women was able to discern. That fateful day at the Forsters, he could think of no better way to escape the inherent discomfort of being alone with the enticing young vixen than diverting her with talk of her elder sister. "How is Miss Elizabeth?" Wickham recalled asking at the time. No doubt she has returned from her visit with her friend Mrs. Collins by now, and once again she is enjoying her solitary rambles about the countryside in Hertfordshire. I recall Oakham Mount as being one of her favourite places. "La!" Lydia had exclaimed with energy. "Lizzie remains in Hunsford, having successfully petitioned Papa for a longer stay." "Indeed. She even persuaded the Collinses to invite Jane for a visit as well. Who is to say when they might return because Mr. Darcy is staying in Kent? Which is not to say anybody cares about what Mr. Darcy does, for he is nobody's favourite, but he invited his friend Mr. Bingley to join him, which means Mr. Bingley is also in Kent." Wickham knew his former friend enjoyed a habit of visiting Lady Catherine de Bourgh at Easter, but Easter had been weeks ago. What might possibly tempt Darcy to remain in Kent during the height of the season, he asked himself out loud. In reply, Lydia said, "How should I know? All I know is Mamma is exceedingly happy, for Jane and Mr. Bingley are together again, which means there may be a wedding at Netherfield after all." Possibly 2 weddings, Wickham pondered. On the other hand, he knew how much Elizabeth despised Darcy. Heaven knows I did my part of nurturing the seeds of discord between those two as best I possibly could. Not that it was particularly hard, for the odds were stacked against anyone liking Darcy when he was in Hertfordshire. His haughty, unmasked disdain for those whom he considered beneath him, in consequences, simply would not allow such civility in his favour. However, Darcy is quite amiable among those whom he considers his equals. He is almost entirely surrounded by people of his own ilk when in Kent. Elizabeth has likely been exposed to a different side of him. I know him too well to suppose he's spending all that time in Kent for nothing. How shall I possibly endure the agony, the discord of longing for one sister, while finding relief with the other? He was once Elizabeth's favourite. He knew it. Everybody knew. What if those tender feelings are still there? The thought of what he would do if given even the slightest bit of encouragement excited every fibre of his being, and he knew that if he did not address his aching predicament right then and there, he might explode. He leaned forward a bit. "Lydia," he said, his voice lowered as though he meant to awaken her and yet pretend he did not. She snorted, compelling Wickham to lean back into his seat, feigning innocence in his scheme to arouse her. It would not do, for still she slept. "Lydia," he repeated a time or two again. Young Lydia opened her eyes, and not a moment too soon. "Lydia, my dearest, I'm glad you're awake. Did you enjoy your nap? Pray come and sit next to me. I find I am quite desperately in need of you." Chapter 26. Lydia would always be the wild, untamed person she was reared to be. The rationale behind allowing her to go to Brighton was mainly for some semblance of peace at Longbourn. Now that she had returned, any semblance of peace was once again impossible. Of course, Lydia's propensity to make herself the centre of the world had been all the members of the Bennet family's constant companion for nearly 16 years. The added disruption of a husband and all the lingering ill will that his behaviour had engendered among the Bennet family members was something else altogether. Mr. Bennet had been cautiously recommended not to sanction the newlyweds' shameful behaviour by allowing them to step foot inside Longbourn ever again. Even Mr. Collins had weighed in on how his cousin ought to feel, and how he ought to act in view of such evidence of low moral standards, in strongly stated words to the following effect: "Let me then advise you, dear sir, to console yourself as much as possible, to throw off your unworthy child from your affection forever, and leave her to reap the fruits of her own heinous offence." Mr. Bennet would not hear of it, largely because his wife would never stand for it. Thus the Bennets endured as best they could. Some elated over Lydia's newfound and much-deserved felicity, namely Mrs. Bennet and Kitty. Others decided to make the most of a bad situation, namely Mr. Bennet, Jane, and even Mary. And then there was Elizabeth, who feigned indifference. But deep down inside she was boiling over with deep resentment, disgust, and disdain, for the Wickhams had cost her more than either of them would ever know. Still, she suffered through the hours, the days, and what seemed like weeks, determined to stay so far away from the happy couple as family obligations and proper decorum allowed. Elizabeth recalled with disappointment the moment she first made the gentleman's acquaintance, and how she thought he was exactly what a gentleman ought to be, having been endowed with all the best parts of beauty, a pleasing and amiable nature, and such happy manners that anyone would have to be a fool not to like him. Elizabeth scoffed. My, how the tide has turned! Time passed, as it generally did, and the days of the Wickhams in their midst were nearing an end. Elizabeth sat alone in the little copse which by now had become a favourite escape from the happy couple, as well as a place to dwell at length on how her life might have been had everything not fallen so abruptly apart. Her sister's supposed happiness in marriage had been the means of denying Elizabeth her own felicity. Her only solace was remembering what she had in the past, and imagining what she might have had in the future. Time alone afforded her such a luxury, and she relished it. Having been so intimately involved with Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth was sure she would never forget what it was like to be making love with him. The gentle touch of his hand, the excitement of their first kiss, and then the next until such instances were too numerous to count, and his manner of making her feel as though she were the only woman in the world. She was equally sure she never wished to forget a single moment of their time together, the good times and even the bad times. A short while later, Elizabeth was roused from her seat, and thus her reflections by someone's approach. Before she could strike into another path, she was overtaken by the last man she wished to see, George Wickham. "I'm afraid I have interrupted your solitary ramble," said he as he joined her. "You certainly have," she replied, half smiling, half grimacing, but only on the inside. "How I wish he would just go away, far, far away." This particular thought she dared not utter aloud. Until that point, there had existed a healthy measure of cool civility between them, at least on Elizabeth's part. Why throw away all her hard work? Soon enough he will be gone, far, far away. Indeed, those exact words had become her favourite companions of late. "Are the others coming out?" Elizabeth inquired. "Pray they are, for I have no desire to be alone with you." "I do not think they are. I hope they are not, for I have longed for the chance to be alone with you like this. Just the two of us, you and me, all alone, engaged in the most stimulating intercourse." Again she grimaced deep down inside. There was a time when she might have been flattered, hearing Wickham utter such words, words that now sounded utterly sickening to her ears. She made no reply, which he no doubt perceived as encouragement to continue his speech. "Indeed, I have been meaning to ask you about your recent time away from Longbourn. Did you enjoy a pleasant visit with Mrs. Collins?" "Exceedingly so. Thank you for asking, sir. Now go away." By now he was standing within inches from her, far too close for her comfort. "What part of go away do you fail to understand?" Elizabeth wanted to ask him, and she would have had she uttered her previous edict out loud. Instead, she sped up her pace, thinking she might escape him. She did not. With long strides, soon enough he was right back by her side. "I imagine it was. I understand you stayed longer than you originally intended. I understand Darcy was nearby in Kent, and he happened to extend his visit as well." "I believe he did. Of course, he has the means to do whatever he wishes, whenever he wishes." "That he does. Did he happen to mention anything about me?" "Why would he? It is not uncommon for two people to discuss mutual acquaintances. I suppose you are correct. I would say that Mr. Darcy and I discussed any number of things on any number of occasions. You will pardon me if I do not elaborate further. It is not as though Mr. Darcy is one of your favourites. I dare say you harbour a strong dislike for him. Am I right? Any resentment I may or may not suffer toward my former friend is entirely of his own doing. You will recall my telling you how he denied me the living that ought to have been mine. And then there is the matter of his haughty aunt Lady Catherine de Bourgh and even his sister Miss Darcy. All of them hate me, and I can only attribute it to the fact that they resented me. You will recall my telling you that old Mr. Darcy was my godfather. He loved me better than he loved all of them, and they simply could not abide it." Her patience nearing its end, Elizabeth said, "Indeed, I remember it all too well, but if it is all the same to you, sir, I would much rather not speak of Mr. Darcy, Miss Darcy, the de Burghs, of Kent, of Kimpton, and the living that was meant to be yours. What I know now and did not consider in the past is there are two sides to every story." As though taken aback by her abruptness, Wickham said, "It is painfully evident to me that your attitude toward my former friend has undergone quite a drastic change in his favour since you and I were last together. One can only wonder how such a transformation occurred. Having spent so much time in Mr. Darcy's company in Kent, and having gotten to know him better, how can I help but reappraise my former opinion of his character? Perhaps there is more to your improved opinion than you are willing to confide in me, which is a shame for you, and I have always been such good friends." "What exactly are you implying, Mr. Wickham?" "Mr. Wickham?" he asked, feigning injury to his sensibilities. "Is such formality really necessary, especially between the two of us when we are all alone at times such as this? I would much rather you call me by my Christian name, and if I am allowed, I should much prefer to address you by your Christian name, Elizabeth. Whenever I think of you, think of us. I always have done so, and I always will." She scoffed inside. "Of course, we would not be alone at such a time as this had you not stalked me so relentlessly as you have, and finally found the perfect opportunity to approach me. I most assuredly have gone out of my way to avoid you." All this she contemplated in silence. Looking at him pointedly, she said, "Sir, address me however you wish. As my sister's husband and thereby my brother, I believe such a right is conferred onto you. However, I shall refer to you as Mr. Wickham. Again, Mr. Wickham, I ask you what precisely you are implying regarding my improved opinion of Mr. Darcy. Darcy is every bit a man of the world, for lack of a more apt description in mixed company. Perhaps he exposed you to something more than mere friendship during your time together in Kent. No doubt, your propensity to enjoy long solitary rambles afforded ample time for the two of you to be thrown in each other's paths. I resent your insinuation, sir." "I meant no disrespect, Elizabeth. Truly I did not." How she now hated the sound of her name coming from his lips. How could I have been so blind to this man's true character? I would be remiss if I did not point out that resentment is not quite the same as a denial. Being married to your sister, and knowing what I know about her, it is not entirely unreasonable to suspect some semblance of the younger's true nature in the eldest. All I am saying is any desires that Cad Darcy may have awakened in you, I am more than willing and most ardently desirous of satiating. Just give me a sign." "A sign?" Elizabeth exclaimed with energy. "A sign? How is this for a sign? You're the last man in the world capable of, as you say, satiating any desires I may or may not have. The last man." "The last man?" he repeated, half smiling. "Then what you are saying is there is a chance. You despicable man, I hate you." Livid, she said, "Pray add my name to your long list of people who never wish to be bothered with you again." She really did despise the gentleman, and she would not be satisfied until he fully comprehended the depth of her disdain. How my sister tolerates you is none of my concern, and for her sake I shall endeavour to forget what has transpired this afternoon. But hear me well when I say should you ever approach me again with such a vile and disgusting proposition, I shall. Elizabeth knew precisely what she wanted to say, but being a young lady she held her tongue. "You really do not want to know what I will do to you, but just in case you are foolish enough to risk finding out, here is a hint. Being unfaithful to your wife shall be utterly beyond your capability." Chapter 27. In the days immediately following the Wickhams' departure for Newcastle, Elizabeth had the pleasure of receiving a more welcomed guest, her intimate friend Charlotte. Amid all the turmoil of Lydia's hasty marriage, Elizabeth had been remiss in her letter-writing. Seeing Charlotte face to face was such a balm for her spirits. "Dearest Eliza, I hope I do not presume too much in thinking that your Mr. Darcy will soon join you here in Hertfordshire." "Charlotte, I know you too well to suppose you would ever harm me intentionally, and thus I find myself at a complete loss as to how to understand why you would say such a thing. I do not understand. When last you and I were together, you and Mr. Darcy were very happily engaged to be married. Has something happened? I would say so. Her expression aghast, Charlotte cried, What has happened? Elizabeth sighed. My sister Lydia is what happened. Owing to her recklessness, her foolishness, her failure to consider anything beyond her own supposed happiness, my family's reputation is in shatters. I would be a fool to expect Mr. Darcy to honour his offer of marriage now, especially now that my sister is married to his worst enemy, George Wickham. In what world would he ever suffer the likes of such a vile man as his brother? I fear I do not understand. It is because of Mr. Darcy that your sister and Mr. Wickham are married. Rather, it is because of Mr. Darcy's actions. His actions. Pray, what are you saying, Charlotte? What did Mr. Darcy do? Do you mean to say you do not know? It is my understanding that the Wickhams stayed at Longbourn at least a fortnight before going away to Newcastle. Knowing Lydia as I do, I am amazed she did not tell you everything. Tell me what, Charlotte? I implore you, do not keep me in suspense. What did Mr. Darcy do? Moreover, what does it have to do with the Wickhams? The better question, I suppose, is what Mr. Darcy did not do. Oh, my dearest Eliza, how could you not know? Has something happened between the two of you that the gentleman did not feel it appropriate to tell you all this himself? Of course, knowing Mr. Darcy's nature, it is not surprising that he might want his part in Lydia's recovery to be kept a secret. I have little doubt he did it all for you, but why he chose to keep it a secret from you is beyond me. But as you no doubt have been kept in the dark about all the particulars, I shall enlighten you. Yes, tell me all I need to know. Your Mr. Darcy is the one who discovered Lydia. She was living in sin with Mr. Wickham in the worst part of London. He is the one responsible for her safe delivery into the care of your relations in Cheapside, Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner. Having been spared those particular details by none other than the two parties Charlotte cited, Elizabeth knew not how to think or how to feel, and thus she said nothing. This was encouragement enough for Charlotte to continue. Indeed, Mr. Darcy is the one who paid all of Wickham's debts, thereby forcing the gentleman to marry Lydia. He even paid for Wickham's commission in Newcastle. Heavens, the entirety of Mr. Darcy's efforts must have cost him a fortune. At least £10,000, Charlotte replied, nodding. Wickham would be a fool to have settled for anything less. Pray, how did you learn of all this? Elizabeth suspected she knew the answer to her question, but she needed confirmation from her friend. Why, Lady Catherine, of course. The grand lady invited us to Rosings under the guise of having tea. Yet from almost the moment we sat down in the parlour until it was finally time for us to take our leave, all she could talk, rather complain, about was her nephew's foolish sacrifice. In her best imitation of her ladyship, which she had honed during Elizabeth's visit, Charlotte said, How is such a travesty to be borne? My nephew, Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy, the brother of the vile George Wickham, the son of his own beloved father's steward. Are the shades of Pemberley to be thus polluted? It is a blessing that my sister Lady Anne did not live to bear witness to any of this. Elizabeth would have laughed if it were not for the fact that her own sentiments were not entirely different from Lady Catherine's. She too felt that as a result of the Wickhams' marriage, Mr. Darcy was lost to her forever. Not wishing to dwell on her other reasons for fearing Mr. Darcy was lost to her, Elizabeth said, I can only wonder how her ladyship became so knowledgeable about Mr. Darcy's private affairs. I cannot imagine him confiding in her, given the strain on their relationship because of his proposal to me instead of her daughter. I am sure her ladyship has a host of cohorts to keep her abreast of all matters pertaining to her family. What I am wondering is why this is the first you have heard about Mr. Darcy's private affairs. Charlotte posed a valid question, and one which Elizabeth was quite ill-prepared to answer. Besides, she had questions of her own, starting from the beginning of the entire sequence of events. By the time the others joined Charlotte and her in the drawing-room for tea, Elizabeth's mind was thoroughly engaged in concocting possibilities, as well as probabilities to explain Mr. Darcy's purposes. Elizabeth could have no reason to doubt her friend's account of how Mr. Darcy had been the one who saved Lydia, but with it being so wholly contradictory to what the Bennets had been taught to believe by her own relations, she needed answers. Who better to answer my lingering questions than my Aunt Mrs. Gardiner? Thus resolved, as soon as her guest was gone, Elizabeth promptly composed the inquisitive letter. On the day she was due to return to Kent, Charlotte arose particularly early in the morning and set out on the path from her father's home, Lucas Lodge, to the neighbouring village of Longbourn. She had more to say to her friend than their conversation in the company of all the Bennet family members allowed. She was not surprised to espy her friend walking alone in her direction. When the two ladies were face to face and all the usual civilities were exchanged, Charlotte said, "I can tell by your family's complete silence on the matter of your engagement to Mr. Darcy that you have yet to tell them about what transpired between the two of you while you were in Kent. You are correct, as always. Allow me to thank you again and again for going along with the scheme and saying nothing to your family as well. I suppose I also owe a debt of gratitude to Mr. Collins. Pray thank him on my behalf. Surely you know you may always count on me to honour your wishes, and as for Mr. Collins's silence, I believe you have Lady Catherine to thank for that, for he would never willingly do or say anything that might garner her disapprobation." Charlotte reached out her hand to her friend. "As for the matter of you and Mr. Darcy, pray tell me anything except that your engagement to the gentleman is called off. In truth, I did release him from our engagement on the heels of learning what my sister had done. Eliza Bennet, how could you? Judge me so severely as you will, but you cannot possibly subject me to greater censure than I have done so toward myself. Then why did you do it? How could I have done otherwise in the wake of Lydia's scandalous behaviour? I dared not subject Mr. Darcy nor his family, his young sister, to the censure of the world. I did what I had to do." Charlotte squeezed Elizabeth's hand. "Of course, you did what you thought was best for all concerned. How can I fault you for that? I cannot, and I will not. But surely you see by now that none of that mattered to Mr. Darcy. As much as he may respect your family, surely in saving your sister and thereby your family's reputation, he thought only of you." "I must confess that I would like to think so. How can there be even the tiniest shred of doubt? Oh, Charlotte, I hardly know what to think. I have neither seen nor heard from him since the day Jane and I received the devastating news in town, and he summarily sent us back to Longbourn." "Do you mean to say he arranged for your safe passage home just as a gentleman in love ought to do? No doubt urgent business prevented him from escorting you personally, and we now know precisely what that business entailed, do we not?" "Dearest Eliza," Charlotte implored, "Mr. Darcy loves you. Anyone who has seen the way he looks at you knows that, just as you love him. Anyone who has observed the way you look at him would attest to that as well. The two of you are designed for each other. Mr. Darcy will come for you. I am willing to stake all that I hold dear on that. My greatest wish for the two of you is that when he does, you will welcome him with an open mind, an open heart, and best of all, with open arms. You both deserve each other's love." Chapter 28. Elizabeth had the satisfaction of receiving a reply from Mrs. Gardiner as soon as she possibly could. Owing to the length of her aunt's letter, Elizabeth was convinced that it was not a denial of Charlotte's assertions. With no desire to be interrupted, she hurried into the little copse, sat down on one of the benches, and prepared to be satisfied by all her aunt had to say. Charlotte's account of the Wickham debacle was chiefly based on hearsay, but still it largely aligned with all Mrs. Gardiner had to say in her letter, which also included irrefutable details. Much like Charlotte, Mrs. Gardiner also expressed her surprise by Elizabeth's inquiries, for nothing but the belief of her being a party concerned would have allowed her husband, Mr. Gardiner, to act as he had done, especially since they theretofore, despite having heard a great deal about Mr. Darcy, had never actually made his acquaintance. Having reflected for more than a moment or two on her aunt's declaration, Elizabeth continued reading all her aunt had to say. "On the very day of our coming home from Oxfordshire, your uncle had a most unexpected visitor. Mr. Darcy called and was shut up with him several hours. He came to tell Mr. Gardiner that he had found out where your sister and Mr. Wickham were, and that he had seen and talked with them both. Mrs. Gardiner had written in some detail about Mr. Darcy's professed motives for intervening on behalf of the Bennet family. Elizabeth was relieved he had owed it to his perceived duty for having failed to expose Wickham to the people in Meryton and to nothing more. The secret of my broken engagement is safe." Her aunt also made some mention of a Mrs. Young with a vague account of her having been Miss Darcy's companion, who had been subsequently discharged from her duties. Of course Mr. Darcy would seek out that woman for information on Wickham's whereabouts. Once a partner in duplicity, always a partner in duplicity. No one knew that better than Mr. Darcy, having trusted either of them at various times during their unpleasant pasts. How fortunate that Mrs. Young was so easily persuaded to betray her contemptible cohort. Elizabeth could only wonder about the means Mr. Darcy might have employed. The rest of the letter Elizabeth read in silence, half embarrassed by all Wickham and Lydia had subjected Mr. Darcy to, but mostly affected by the latter's unparalleled goodness. At length she came to the end of the letter, and she was so touched by what her aunt had to say that she quietly reread it. "Will you be very angry with me, my dear Lizzie, if I take this opportunity of saying how much I like him? Mr. Darcy's behaviour to us was pleasing in every respect. His understanding and opinions all please me, and I am given to believe he wants nothing but a little more liveliness, and that if he marries prudently his wife may teach him. Having garnered a far better understanding of Mr. Darcy's character and knowing all I do about you, I should like to say with the utmost conviction that the two of you are designed for each other. And while I thought him very sly for hardly ever mentioning your name, I'm given to consider that slyness seems the fashion. Pray forgive me if I have been very presuming, or at least do not punish me so far as to exclude me from Pemberley. Having admired it from afar for the better part of my past, I shall never be quite happy till I have been all round the park. A low phaeton, with a nice little pair of ponies, would be the very thing." The contents of this letter threw Elizabeth into a flutter of spirits, in which it was difficult to determine whether pleasure or pain bore the greater share. Mr. Darcy despised Mr. Wickham. He barely knew Lydia. Yet he had been the means of affording them both a greater outcome than their foolish behaviour might otherwise have allowed. And despite her having released him from the obligation of marrying her, Elizabeth's heart softly whispered that all he had done for her. Chapter 29. No one was more excited upon hearing the news that Netherfield was soon to be occupied again than Mrs. Bennet. In her busy mind it meant but one thing: Mr. Bingley is coming back for my Jane. Oh, I always knew she was not so beautiful for nothing. Then the memory of how Mr. Bingley and her Jane had squandered not one but two perfectly good opportunities to become man and wife encroached on her felicity. I shall not allow the same thing to happen again. I shall do everything in my power to force them to do what everyone expects them to do. First, it was absolutely necessary for Mr. Bennet to call on Netherfield. Upon listening to his wife's ardent application that he do so, the gentleman responded, "I most definitely will not call on the young man. If Mr. Bingley wants our society, let him seek it. He knows where we live. I will not spend my hours running after my neighbours every time they go away and come back again." Mrs. Bennet should have known she could not count on her husband to help her. If she wanted to have anything done at all, she must do it herself. Thus her planning and scheming began. Mr. Bingley had promised to take a family dinner with the Bennets when he was last in the vicinity. She would make sure he did. Hunting immediately sprang to mind. What gentleman did not have a preference for the sport? When Mr. Bingley has killed all his own birds, I shall insist that he comes here to shoot as many birds as he pleases on Mr. Bennet's manor. I am sure Mr. Bennet will be vastly happy to oblige the young man, for it is the very least he can do, and he will save all the best of the coveys for him too. Everything that she could reasonably do to encourage Mr. Bingley's affections for Jane, she planned to do. The only thing that was left to be done was to get him to call on Longbourn. Perhaps if Mrs. Bennet had known that calling on Longbourn was Mr. Bingley's primary reason for returning to Netherfield, she might not have nearly fallen from her chair when she and her daughter Kitty espied the gentleman enter the paddock and ride towards the house. "There is a gentleman with him, mamma," said Kitty. "Who can it be?" "Some acquaintance or other, I suppose, but what does it matter? Mr. Bingley has come." "La," replied Kitty seconds later. "It looks just like that man that used to be with him before. Mr. what's his name? That tall, proud man." "Good gracious, it is Mr. Darcy," Mrs. Bennet exclaimed, her voice a mixture of astonishment and disappointment. She scoffed. "Well, any friend of Mr. Bingley's will always be welcome here, to be sure, but I must say that I hate the very sight of him." Soon the gentlemen were shown into the room, and all the civilities that such an occasion called for were exchanged. Mrs. Bennet was far too anxious to see her favourite wish unfold to allow for the passage of too much time after that. What is menial conversation compared to matchmaking and matrimony? Mrs. Bennet had a wedding to start planning for and wedding clothes to order. She could hardly wait for her eldest to be alone with the handsome Mr. Bingley, in order to afford the young man a chance to make Jane the much-delayed, long-overdue proposal of marriage. I shall recommend that Jane show Mr. Bingley the view from Oakham Mount. I am sure he has never seen it. At the very least, he has not seen that particular view with Jane. But what in heavens am I to do about his friend? Mrs. Bennet's ill opinion of Mr. Bingley's friend was formed almost from the moment she met him. He was far too proud and above his company for her taste. How the charming Mr. Bingley could consider such a haughty man a friend was beyond her comprehension. She pondered the matter for a few moments, wondering which of her daughters might be able to tolerate the proud man for so long. The walk back and forth to Oakham Mount was no small feat, and then it dawned on her. Let Lizzie take Mr. Darcy off Mr. Bingley's hands. They never liked each other. What better retribution for both of them? Him for deriding my daughter as not being handsome enough to tempt him and her for spurning Mr. Collins's offer of marriage. No sooner than it was suggested, Mr. Bingley and Jane and Mr. Darcy and Elizabeth were on their way. Having listened intently to Mr. Bingley's heartfelt plea and repeated requests for assurance that she had indeed accepted his apology, Jane decided to put an end to his misery. "I do forgive you, sir," she said, as the two of them walked ahead of Mr. Darcy and Elizabeth, having outpaced them by far. Bingley's delight in hearing this was written all over his face. "Oh, thank you, Miss Bennet. You cannot possibly know what having your forgiveness means to me. I cannot help but consider it the surest step towards the two of us finally moving on toward the happiness we were always meant to enjoy. Together." "Sir," Jane implored, "I'm sorry to say I do not share your sentiment in that regard. But how can you say such a thing? You said you forgive me for the manner in which I behaved last year." "And I did. I mean to say, I do. But in an instant your mind seemed to leap from forgiveness to matrimony, just as I feared, unless I have misread your intentions." "I believe you read my sentiments perfectly clear. I mean to make you my wife, just as I should have done so many months ago." "Then, I fear you have misread my sentiments. When I consider those qualities that I would wish to find in my future husband, I must confess to wanting a man who will, forsaking all others, put no one else above me. A man who will do his best to move heaven and earth if he thought that is what it might take to please me. I believe I deserve no less. I can be that man if you will but let me. Pray give me another chance to prove how much you mean to me. I promise you that you will never have cause for regret. Marry me and make me the happiest man in all of England. Must I get down on bended knees?" Jane knew the most sensible thing in the world to do was simply say yes to Mr. Bingley's ardent proposal. There was no reason at all to suppose she would not be just as happy with him as any other gentleman. Any other gentleman. How unfair to compare him to another. Mr. Bingley is young. Not much older than I am, in fact. He has not seen and done so many of the same things as other men. The manner of man who is worldlier and far wiser. More mature. I am certain he thinks he loves me, just as I am sure I was genuinely in love with him at one time. She was almost 23, and theretofore no one had ever asked her to marry. What if no one ever asks me again? Faced with the most consequential decision in her life, Jane did not know how she should feel or how she should act. Must I not act in accordance with the best interest of my family as I was reared to act? I am the eldest. I really ought to marry. I can leave my father's house. I would have a home of my own. I would be married to a respectable man, an amiable man, a man with £5,000 a year, a man whom I once loved, whom I might just as easily love again. I should say yes. I really should say yes. But I cannot bring myself to do so until I am persuaded beyond a shadow of a doubt that I am accepting Mr. Bingley for all the right reasons. Surely he deserves no less. She heard herself ask, "May I? Will you allow me some time to think about it?" For the first time in a long time, Jane saw in his face a semblance of the young man she had given her heart to unconditionally. He replied, "I truly believe my being your husband is my destiny. I do not think my life will ever be what it ought to be so long as the two of us are apart. You have asked for more time, so be it. But say you will do anything but make me wait in vain. For I have confessed my heart's most sacred desire to you, along with my promise that I will never do anything to disappoint you again." Chapter 30. Walking alone with Elizabeth again, after being parted from her for so long, there was so much Mr. Darcy wanted to say to her. Yet, save the brief discussions of threadbare topics, silence loomed between the two of them, as thick as the clouds hovering high above. He was meant to be the most reserved of the two of them. He was known for his taciturn nature, not Elizabeth. Elizabeth was lively, so full of life and good-spirited, and those times when she was neither was cause for concern. A part of him felt that Elizabeth blamed him for the Wickham and Lydia debacle. I would not fault her if she did blame me. Had I only exposed Wickham's character to Mr. Bennet, he might have exercised more diligence where his youngest daughter is concerned. No longer able to abide the silence between them, Darcy told Elizabeth as much. "I do not blame you," Elizabeth said after hearing Mr. Darcy's heartfelt confession and his accompanying apology. "If anything, I blame myself. Had I been less enamoured of Mr. Wickham, perhaps my sister would have been more apt to follow my lead. Certainly my father might have viewed the gentleman with greater circumspect." Darcy placed a finger to her lips. "The irony in all this is your sister supposes herself the happiest woman in all of England. As for Wickham, let me just say he received more than he bargained for, and certainly more than he deserved. A new start in Newcastle, unencumbered by his past debts, a commission as opposed to time in debtor's prison. Well, I suppose when you put it that way, neither of them have cause to complain, and with that being the case, why should either of us be discontented?" "My thoughts exactly. Elizabeth, my love, I have missed you terribly. Say you will marry me and make my greatest wish come true." After some pause which was far longer than he might have wished, but sooner than he dared hope, Elizabeth took his hand in hers. I will marry you, my love. I never wish to be parted from you again." Although she had accepted his proposal before, the happiness which this reply produced was such as he had not felt the first time. The first time they were in the company of others, and her reply had not been made without a measure of interference on his cousin's part. This reply was more tender and more heartfelt and better than that. There was not a room full of watchful eyes to temper the violence of his affection for her. Darcy drew her into his arms and kissed her passionately. A kiss meant to make up for all the time they had spent apart from each other. Having kissed her so many times before, everything he knew about her informed him that something had changed. He expressed his concern with her in so many words. "If there is something wrong, you must know you can tell me what it is," he said, concluding his speech. She shrugged a little. "Sir, I am not certain how I ought to behave with you." "How do you want to behave?" "Like nothing ever happened, that what occurred with Lydia never took place, that I had not released you from our engagement as a result." "I am willing to forget all that, my love." "Can you? Surely you must think of me as a wanton woman, no different from Lydia." "It is forgotten," Darcy interrupted. "And as for how you ought to behave when we are together, I only ask that you be true to yourself. I do not judge you, and I certainly do not believe you are wanton. You and I are so similar. We are both passionate. We are lovers. And seeing that we are engaged to be married, to spend the rest of our lives together, what better way to start than as lovers? Just because the two of us have been exploring our love for each other in a manner that some might frown upon, does not place your conduct on par with your sister's. Saying that, your sister is not a bad person. She's simply young and naive, and thus easily deceived by a nefarious man who has garnered years of experience perfecting the art of seduction, not only against unsuspecting young ladies, but older women as well, whether single, married, or widowed. As you know, my own sister would have fallen victim to him had I not intervened, and you know how I adore her. Lydia made a mistake. As for the two of us, we are both old enough to understand the consequences of our behaviour. We are engaged. We are in love. Any expression of our feelings for each other is all that is natural, true, and right." He placed his finger under her chin and persuaded her to look into his eyes. "Are we in agreement?" She nodded, smiling, her eyes filled with unshed tears of joy. "Then pray, my love, let me show you how much I have been missing you." Epilogue. Time passed quickly, as it generally does when young lovers are in love, and soon after securing her father's blessing, Elizabeth married Mr. Darcy by way of a special licence. At long last, Mr. Darcy swept his lovely bride into his arms and carried her off to Pemberley. Not long thereafter, much to Mrs. Darcy's overwhelming joy, came the exhilarating news of yet another Bennet daughter's engagement. The wedding was to be a grand affair at Netherfield in just 2 months. Indeed, her beloved sister Jane and the ever-charming Mr. Bingley, seizing every precious moment as de facto chaperones for Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy, had effortlessly found their way back to each other. Any lingering doubts that may have once existed between them had been utterly vanquished by the powerful resurgence of their affections. Jane was positively radiant, glowing with happiness, and Bingley was as passionately devoted as a gentleman violently in love ought to be, as happy as Mrs. Bennet was for getting rid of her youngest daughter some months earlier, and as excited as she was over the prospect of getting rid of her eldest daughter some months hence. It was the marriage of her second daughter that she was most proud of, and to a man so rich, so handsome, so tall, and with so little trouble to herself in the process. She knew she was sending her dear Jane off to town to secure Mr. Bingley. Never in her wildest dreams did she suppose Elizabeth might have the good sense to capture Mr. Darcy as well. Mr. Darcy, a man who had £10,000 a year and purportedly owned half of Derbyshire. She knew her second eldest daughter could not have been so clever for nothing. Neither could Mr. Bennet find a reason to repine. Alone with his second oldest daughter in the minutes after Mr. Darcy's petition, the ageing patriarch had this to say: "I have given him my consent, my dearest Lizzie. I would have to be either a fool or the most indolent father on the face of the earth were I to deny his request. Though some might say I have indulged in more than my rightful share of indolence, especially as evidenced by my stewardship of my youngest, or rather lack thereof, nobody can accuse me of being a fool. Your Mr. Darcy is the kind of man, indeed, to whom I should never dare refuse anything which he condescended to ask. And beyond all that, the gentleman has £10,000 a year." Supposing her father was merely speaking in jest, she kissed him on his chin in gratitude, thankful that in spite of the toll Lydia's elopement had placed on both his body and his spirits, the odd mixture of quick parts and sarcastic humour, which she had solely missed seeing in him since her return from Kent, was once again beginning to shine through. Also apparent was his determination to be a better steward of his family, particularly young Kitty, who was always eager for excitement, and her pleas always met with firm resolve, usually to her detriment as well as her dismay. Eventually Kitty was afforded the chance for felicity under Elizabeth's stewardship, and she flourished because of it. As for Mary, her contentment was to be found mainly in the halls of Longbourn, ever striving for accomplishment, whether it be reading or playing the pianoforte, and when she was not doing that, she was attending her mother. Elizabeth could never really stay angry with her younger sister, who was, after all, living the life she had always wished she would live. The first of the Bennet daughters to marry into the most handsome, most charming, most dashing man in the whole wide world, according to Lydia's own testimony. For the sake of familial harmony, Elizabeth never spoke of Wickham's scandalous proposal to anyone. Whether Wickham took her silence on the matter as a sign that there existed a reason for hope, Elizabeth could not rightly say. But what she could say was the leer often directed at her, when he thought no one was looking, never graced his countenance again when the two were unavoidably in each other's company. Mr. Darcy undoubtedly would never receive him at Pemberley, and for that Elizabeth could only count her blessings. Some mention of Miss Bingley must be made. Indeed, though profoundly mortified by Mr. Darcy's marriage to Elizabeth, she travelled from London to Hertfordshire to witness the auspicious occasion all the same. She went so far as to extend an olive branch to Jane, no doubt a must if she were to retain the right to visit her brother Charles whenever she fancied the notion of doing so. The right to visit Pemberley at her leisure was also something she coveted, which meant dropping all her resentment and paying off every arrear of civility to the new Mrs. Darcy, gladly relinquishing the air of independence that must surely be afforded in having one's own establishment. Georgiana accepted Elizabeth's request to make Pemberley her home once again. Having a sister at last meant everything to the young lady, and although her time at Pemberley would likely not be of a long duration, owing to her desire one day to meet and fall in love with the man of her dreams, she was determined to make every moment spent with her brother and his wife really count for something very special. As for Colonel Fitzwilliam, if he had once considered that his life might have been otherwise, he did not dwell on it. He had made his choice, and in the end there was nothing left to regret. Whenever he visited Pemberley, he found himself smiling at the sight of Elizabeth and Darcy together, their ease with each other evident in ways too subtle to name. It was clear to him that they were happy, and that thought gave him a deep sense of contentment. He had always known his cousin's choice of a wife would defy the expectations of society in general. In his mind, if ever there were two people who were designed for each other, it was surely Darcy and Elizabeth. Lady Catherine never did release her extreme indignation over the marriage of her nephew, which was just as well. Elizabeth had not yet taught herself to forgive the wicked aristocrat for abandoning her on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere. As she was not quite prepared to overlook the offence, neither was Mr. Darcy. As he was bound and determined that he would never allow anyone to treat Elizabeth in such a shameful manner as his aunt had done, Elizabeth doubted she could persuade him to seek reconciliation with her ladyship even if she tried. Of course she was not designed for ill humour, except in the case of Mr. Wickham, and thus she supposed the possibility for a reconciliation awaited Mr. Darcy and his aunt at some point in the future. She even supposed she might very well encourage such a prospect herself, but until such time as that, Lady Catherine de Bourgh was the last woman in the world with whom she wished to be bothered. If she suffered but one regret, it was the unenviable position her friend Charlotte must surely endure, being unable to escape Lady Catherine's constant condemnations for throwing Elizabeth in her nephew's path. Charlotte, however, was made of stronger stuff than Lady Catherine could ever know. She had a way of dealing with people of her ladyship's ilk, as evidenced by the contentment she had carved out for herself amid the reality of her own situation as the wife of a ridiculous man. She and the Darcys were always on the most intimate terms. Elizabeth always loved her friend, and it was that love which steered them through what might have been the most severe test of all for their friendship. Darcy also held Charlotte in the highest esteem. He was ever sensible that he was wholly in her debt, for in coaxing him to go out in search of Elizabeth on what was meant to be his last day in Kent, she had thereby laid the foundation for what must indeed be considered the means of uniting them. Post-Epilogue. Nights like this. Derbyshire, Pemberley. Experience had taught them it was going to be a long night. For the time being, Elizabeth simply enjoyed lying next to her husband. The flicker of soft light from the many candles she had lit earlier revealed her devastatingly handsome husband in such a way that reminded her how much she relished the sight of him. She smoothed her hand along his bare chest and at length traced his well-defined contours with her fingers. "I never thanked you properly for all you did on behalf of my family in saving our reputation from ruins." Toying with a lock of her hair, Mr. Darcy replied, "Did you not, my love?" "Not in so many words. If you would thank me, my love, let it be for yourself alone. As with most everything since we met and fell in love, my thoughts were only of you." Elizabeth retraced her fingers along their former path, lingering in some spots longer than others. "I must confess you are very generous with me, which reminds me of another matter for which I have been rather remiss." "That being?" he asked, shifting a little, granting her more favourable access. "The manner in which I tried to end our engagement in London after learning what Lydia had done. I never truly apologised." "It is true. You do owe me an apology for the pain and suffering I was forced to endure. How could you have doubted my love for you? Did I not make it clear that nothing could tear us apart, all the nights we spent in each other's arms, much like this?" "Well, not exactly like this," Elizabeth teased. Pleased by the fruit of her efforts, she pressed on for good measure. "I seem to recall some lingering barriers between us," she said, given the fact that they always remained clothed all those nights spent together while engaged. "No, not exactly," he said, pulling her into his arms. "Be that as it may, I am fully prepared to accept your apology for ever doubting me." "I do apologise," she said, assuming an attitude which always proved mutually satisfying. "And you must promise never to doubt me again." "I do, I promise." He placed his hands on either side of her waist. "Mind you, my love, should you ever renege on your promise, your punishment will be severe." "Oh?" Her spirits rising to playfulness, she said, "If you were to ask me, I would say that sounds rather promising." Taking the best advantage of their situation, he commenced adoring his wife. "I never said you would not enjoy it," he whispered. Steady to his purpose, almost breathless, she persevered. "With such punishment as you suggest, sir, I fear you will make it very hard for me to maintain my resolve. Elizabeth, my love, I am just getting started." Thank you for listening to Designed for Each Other, the Expanded Edition, written by P.O. Dixon, read by Christopher. If you enjoyed the story, and I sincerely hope you did, please take a moment to like, share, and comment. If you have not yet subscribed, I invite you to do so now. It makes all the difference in encouraging me to share my stories here on YouTube. And be sure to search for and listen to more of my stories like this one, stories that will make you fall in love time and time again. Your continuing support helps this channel grow,